Hey everybody, welcome to another live stream, all-day stream from Law of Self-Defense. I am, of course, attorney Andrew Branca for Law of Self-Defense. Thank you. You're all so generous. I can't thank you all enough. And we're here today, of course, to again cover the Dean Cummings trial. We're still playing catch up. So most of what we'll cover today will be yesterday's proceedings. We have a little bit to cover from even the day prior to that. We'll be going through at 1 1/4 speed, so hopefully we'll catch up. Dean Cummings, of course, is the former famous skier. Not famous to me, but apparently that's what he was famous for, doing helicopter skiing up in Alaska. He had a concession up there. But more recently, he moved back to New Mexico, where I guess he was raised, went to buy some property from a local resident just west of Los Alamos, New Mexico. They got into a confrontation. Dean Cummings says that the other fellow, Guillermo Arriola, the landowner trying to sell 16 acres of what looks like a desolate desert property in New Mexico, physically attacked him in a small trailer, pummeled him about the head with an object that he later discovered was a mace canister. Dean says he felt as if he were sprayed with mace and the stinging and all that kind of stuff. So Dean, in the midst of this fight, retrieved a rifle, a semi-automatic rifle of Sig Sauer manufacture. The men fought over control of the rifle, during which the rifle was discharged 10 times. 2 of those rounds would strike Arriola, mortally wounding him, and Dean Cummings would then eventually, a little bit later, he would call 911. There was no cell reception there, so he leaves the property. He encounters somebody taking a motorcycle ride, a witness we heard from yesterday, and asked that fellow to call 911, and the police were called and came to the scene. But in any case, now the state of New Mexico is not happy with Dean Cummings' narrative of self-defense. They've charged him with murder. They've charged him with voluntary manslaughter as a mitigated form of murder based on adequate provocation, presumably the fight. They've also charged him with tampering with evidence because he rinsed his face in clothing of what he claims was the mace chemical agent. And they charged him with failing to identify himself to police, which is an odd charge because it seems he identified himself on the 911 call. He gave police his name, but apparently once the police were on scene, he didn't want to talk very much, which is certainly understandable. And so that led to the claim by one of the officers that he basically had obstructed justice by not adequately identifying himself to responding officers, even though other officers were given his name. So we're going to be live streaming catch up a bit from the day before yesterday. Most of what we'll cover today will be yesterday. And I have invited a bunch of other attorneys and other friends of the law self-defense community to pop on the show if and when they have the opportunity. I don't know that anybody will. It's just an open invitation. We'll have to see. People will pop in opportunistically or not as their schedule and their interest allows. But we'll see what happens. You may be stuck just with me all day. Well, me and the streamed trial. In terms of where we're streaming, we are on YouTube. I can see me streaming on YouTube. We are on, let's see, are we on Twitter today? Let me refresh that page. We are indeed on Twitter. We are on the Law Self-Defense member dashboard. Hey, Chuck, I see you there. And we are also streaming on Rumble. In terms of if you'd like your questions asked, if you want to pose questions and get them asked by myself or whatever other attorneys or guests we may have on, there's a couple ways to do that. One is be a Law of Self-Defense member. If you're a Law of Self-Defense member, put your question in the Law of Self-Defense member chat and we'll answer it, guaranteed. Alternatively, if you're watching this on YouTube, make your question or comment that you'd like read, make it a super chat. We will read the super chats on YouTube. I promise you that. Super chats are enabled for this stream. And alternatively on Rumble, I guess there's something called, what do they call them? Rumble rants or something? Whatever the Rumble equivalent of super chats is. I don't really know how that works, but if somebody does it on Rumble, I'll see if I can figure it out on the fly. If you are watching on YouTube, please hit that like, thumbs up button. If you want to comment, you have to be a subscriber. But the likes are the most important measure that YouTube uses to distribute our content more generally. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, folks. We have another meeting that was scheduled for today that someone else is handling, and there's a little communication about who's supposed to be doing what. In any case, please hit the like on the YouTube. That's greatly appreciated. I think on Rumble they use a plus sign, bottom left of the screen. There's a little plus sign if you could hit that. And there we go. Moment I'm doing a show. Yeah. So it was kind of like that. All right. So I gave you a recap of kind of the backstory of the Dean Cummings trial, the charges against him. The opening statement by the state was just awful, terrible, meandering, not a compelling narrative of guilt. In a case where the legal defense here is self-defense, the state will have to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. The state simply didn't lay out a narrative in their opening statement that could lead a jury to that conclusion. The defense opening was much stronger. They did lay out a sound narrative. It would have been nice if they pounded more aggressively the burden that's on the state and the height of that burden, the threshold the state has to achieve to warrant a guilty verdict. That I felt they were kind of weak on that particular point, but otherwise the defense did a good job. Once the witnesses, and we're still in the state's part of the case here, the state's presenting its case in chief. So far, all the witnesses are state witnesses being subject to direct questioning by the state and cross-examination by the defense. None of the state's witnesses so far have contributed any substantive evidence contrary to self-defense. They have kind of had some circumstantial evidence that might raise some doubt about self-defense, but raising doubt, of course, is what the defense is supposed to be doing in a criminal case, not what the state is supposed to be doing. The state has to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt, not just make it doubtful. And they simply haven't done that yet with the witnesses they've brought to date. And I have to say, the defense on cross-examination has been quite good, especially one of the two defense attorneys. All the attorneys here are women. But the two defense attorneys, they're both perfectly competent. One of them is really good. I'll have to find out what her name is. I'll point her out as we start streaming again. The two prosecutors, also women, are also technically fine. I mean, they're not like Elaine Bredehoff. It's not like they don't know what they're doing when they're questioning witnesses. They're asking competent questions in a competent way. It just seems that they don't really have anything to work with. Which makes one wonder. I mean, the state knows what its burden is. It knows it has to disprove this claim of self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. Makes you wonder why they brought the case at all. I mean, I don't know. I can't read minds. I'm being told that the person who was killed, Guillermo Arriola, was well liked in the community. And of course, the defendant was relatively new. He had just moved back to New Mexico after many decades away, so nobody knows him. There's that. There may be some skepticism about parts of the defendant's story, which is a good reason to investigate, but is not skepticism alone is not enough for a conviction. And there's also some suggestions in media reporting about this defendant. And these are things that have not been mentioned in trial. So I presume in preliminary hearings, they've had in limine hearings where they've excluded evidence. I assume this evidence has been excluded so the jury won't hear it. But if you read news articles about this defendant, this former skier, the news articles, and I don't know if this is true, right? This is just what's being reported, but there's lots of news articles where they interview friends or associates and they say the guy seemed a little to have become mentally unstable, into conspiracy theories, thought people were against him, that kind of thing, which I guess could have played a role in what happened, but it's really character evidence, and I expect the judge would have excluded it. And this, oh, I see there is a Rumble rant just came in from House Fur. $5. Someone did it on Rumble. It has been done. I'm not sure what he means, but okay. But thank you for the $5. That's greatly, greatly appreciated. So keep in mind, we may be aware, those of you who bother to research this defendant, Dean Cummings, may have come across news articles that raise those kinds of mental health issues, but there was no mention of it in the state's opening, presumably because it's been excluded as evidence in the case. And look who we have. Hey, Steve.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Good friend Steve Gosney, Professor Steve Gosney, teaching our criminal law class at the Law Self-Defense Law School courses. And I have to say, Steve, the praise we're getting from your students is absolutely through the roof. They love that course, that criminal law course you're teaching.
Well, thank you. It's a lot of work, but it's been great for me, not only getting the feedback from the students, which you've got the group that's in your that follows you is quite a high level group, and so it challenges me. And part of it too is building the foundations of law from kind of the bottom up has been helpful to me in my business because, of course, I do specialized stuff with appeals. I help the trial division, but sometimes you forget some of the basics, and at least it helps to refresh those basics. And so this class has been really good for me too. And I think it's a great class. And I mean, you're going to have an asset going forward, as this is sort of a key component to the dean. The dean is running his law school.
I should change my title, I guess, huh?
I think it's cool. You're the dean of all self-defense law.
So for folks who don't know, Steve is a common guest on our show, and we're grateful to have him. But for those of you who may be new, Steve works for the Public Defender's Office down in Florida, mostly in the appellate division, does a lot of training for the trial division, previously worked in the trial division in the PD's office, previously a prosecutor, previously did tenant law, real estate law, that kind of stuff. I'm a little vague on that. The younger years of Steve's life.
Well, 6 years I did civil litigation, which was probate law, real estate law, contract litigation, basically litigation, and then before law school, I did nonprofit association management. So I was CEO of the local home builders association, which was really a great opportunity. We ran the parade of homes, we dealt with building, lobbying issues, things like that. So yeah, it's funny because everybody's like, "What haven't you done, Gosney?" but I mean, I like challenges and I like doing different stuff, and that's why this opportunity to teach for your class and your school was wonderful because I've taught before, but not really like in my hot zone, which is criminal law. So it's been fun.
Yeah, and for folks who don't know, this class we're talking about, it's Steve's criminal law class. It's part of our law self-defense law school courses. This is a series of law school level courses, just like Steve and I were taught these subjects in law school: criminal law, criminal procedure, evidence, constitutional law, but without the politics that pervades all of law school these days. So we're just teaching law, traditional law, in the traditional way as we were taught it when we went to law school, me 30 some years ago. At a fraction of the cost of law school, and of course, without having to make a 3-year plus commitment to actually going to law school. There's no formal accreditation. You don't get a Juris Doctor degree at the end. This is just for your education. But if you've ever wondered what it would be like to take a law school level course in these subjects, this is a great opportunity to do that at minimal cost and minimal commitment. And by the way, we've had people go through some of our other law self-defense courses. We have an instructor program for self-defense instructors, for example. I've had a number of the students who've gone through that instructor program love the instruction so much they went on to law school. Now they're actually lawyers. So I expect we'll see that from some of the students who go through Steve's class and other classes.
Well, I have one of our students, his father, the kid was thinking about going to law school. He's a cute kid, and I've had long conversations with him. And I think his dad always wanted him to go to law school. So I think the dad bought him the course to prep him for law school. And let me tell you, when he gets to law school, he is just going to have such an advantage. He is just going to crush. He's going to be top of his class. I have great hopes for one of our students who's thinking about going to law school. So that's another, if you're interested in most of our students are just people who are interested in law and really want to know it in depth. But if you're going to law school, or if you have a son or a child that wants to go, then that's something you can also think about doing.
Yeah, so we were talking about this yesterday, but Steve knows, of course, and me as well. When we took criminal law in law school, it was the first time we'd ever seen criminal law.
Right.
So it's your first exposure. You're kind of going to the class naked, so to speak. If you've taken a criminal law class first and then you take criminal law in law school, you will kill it. You will absolutely crush that class.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly right. So it's a lot of fun, and we've only got 3 or 4 modules left. And so I've got more information than I can pack into these last classes, but I'm going to do my best to give them the best that we have to offer. So,
and I should mention, we will continue to offer this semester's class in a recorded format for folks who want to take advantage of that opportunity as well. But we'll be marketing all that soon enough. All right, let's see. Anything? I'm glad you could make it, Steve. I know you have other commitments today.
Well, I've only got about an hour.
Okay.
I'm looking at this, but I did want to come in, and because this trial is fat. This is a great trial you're covering. I don't know, where did you find this trial?
One of the other guests we had on yesterday, Law Talk with Mike, invited me on his show a couple of days ago to talk about this trial. I had not heard of it myself. Unfortunately, I didn't see his invitation until it was too late to join him, but it brought the trial to my attention, and that's when I started covering it. But otherwise, I hadn't heard about it. I'm frankly surprised it hasn't gotten more coverage.
Well, I'm wondering about the local politics here, because why is it they're bringing this case and not the Baldwin case? Because this case, I'm still waiting for the state's case, because
Right.
we're 4 or 5 witnesses in, and they haven't established anything regarding rebutting the self-defense claim. They've established self-defense, but they haven't done and shown any substantive evidence to rebut the claim of self-defense that I've heard. Have you heard anything?
No, nothing. I mean, again, nothing but these kind of some skepticism expressed about it. But that's not
innuendo. They're innuendo. They're saying, well, they're trying to paint this picture, right? But it's all innuendo. And I'll tell you, the key bit of defense evidence that they brought up at opening is that cap of the scope that is underneath the body, because they're going to say, well, the weapon in his hand was planted,
right?
But that scope item underneath the body that's a pretty critical piece of evidence. Talk about that, because that's fascinating.
Yeah, and the defense, their opening statement made a big deal about it. So this rifle that the men were fighting over, that was used to kill the victim here, the defendant's rifle, had a scope on it. The scope had caps over the lenses, as is pretty common. Apparently, one of the caps had actually been electrical taped on because he had just mounted the scope to the rifle, and during the struggle. Of course, the defendant is claiming there was a struggle over the rifle. That's part of his self-defense narrative. During the struggle, the scope cap came off, and it was ultimately found under the victim's body with blood on it, which would be consistent with a struggle, but would not be the kind of evidence you would expect someone to plant
Right.
if they were just trying to, fabricate a scene of self-defense. So I think it's, as Steve says, quite a compelling bit of evidence, and the defense does too. They talked it up quite a bit in their opening statement.
And there was one other bit of evidence that, again, is pro-defense. Now, I talked a little bit last time about how bullet trajectories through bodies is a very nebulous thing. You
never know where the bullets are going to go.
Right.
Ever.
However, they are saying that there's because they were saying that the gun was fired in an upright type position and fired into the roof. And so the trajectories of the bullet, that can have meaning and that can have significance. So if what they're saying is bullets are shooting this, because there were 10 shots fired.
Right.
And so if there's like going this way and this way and this way and this way, that is inconsistent with somebody assassinating. That is consistent with a struggle and the firearm going off as the two are struggling. Nobody would start shooting like bang, 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 right? So that's another bit of evidence that I think really favors the defense.
Yeah, very, very much so. And I should say, too, of course, that nobody knows what really happened. There was only the 2 men in the room, right? One's dead. The other is the defendant. So no one will ever know with absolute certainty what happened. We almost never know in trials. So certainly I don't know, and Steve doesn't know. So all anybody can do is look at the evidence that's available, apply the appropriate law to the evidence at the appropriate legal thresholds. In this case, the state's burden to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the legal outcome. Does the legal outcome reflect what actually happened? Who knows? But we don't have a magic ball that tells us what happened with any absolute certainty. All we can do is apply the legal process and come to a legal conclusion. And so far, the state's not done a damn thing to advance their burden to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, last thing before we start, the gratuitous grifting has to occur, folks. That's how we do all this content. For myself, I have, of course, my book, The Law of Self-Defense, available to you for free. We just ask that you pay the shipping and handling, or you can buy it on Amazon. They'll charge you $25 or whatever they charge. Don't do that. Get it from us. Free. It's a real physical book. Law of Self-Defense Principles. You can get it at lawofselfdefense.com/free book. Free book. Easy enough to remember. And Steve has a book of his own.
I do. Well, and it's Mr. Branca encouraged me, so he gets a lot of credit. In fact, he wrote the foreword. And I will tell you that I only
honored to do it. Honored.
Yes, I only have a few more of these books left, and I'm going to tell you a secret. Can I tell you a secret? Don't tell anybody, all right? I only have a few more of these left, and when these sell out, you will never see this edition again. I'm gonna reprint it, and I'm gonna have to get a new ISBN number because I'm adding a chapter.
Ah, yeah, you will. Right. So it's a new book.
So I'm gonna be adding, and I'm gonna update the cover. But this, I designed that cover, isn't it? I think it's kind of cute. So if you want the collector's edition, first edition, you got to get it now because once they're gone forever. So I thank you guys. Your people came through, and I actually sold a bunch of. I've only got a few more left. So, and I'm going on vacation, and once I'll have to reorder when I get back. So there might be a stocking issue, but it's been great. I really and. You know, people say, where did this come from? Because I'm so head in the clouds, academic professor type, you know. And I went and saw Andrew, and he's like, why don't you have something to sell? And I'm like, I don't know. And so he's like, well, what about all those articles? Those are great. Put them together in a book. I'm like, you think so? I should. And so thankfully it's in the black and I'm not losing money. I was going to print it myself and lose money, but I haven't lost money. I made about $800, $900. So it's great. And I really like the feedback. People have been very nice. So anyways.
Well, it's a great book. And you know, first of all, it's a great achievement. I tell people all the time to do things like take their expertise and put it into a book so they can share it with the world. And they never take my advice. But Steve actually did. And now you have a book. You're an author and you made $800. That's found money. It's like you found a paper bag with $800 in it. How awesome is that?
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And it's neat. I mean, the fact is that I teach our trial division. And one of the things I'm going to do is maybe I shouldn't, maybe I should sell him, but my elected public defender is so good. He supports me in everything I do. So I'm going to give a lot of our trial team copies of the book because this is kind of a handbook for a lot of issues that our trial division deals with maybe I should say once in a while. And when it comes up, it's a very complex question. So a lot of these articles are direct answers to trial division questions that I have researched and answered.
What you should do, Steve, is go full law professor, do a criminal law advanced class and make that the textbook and make the students buy your textbook, right? That's what the professors do.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We'll see. I don't think so, but I'm incorporating some of the ideas in here. I am incorporating in the criminal law class. I can't say I've required it though, but I mean, it's all criminal law. So it's interesting stuff. And there's some other stuff in here too that might be of interest, like how to interact with the police, book recommendations. There's some other stuff in here that are beyond, but this is really for anybody. So anyway, thank you everybody for buying it. And is this trial starting up? I thought it started at 1, or is the trial already going?
No, we're catching up. So we're watching content from the end of 2 days ago, and then we're going to go through yesterday's proceedings. So what we're seeing is not live.
Okay. Hey, you know what? I want to shout out to Shane Sousa. I'm a chat guy. I came from the chats, and Shane Sousa is a great guy, man. He not only does he plug, I don't even know, but this guy is amazing. I think he just volunteers his time to do this.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, we did some modest things to thank him for his effort, but really he's volunteering his time.
Yeah. So everybody thank Shane Sousa in the chat for being there. And he bought my book even, which, what can I say? I'd probably give it to him for free if he really asked, because he's such a nice guy and he does do his work in the chats for us.
All right, so we started with the opening statements, of course, from the state, which was terrible, the defense, which was pretty sound. We had the first witness was a former, very young-looking cop whose state witness, very unimpressive. Then we had the older lady who was helping to facilitate the real estate transaction between these two men, a very unimpressive witness. Then we had the gentleman who was riding his motorcycle in the area and encountered the defendant, called 911. I mean, he was, I guess, fine as a witness, but he didn't say anything to undermine the defendant's claim of self-defense. Then we had another police officer, part of the investigative team. I may be getting the order of the witnesses wrong, right, but it's fine. He was unimpressive, except as Steve noted, he liked to do the police trick of answering a question and then adding a bunch of opinion stuff after it to kind of color his testimony in a way favorable to the state. Like he came across the defendant's car and he characterized it as blocking the road, as if the defendant was trying to block police access to the scene of the crime, where the defendant had left the scene of the crime to find the police, to call the police.
Right, and the police came up on him like this, and he's there, and they say, "Stop, get out of the car." So you stop and you get out of the car, and then it's like, "Oh, he's blocking us," right? I mean, come on, it was ridiculous, gratuitous thing, but that's the kind of thing you see a lot, and I really don't like that kind of testimony out of law enforcement officers. I used to train them when I was prosecuting to testify, and I would squash that because I say, "Do not do that. It's not fair. You are a witness. Your job is not to be the prosecutor," but it shows their bias.
Yeah,
they want to get the guy,
And then very humorously, that same officer was used to introduce a bunch of physical evidence, the rifle, which was in a box, some ammo, the clothes the defendant was wearing at the time. And he went through this very lengthy process of cutting open the box that the rifle was in with scissors, with a knife, wearing blue gloves that he kept tearing, getting his DNA all over the evidence. I mean, it was
like he's doing like
yeah, somebody should clip out that portion and play that Benny Hill music behind it, and that would be very funny.
And then he did the whole
speed it,
pointing at the gun thing without clearing
the gun at the courtroom, at the lawyers. Very, very funny. But that's about where we are now. So we're going to continue now with the second day of testimony. Just we're well into the afternoon. The court just came back from its afternoon break. We're going to see the judge is standing up at the bench because where's my mouse? Because I have too many screens, I can never find my mouse in now. Because the jury's being brought back in, and let's see. Let me pull up that screen so we can go ahead and get. That's not it.
And we have been playing this at like 1.25, so it's
right.
If people sound like they're a little fast, it's because it makes it go quicker.
No closed captioning available, folks. Sorry about that. I would do that if they had it, because I know some of you like to listen with the sound off if you can, but it's not available. All right, you ready, Steve?
Yes, I will just tell if you do order my book, I won't be able to mail them out until next week because
you told them where to get it, right?
Yes, and I already got a couple orders, so
okay,
just want to let people know. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Maybe seated. Okay, defense, you may cross-examine this witness.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Get settled here a little bit. Okay. So now you testified on February 29th, 2020, that Lieutenant Tomlinson contacted you and asked you to go out to the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And you had to meet a deputy kind of away from the property to escort you to the property.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because this is so far out there, you couldn't have really found it without someone who knew the way to show you.
Correct.
Okay. And by the time you arrived, do you know what time you arrived on scene?
Like I said, about 7:30 is when I got the general area. I believe I was on peak.
So this is the same cop who was cutting open the box, who was shading his testimony, and this is cross-examination now by the defense.
And one thing that the state is doing.
Oh, darn it. Oh, for Pete's sakes. All right.
I'll just tell.
Make your comment, Steve, and I'll fix this.
Well, one thing the there's a lot of testimony about whether it was dark, how much time it went on. And let's just compare this to the Brooks trial, because the Brooks trial, the state had some two great demonstrative aids that made it very clear about what was happening and how it happened. Here, they've got this very simple timeline that they could lay out. They've got a CAD report. They could put all the timings on about when things happen, when sunset is, but it's just kind of blasted up there, and it's completely confusing about the timing. So I'm unimpressed by the state here on this point. Now, the state just doesn't have a case. It's not that the lawyers, that's something that the lawyers could do. Most of the problems with the state case is the fact that they don't have a case so far, not that they're necessarily bad lawyers.
Right. We don't have Elaine Bredehoff here. We just it's they don't have much to work with. All right. Sorry about the confusion with the screen, folks. Here we go.
Away from the property to escort you to the property.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's because this is so far out there, you couldn't have really found it without someone who knew the way
New
to show
Mexico
you.
is a pretty liberal state.
Okay. And by the time you arrived, do you know what time you arrived on scene?
Like I said, about 7:30 is when I got the general area. I believe that's Cabazon Peak. And then from there, they drove me from that to the house.
Okay, around 7:30 p.m.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I said approximately 8 o'clock is my guess.
Okay. So around 8 p.m., you actually get over to the ranch area.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And is that when you first made contact with Mr. Cummings, or what time did you first make contact with him?
I didn't make contact with him for a little bit after. I was talking to the deputies that were on scene first. They're kind of giving me the rundown of what they had, where they had it, who, what, when, where, why, and whatnot, and told me that EMS was already on the way and why.
Okay. So 8 p.m. or so, you actually arrive at the ranch. You talk with the deputies. Do you have any idea of how long it took for the EMS to arrive?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Would it be in the CADs?
It should be when they dispatched it.
Okay. If I were to approach you with the CADs, do you think you could help me find that?
I can try.
May I approach the witness? I'm going to take a look. You can read those better than I can.
See where they said had them staged somewhere, which means have them wait somewhere. But I don't see where it says arrived.
What time did they say to stage the EMS?
The EMS have EMS staged.
And the state has so little to work with that during their opening, they emphasized that this was a leap day because the shooting occurred on February 29th. Like that would be relevant to any legal issue in the case.
Well, and where the timing might be relevant
when EMS arrived, or
I don't
is the spray and how much time he has to recover from being sprayed or even chemically touched by this mace.
Right, the time interval between exposure and when the police arrive on the scene.
Which is like an hour, which is plenty of time to wash your face and recover. He should have this.
Just give me through. I don't see it.
no? Okay. May I approach to retrieve it?
What's he doing? They didn't prepare him.
Actually,
well, this is the
this
defense
cross, of course. Yeah,
but still, look.
Tom 212 and the detective at 2028, but I don't know where that's referring to.
So 2028, 28.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's something different.
yeah. You have to remember, New Mexico is between California and Texas, so it's like a catch filter.
Catch filter.
You know, I don't know.
So where it says start EMS to meet T212, who's T212?
I don't know who Tom 212 is.
Okay.
I assume that's a Deputy Gutierrez.
Okay.
I'm guessing because if it's saying her and detective.
So it's according to the CADs here at 2028, suspect is complaining of heart problems, possibly being contaminated with some type of gas on his face. And then it says start EMS.
Oh,
Okay.
So that's at 2028. So that's 8:28 p.m.
Okay. Yeah.
So does it seem likely that EMS arrived after that?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after 8:28. So if they're getting dispatched at 8:28, how long do you think it takes for them to arrive?
I couldn't tell you that answer. Depends on where they're at, what they're doing, call volume.
Okay. Do you think maybe after 9 p.m.?
Possibly. I'm not going to guess.
Okay.
Well, they weren't there in 5 minutes.
And it was after EMS saw Mr. Cummings that you and Deputy Gutierrez took the photos of him that we've seen.
Correct. We waited till after he was seen.
Did you make contact with him before EMS saw him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay, so you waited till after EMS checked him out.
That is correct.
Okay. What time do you think you actually first spoke with him?
I couldn't even give you a guess, to be honest with you, because if I can't tell you what time they got there, I can tell you.
Okay. So maybe no earlier than 9:30?
Sounds good.
Well, I guess you can take a guess.
Do you know what time the altercation between Mr. Cummings and Mr. Arriola occurred at?
No, I don't know the exact time that it started.
Okay. So you're the one who went over and retrieved the clothing from the back of Mr. Cummings' truck.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
All right. And I think you said that it was wet to the touch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was it damp or wet?
Wet and damp is still the same. It still has liquid on it. So either or, it had to be put in paper. So because if not, then you get mold or whatever on plastic.
Okay. Do you know how long the clothing had been sitting in the back of that pickup truck?
No, ma'am.
All right. And then you saw the firearm that was leaning against the porch?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. And the magazine had already been removed from the firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you inspect the firearm?
No, ma'am, I did not.
All right. Now,
You'd think
you're the one
somebody
who
would
tagged
clear
the
the
firearm
chamber on
into
the
evidence,
rifle.
though, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so this is the firearm that you tagged in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, it's already been published to the jury, but with the court's permission, Your Honor, I would actually like for the detective to take the rifle and give the jury a closer look at it.
That'd be fine. Make sure that rifle is safe, okay?
Yes, sir.
That's
It's cleared. It has I left the piece in the middle.
Yeah, you can trust him. The guy who can't open a box. He was waving the muzzle all around the courtroom yesterday. And I didn't see him check the chamber then. Okay, come on, dude.
So now, what I would like for you to do for the jury, so that this doesn't let them see both sides.
If that's that giant bailiff in the corner, I wouldn't want to be muzzling him with a rifle. Oh no, it's an old lady.
Yeah, I was muted. I had all kinds of wisdom here. No, you should always, you make it a habit to clear that rifle every time.
Every time you touch it.
Every time you touch it.
Yep.
It's a bad habit he's got. And that's how, the thing is that you do things over time. Like, oh, I know this is unloaded. I know it's unloaded. I know it's a boom, right?
The old lady just moved. She rolled her chair over. I don't blame her.
It's a binger detective here.
So we can't see this, folks, because they're not going to pan the camera over to show the jury. So
Now, why do you think the defense team is showing the firearm? Maybe the scope issue, or
I don't know.
because
I don't know what they're going to make of it.
yeah, it'd be interesting to see how they tie this in, what they're going to observe about.
They're
the gun.
pretty, I mean, physically substantial, robust rifle.
Wonder if
Maybe
the
they
chat-
give them a sense of the dynamics of two grown men fighting for control over it.
that could be.
Sir, can you take that? Now, detective, taking a close look at that firearm, would you agree with me that there is some sort of dried substance or dried spatter on the
spatter,
firearm?
yeah.
Okay. And is it on both sides?
They showed a photo of this in their defense opening. They're suggesting it's the pepper spray, the mace residue. Frankly, to me, it looks like it could be almost anything. It could be gun oil. It could be, and I don't know if it was tested so that we know what it is.
But if it wasn't tested, that's
Yeah.
on the state.
That's on the state, right? Right. Any ambiguities should be interpreted in favor of the defense.
If you agree that there is some kind of dried liquid
I got a hell of a scratch there.
The firearm. Thank you, sir. Now, I do actually have a couple more questions if you want to just take it over to the stand. What is the tip of the firearm called?
Well, that's a flash suppressor.
Flash suppressor area?
Yes,
Okay. And could you just hold it up for us? And can you just describe what it looks like at the tip?
Circular has exit points for the gases.
Okay. How many exit points does it have?
This one has 5.
5. Or do they go all the way around the circumference of it,
No,
or
they do not. Only the top.
only the top? Okay. Thank you, sir. I think I'm done with it. I appreciate it.
I should pick up one of those. Those are nice rifles. I've shot them at the Sig Sauer Academy.
The advantage is they have a piston drive and not a blowback. So
Yep.
it's, yeah.
They stay much cleaner.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I should set up an affiliate program with SIG. I carried their pistol. I'm recommending their
You
rifle.
said that this was the can of mace that was tagged into evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
You did not actually retrieve this from the home, is that correct?
No, ma'am, I did not. State police did.
Did you inspect the can?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You did not. Okay.
It was in a sealed bag when I received it.
Okay.
So what is? Oh, that's the mace.
That the state police passed off to you to tag into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does
It looks like
there's
it looks
some
like Saber.
kind of residue on the inside of this?
It looks
Talking
like
about
this.
on the ejection port where it's coming out?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
But Saber's a different company than Mace.
Now, the rifle had a cap on the scope, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe that was also tagged in?
Yes, ma'am. There was
I
one
can
that
turn up
was
the court
with the rifle, and the
court
other one
audio.
was found underneath it.
Right, so there was a cap on
I
either
think.
end of the scope?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The,
They're stepping away from the microphones, folks.
where was that located?
And there's a buzz in the courtroom. So when I crank up
The
the
one that's
volume,
inside the box is still in there.
This one was tagged separately.
Where it was located, I could not tell you. State police would have to answer that.
Okay. Is this cap broken?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where the electrical tape came from?
Based on pictures, it was what was holding that cap on, is my guess.
Okay. At the time, though, that this was recovered, was the cap still on the rifle or was it off?
I cannot answer that. I didn't do that. That would be,
That's state police?
yes, ma'am. I did not process any of that.
Okay. Did the electrical tape come like this when you received it?
It was already that way, correct?
Well, that's the state police about that.
And part of this, the attorney's talking away from the mic, so it's
Yeah.
ambient.
when she steps back up to the mic, she's going to be loud.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Yeah, I'm going to turn that back down some, folks. We got too much.
I didn't do that. I haven't marked it yet. Can you look at that bag and tell me what it is?
It says it's black sunglasses.
No,
And
ASC
do you know where that
doesn't-
came from?
Palm is a separate
Says It
company.
was located halfway by entrance, hallway by
Palm
entrance.
pepper spray.
Is this something you tagged into evidence?
I tagged it in. State police recovered it and sealed it.
Okay, so the state police recovered it as part of their search. They handed it off to you. You tagged it in.
That is correct.
Okay, and that would be the same process you used for all of this other
Most of it,
evidence?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, that's true. There were a couple of things that you actually tagged to
Yes, ma'am.
that you had located. Okay, so that pair of sunglasses were handed off to you by state police to tag in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do we have the scissors?
I have scissors still.
You have
here.
scissors?
Yes,
Could you open that?
I get the coveted scissors endorsement.
Yeah, right. Well, he managed to open that envelope without cutting any of his fingers off. Oh, but he forgot to put gloves on. Yeah, the rifle is a SIG 5.56. It's definitely not the M400, which is a traditional AR pattern design.
Okay. Now, those sunglasses, are those the sunglasses that the state police handed to you?
Yes, ma'am. They were in the sealed package.
Okay, and those were tagged into evidence in relation to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
At this point in time, the defense would move for the admission of those sunglasses as, I guess, Defendant's Exhibit A.
They'll be admitted as defendants A.
Yeah. Where are we putting them?
First piece of evidence from the defense.
Looks like damaged sunglasses of some sort.
May I approach with a exhibit?
I like how this courtroom is being managed. It's very clean.
Yeah, it is.
efficient.
Yep.
This is more of a typical courtroom. I mean, what's going on here? We see these
No, you didn't
crazy
actually recover
trials.
Those sunglasses, though,
No, ma'am, I
correct?
did not.
Especially during the COVID era, or where they bring in 15 lawyers in the prosecution team. You know, they don't they don't have room to put them all. No plexiglass, at least. I mean, it's ridiculous they have a mask, but
Did you ever actually enter the trailer?
it looks like
Only
that.
for the exit walkthrough.
Okay, and what is an exit walk?
That's where they walked me through everything that they found on scene and what they had, such as they pointed out bullet holes, location of Mr. Ariano, where they found it, and then they walked me through all the evidence that they had.
Okay. And did you take any photos?
No, I did
Okay.
not.
I think it was Deputy Gutierrez who was.
That is correct.
Okay. And were you wearing any recording devices that night?
No, ma'am.
That's a no?
That is correct. No.
Nobody.
Nobody.
And you said you went to OMI to attend the autopsy of Mr. Arriola?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you take anything into evidence from OMI?
No, ma'am. They sent that to us.
Okay. Let me just review my notes. And I apologize if I asked you this already. Did you inspect the firearm?
No, ma'am. I did not touch the firearm in any way, shape, or form.
No. Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
State and redirect.
Yeah, someone needs to throw a brush at the state table
I
there.
just have a couple of questions for you, Detective. On cross-examination, you were asked some questions, and you were asked to show the rifle to the jury.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to see some sort of markings or what appeared to be some sort of substance on the firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if that could have been gun cleaning oil?
Could have been.
Could it have been hairspray?
Yes, ma'am. Could have
Could
been
it-
anything. It's a white in color substance if you're not talking about what's around one of the bolts, which looks like possible gun oil.
Could it have been any, was it ever tested?
No, ma'am. I don't think it was.
All right, well, that's against the
Oh,
state.
terrible.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, ma'am.
Terrible. You got to be careful of a burden shift here too.
Yeah, that's a good point, Steve, because that's what they're doing, right? They're acting like the defense would
No, ma'am. I don't
be
think
expected to act, like the burden's on the other party.
It's a murder case and they didn't test. That's the defense. That's bad.
And sir, you testified on cross-examination about the ejection port on that, I believe is how it was phrased.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please describe to the jury what you observe on that?
It looks like it's rusted and something's caked all over it, possibly dirt or debris of some type.
Does it appear to have a dye on it?
I have to pull it up and Google it. It'll tell you if it has dye in some type of dye in it.
Are you familiar with mace
How would you
products
Google it?
containing
Google's
dye?
going to tell you if it's evidence?
A lot of civilian market ones do.
And what color is on that port?
Like a reddish. It's like rust colored.
Okay. And I don't think I have any further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down. You may be subject to recall. Okay, so don't discuss your evidence with anyone or your testimony with anyone, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
You know, the defense really needs to have a special jury instruction about this.
Yeah.
I would think about failure to evidence is on the state.
The state calls Carlos Herrera.
Waiting for the defense motion when the state rests. Your Honor, this is bullshit. This whole case has been nothing but bullshit from beginning to end. This is a travesty.
That's no. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give the truth and the counsel.
And all these cops have a particular look.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Officer Carlos J. Herrera, New Mexico State Police. Carlos is spelled Carlos. Middle initials J as in John. Last name is spelled Herrera.
And you stated that you work for the New Mexico State Police.
That is correct.
Are you a full-time sworn, salaried, and commissioned peace officer, sir?
Yes.
How long have you been with the New Mexico State Police?
Right about 10 and a half years.
Did you work in any other law enforcement entity prior to your time with State Police?
No.
And what is your current assignment?
Right now I'm assigned to the Armory at the Law Enforcement Academy.
Okay. Tell us what you do at the Law Enforcement Academy.
Well, I'm in charge of, I'm one of the 2 armors we have at State Police. So we order weapons, fix weapons, order ammunition. Matter of fact, I'm in charge of the taser program there as well. There's lots of little things we do, but our main job is supplying the field with the weapons and ammunition and fixing them if they have problems.
Okay. Do you assist with training cadets?
Sometimes, yes.
What was your assignment in 2020?
In 2020, I was part of the New Mexico State Police full-time crime scene unit.
Okay. What does the crime scene unit do?
So the State Police crime scene unit, what we do is we investigate and process scenes as far as for any violent crime that we're called out to assist for. So in this case, we were called out to assist the Sandoval County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. How long have you been doing that type of work?
At that time, it was a little over 2 years on the crime scene unit.
And do you have any specialized training to be a member of the crime scene unit?
Well, during the time of the crime scene, the first year you're on crime scene, thank you. It's a 1-year FTO program. So for 1 year, you're with a training officer. So you'll get up to 450, 500 hours of training, whether that be on the job training, in-house training from New Mexico State Police, or outside training, going to classes out of state or in state.
So part of the field training is also some classroom component.
Correct.
Okay. Did you participate in training in regards to the collection of evidence?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Collecting evidence on scene is just part of the crime scene job. So anytime we go to a scene, if we're going to process or collect evidence, we photograph it, right? We package it and then seal it. And, then we enter it into our evidence database. So we know exactly what it is, on top of having a photo of exactly what piece of evidence it is.
And depending on the type of evidence, depends how you process or collect that.
Correct.
evidence.
Every scene's much different so everything, it's dependent on the scene.
And have you received any training in regards to trajectory?
Yeah, at that point we had received classes on trajectory, so on and so forth.
What is trajectory and what's it used for?
Well, trajectory in this case, well, not in this case, in other cases, or when we're trained, it allows you to get a direction of a projectile. So for example, if a projectile is discharged from a weapon and it hits a wall, depending how it hits a wall or a vehicle, we're able to get some sort of trajectory and angle, and maybe we can get a distance or an angle or how it was fired from that weapon.
Can you also get which is the entry and which is the exit?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object just to foundation. I think that we need to hear a little bit more about Officer Herrera's training with regard to trajectory.
And that's what I'm looking at.
Go ahead and ask this question.
So tell us about the classes that you did in regards to trajectory.
So the trajectory class, this one was an in-house class by state police officers who have been on the crime scene unit for a while. Most of them are experts in this field, and they teach us as far as, in class trajectory. We actually go out to a range. We'll shoot a car or a door, and they'll show us how to, put a rod through it and get an angle. I've also taken a class with Mike Haig. He's based out of Albuquerque. He has a company that specializes in trajectory. So taking his class, in this class, they teach you everything from, using your f-stop, which is basically utilizing your camera to get the best picture, utilizing it at nighttime, daytime. What are you taking a picture of? This whole room? Are you getting a close-up? There's many variables to a camera. I mean, there's a lot to learn, but we learned it. I mean, if we take a picture at nighttime, how do we get a picture, especially when there's no ambient light, to make it look like it's daytime? And there's the stuff you can do with a camera to help you with that.
How many crime scenes have you worked that involved?
That's a weird line of.
He's not really an expert.
Cases. I don't know.
So he took a class and shot
140
some
of them.
bullet.
We're always taking photographs. Somebody's always taking photographs.
I
What's
mean,
the
this
process
is
for
very
taking
low.
photographs of a scene?
Well, so the initial photography of a scene, is getting your initial photos. So in this case, Edgar Lemus was assigned to take photos. So he took photos of the scene, which are overviews, just to show the scene as is without anything being touched or photographed by me or anything. So we just take overview photos of the entire scene before we actually move in and start
The
processing.
defense is probably
So do you do
setting up
overall
their
photos,
defense
mid-range,
expert
and
who's
then
going to
close-ups?
crush it
Correct.
with credentials.
Have
Maybe
you
his
undergone
teacher.
training in regards to blood pattern?
Yes, there is BPA, blood pattern analysis training as well.
Tell us about that.
BPA training is another in-house training that's done by another agent who is also an expert in this. And, it's, I believe, a 2-week training course, and then there's more training on top of that.
So a lot of this training he's talking about, folks, this is not like you get a PhD in blood pattern analysis. This is 2 weeks where cops spend most of the time drinking coffee and telling cop stories to each other. And
Yeah.
there's very little learning. There's no like examination at the end. There's no testing of acquired knowledge. It's very pro forma.
Yeah, this is pretty weak as far as expertise. I expect the defense is wanting to show how weak he is on his expertise, so that when they bring in their expert, he's going to swamp this guy. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what he's going to testify to exactly. Blood spatter evidence is very suspect. Now, the trajectory evidence is pretty clear. I mean, they shoved dowels through holes, but
Right.
defense needs to be. I don't know. They may have been a Daubert hearing. I don't know if this is a Daubert Fry state, but there may have been a hearing about expertise and expert testimony on this issue pre-trial. But we'll see what he has to say.
And it allows us to learn how to look for blood, what blood tells you as far as the scene. Was blunt force trauma, was there a high-powered weapon used? Did the person fall? The blood will tell you the story of what happened sometimes, depending on the case.
Okay. And how many crime scenes have you worked that involved blood pattern?
At least 50 to 75. I don't know off the top of my head.
I feel obliged to say a lot of this quote unquote science they talk about in this forensic stuff, I think is complete bullshit. It's not verified in any rigorous way. It's people have a hypothesis about how things should work, but it's never really tested. But it just sounds good in court when you talk about it in front of a jury. Like Steve said, blood pattern is very, very iffy. Lots of this stuff is iffy.
And have you received any certifications related to your field?
Yeah, we get certificates that we've completed those fields satisfactorily. I mean, before we're able to go on to crime scene and become a crime scene manager.
And have you successfully completed all of those certifications?
At the time, I did, yes.
Okay. And have you attended any additional or national trainings related to criminalistics?
I went to a crime scene management course in Hobbs, and then I took a Mike Hagg's course in California. That was based off trajectory. That was a trajectory course.
How many major crime scene investigations have you been the lead on?
Probably about 5.
Oh,
And how many times have you had to testify in court for those major crime scene investigations?
I've had
3. This is the third one.
Okay. How many major crime scene investigations have you been secondary or assisted on?
30, 40. I mean, a bunch.
Before we get into this scene, can you just tell the jury what's the first step that the state police does when they arrive to a scene to process it? After you get a warrant, of course.
So when the state police gets called to process a scene, the crime scene manager, and every scene has a different crime scene manager. So in this case, I was a crime scene manager, so I let Agent Lemus know at the time, excuse me, that he was going to take all the photos. So what he does is we don't enter the scene. We don't touch the scene at all. He'll go and take all his overview photos of the entire scene. We don't touch any evidence. We don't look for evidence at that time. This is just overview photos of the scene. And the reason we do that is just in case, if a piece of evidence is accidentally kicked or moved or somehow, gets run over by a car, when we go in, we look at the overviews before and we know it was right there, right? We don't take any cars in. So that's why we parked outside of the gate and Agent Lemus took all his overview photos before we entered the scene.
Okay, well, let's talk about February 29th then. Tell us what happened. How did you get notified?
Usually this time, my supervisor at the time called me and said that there was a scene in San Luis, New Mexico, and it would be a death investigation. And it was off of US 550, but the problem was there was no address and there was no cell phone service. So trying to get there would be hard. So we had to wait for deputies. I think the intersection of US 550 and State Road 279.
Okay. What time did you receive that call?
Probably like 8:30, and I probably arrived there by about 10.
Were you at home when you received this call?
Yes.
What information did you have about the call?
The only information I received at the time when I was going down there, so I was given a contact for Lieutenant Frank Thomason at the time, who was the point of contact for me. So I contacted him, and he advised me that there was a death investigation at a property in a mobile home, and that he was told that the victim, there was a deceased male inside the house, and the person in this case said that he shot him in self-defense because he had been maced.
So you have this information, and then do you remember what time you met at that meetup spot?
About 10.
10 p.m.
Yes.
And from the meetup spot, what happened?
So once I got to the meetup spot, usually, it takes a while to get a search warrant. So we just waited there until we got a search warrant because we had service there. So I needed to get a copy emailed to me so I could print it out, and then we could review the warrant and then print it out. So if I went to the scene before that, I wouldn't have had that. There's no cell phone service, so I couldn't print it out. So we waited there till about, I believe it was 12:30 on the morning of March 1st. The warrant came in, and then we reviewed it. It was signed by the judge, and then this sudden wind, but it was just a cold night.
Okay. So who arrived with you?
So at the meeting point of 550 and US State Road 279, or State Road 279, it was Agent Edgar Lemus and Agent Michael Bogue met up with us there. And then we all proceeded down to the scene together.
What was Agent Bogue's role in this investigation?
I believe I had tasked her with scanning the scene with the Leica scanner.
So when you arrive on scene, can you tell us what your observations were?
So when we arrived on scene, I know there was a white pickup truck, I believe a Ram pickup truck that was parked near a gate. There wasn't really there wasn't a gate, but there was a fence post that kind of showed where the property line was. It was parked there. It was off. And from that point on, after Edgar Lemus took his initial photographs, overviews, after he was complete, then we entered the scene.
Okay. Can you tell us what happened when you entered the scene?
So after Edgar Lemus took his initial photos, then we do what's called a walkthrough of the scene. So
Okay.
we're gonna look through the entire scene. In this case, the property inside the mobile home to see, what happened or what evidence is inside. And that was myself, Agent Bogue, and I believe Sergeant Griffin at the time.
Tell us about the walkthrough. What do you see when
Thumbs
you
up. Hit
walk
the
out
like
to the
button,
property?
folks. 1,300 of
So we walked up to the property. It was super dark. I don't remember if there was power to the mobile home. I don't remember, but it was really dark.
Hit the like button.
We have flashlights. So I remember walking up to the mobile home, and Sergeant Griffin at the time was pointing out stuff to me that they had seen because they were the initial responders. And then so there was a rifle, AR-15 type rifle, laying outside the porch. It was leaned up against the stairway, and the magazine had been removed from that weapon, and it was put on one of the steps, and that was outside.
Outside the residence?
Correct.
What happened next?
So once we did a walk to the outside, then we went inside. Let me back up a little bit. Sergeant Griffin had pointed out to me that there were some defects on the exterior of the porch. So just for further, for future thought, that there was defects outside. So we saw those, went inside.
What's a defect? Explain to the jury what you mean what a defect is.
A defect is, in this case, there was holes in the side of the porch. It could have, that's what we like to call it, a defect. So in trajectory, if a projectile goes through a wall, we'll call that a defect. Okay. But in this case, I didn't know at the time, so I just called it a defect. That's why.
Okay. So you went inside the residence. What did you observe?
Observed one of the residents. It was really cold in there, super dark. I don't remember if there's electricity. There's no heat inside. Remember, if you go left, there's through the main door. You go left. There's the living room area. There were some beds, a fireplace, and then walked around there. And then we made our way back towards the front door into the room in the front of the mobile home. And when I went into the room, that's where I saw a deceased male laying face down on the floor.
How many bedrooms did this residence have?
Oh, I saw one. I don't remember any other bedrooms. It's been a while.
Okay. And do you know how many exit doors there were on this residence?
I believe there was one, at least two.
Let's back up a little bit. Are you familiar with mace?
Yes.
Have you been maced before?
Yes.
How many times?
I've been maced once, but so in the training academy, we go and watch recruits or any law enforcement officer who's coming through the law enforcement academy, whether it be state police or any other departments, they get maced outside. And so I've been maced once myself in the academy, but I've actually gotten, sprayed from the wind going the wrong way as I'm watching them. So that's directly in the face just once.
Okay, how does mace work?
So
I mean, if I were the defense, I would follow up on this statement he just made. You can get maced incidentally, right? The mace just goes everywhere. If it's not just you get maced in the face and that's the only way to get maced. So if there was an incidental discharge of the mace canister during this fight, the defendant here would have felt the burning and stinging, even if he wasn't doused in the face with the mace.
mace is what they call an inflammatory. What it does is, so I remember, you go when it was time for me to get maced in recruit school, they tell you to close your eyes. They spray you with the mace. You don't open your eyes right away. So you start breathing in, you start coughing. And then you start like I remember it was hard to breathe. And then they say, open your eyes. And once you open your eyes, it's like fire. I mean, I've seen people fight through it just fine. I've seen people drop to the ground and just start screaming because it's horrible. But the reason they do that at the law enforcement academy is to let you know, hey, this is what it feels like. So if you were to get maced, this is how you would fight through it. But it's hard and it burns for a long time.
How many times would you estimate you've been present when mace was used?
At least a half dozen at the academy.
Okay, what about other times?
I can't recall any other times.
Can you describe the scent to the jury?
It's hard to describe. It's like if you inhale pepper, right? You want to, like me, if I inhale pepper, I'll want to sneeze and cough. If you multiply that times 1,000 and you get it in your eyes, I mean, you'll immediately know. If you go in a house that's where there's pepper spray present, or you've been sprayed, or it's there, you're gonna know the scent. And if it's still strong, you're gonna start coughing and you need to get out of there.
How long does the odor last for?
It depends. It could be an hour. It could be 2 hours. It just depends.
Wow. Pro defense.
Smell
Could
good
be
on
an
body?
hour. It took an hour for him to get there.
Yes. And to back up to one time, I do recall that our SWAT team did have to use their OC gas canisters inside a small camper. It was a small little travel trailer. And the suspect eventually came out, but I had to process it.
I'm just going to object to
Yeah.
if we're not talking about mace. If an OC canister is something that's being used by the SWAT team, I don't think that's mace, and I don't think this is relevant.
Let's keep it with mace.
Yes, sir.
And it doesn't, it's completely irrelevant to the facts of this case because we have no idea whether the manner of use of this chemical, whether it's mace or OC, was in any way comparable. Of
Right.
course, you can imagine a situation where the SWAT guys have like fire extinguisher size cans of this stuff they can throw into a room like a hand grenade to drive people out of the room. That's not at all comparable to a handheld canister that might have had an incidental discharge.
And what I think one of the defense theories is that he was striking with the mace can, and it may have instantly discharged at the time, but he's getting beaten. He smells mace, his ears get irritated, and that's when the struggle occurs. So the fact is that I don't think that the defendant ever said in any of these statements that he got sprayed in the face. He was saying that he was being attacked with a can with the right hand, and then maybe it discharged when he was being struck. So this is very
Really a straw man argument by the state that the defense needs to challenge hard because the state's trying to suggest that the defense is claiming he was sprayed full on in the face. Where was all the effect? Where was all the residue? But that's not at all what the defense argument is. And what I was saying earlier, folks, we got over 1,400 people watching on YouTube alone, only 550 likes. Folks, if the likes aren't 50%, there's no reason for me to be here.
oh
So hit the like button, folks, or find something else to do today.
oh. I love y'all anyway.
Let's talk a little bit about this. So, in your observations watching cadets be maced, what's their first reaction?
They scream.
Thank you.
And then what's their next
I see the
reaction?
number
Do they roll
going
their
up.
eyes? Do they?
Well, in this case, they're trying to get a suspect that's in a suit under control. So,
In your observations, at the
the
academy?
initial reaction is either to try to open your eyes and get it out, or just fight your way through it.
What is the effect of water with mace?
So, we were told that you do
Oh,
not want to wash your face.
objection.
Hearsay.
You don't want to wash your face.
Objection,
Up.
hearsay.
Let me rephrase this. In your training at the academy, how does water affect mace?
It'll react.
Objection, hearsay.
It'll
Ah.
reactivate it. Is what it'll do.
I'm sorry.
It'll reactivate it.
How long did the effects of mace typically last?
When I got maced, it was at least a day or two before I was normal again.
Ugh,
What are the physical
what's that mean? Before I was normal again.
characteristics on somebody's person if they've been maced?
He's still
Redness in the face.
5 years later.
And your eyes are swollen.
And in the times that you were present when mace was sprayed or you observed it, is there typically an excess that will drip out of the can?
Sometimes yes, depending on what type of canister you're using.
And I don't know if you're familiar with any store-bought cans of mace. Are you familiar with that?
No, not to the best, no.
Always
Just the ones that are provided to the law enforcement academy.
This is just
When
terrible.
you entered the residence,
So that's
did you smell anything
that's favorable to the defense too. His experience is with a product completely different than the product actually used here. It's not even the same canister, not the same dispenser. It's different than the law enforcement. He just said it's different than what we get in law enforcement. So he doesn't know anything about this canister. Jeepers.
Terrible.
Is the formulation different? Is the way that it dispenses different? Is it a spray or a mist or a gel? Holy crap. I hope the defense jumps all over this testimony.
Well, I'm just doing a quick little Google search. Medical news today. What is pepper spray? Is it dangerous, right? It says you're supposed to wash with soap and water. So I don't know. Maybe I'm flush the area affected with lots of water to wash away the contaminants. Avoid using soap around the eyes as an irritant. So the treatment under medical news today for pepper spray is to flush the affected area with water. I don't know. I mean, what is going on?
I'm looking forward to the defense expert on this for sure.
smelled like mace?
I did not.
And were the doors open or closed when you arrived?
When I arrived, I believe the door was open,
Which door?
the front door.
And are you talking about the front porch or the door to the manufactured home?
The door, to the best of my knowledge, again, it's been 3 years. I think the front door, not the door to the porch, but the door to the mobile home was open a little bit.
We've now repeatedly heard police witnesses unable to recall the detail of the investigation because it was 3 years ago. And of course, that's probably due to COVID and all this kind of delays, but that's bad for the state. These are their witnesses, and they're like making excuses about how long ago the event was and their recollection of it is.
And if it's coming to trial, they should review their reports.
I mean, the one guy who is no longer a cop with the department, he had an excuse, right? I don't have access to those materials in it, but still, they should have prepped them. I mean, the state could have provided it.
This is a murder case.
Right?
So you were telling us about Agent Lemus's overall photos, and those are the photos you said were taken prior to anyone touching the scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, what am I looking at? For these, oh, so they haven't been doing it yet?
Oh, man.
And give me a moment to number these, sir.
Okay.
When you entered the residence, I'll continue asking questions. Was there any heat?
No, not that I remember. It was cold inside the house.
What was the ventilation like?
I don't think there was any. Again, I don't even know if there was power to that residence, but
I'm going to object to foundation.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know anything.
This gentleman showed up 5 to 6 hours later. Is completely irrelevant to anything that we're talking about with regard to Mace. And whether or not the doors were open or not open, 5 to 6 hours later is completely irrelevant.
And Your Honor,
And we also don't have a foundation laid for the ventilation in the trailer because he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
Your Honor, you testified that he went into the trailer, so he would know. And it is relevant.
He just said he
I'm
doesn't know.
That he was maced.
He can testify as to how he found the mobile home and what the condition was with respect to ventilation when he entered the house, that mobile home.
Yes, sir. How long did you spend on scene there?
I don't actually remember the exact time. It could have been 8-10 hours. I don't remember the exact time. It was a while. And
You were there a while. What was the ventilation like while you were there?
I didn't notice any type of ventilation at all.
Steve's got his funky ringtone going.
When you were there, did you notice if any of the windows were open?
I do not recall. I don't remember.
I can pump up the courtroom volume a little bit, folks, but then we get that background humming,
Turner, may I approach?
and they're just not talking into their microphones. Can you tell us whether there was a hairbrush in the cabin?
You know, the thing is that it's no excuse for them to say we're from small town and we're underpaid. I've seen a lot of great detectives and great police officers in small departments who are really on top of their game and know exactly what they're doing. It's no excuse for them to be this unprepared. I'm very unhappy with these police and being their lack of preparedness on a murder case. Say, we don't get paid enough, so I'm going to do my job. What you get paid is independent of what you do as a professional. You do it because you do your best because you're a professional.
And also, all this mess goes against the state. But having said all this, so far, this is a debacle for the state. I mean, this is an awful prosecution, and there's still a prospect this defendant could be found guilty.
And officer, in those exhibits that I handed you, do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are those?
These are photos taken of the scene.
And were you present when these photos were taken?
Yes, I was, yes.
And did you direct Agent Lemus what photos to take?
Not specifically what photos to take, but to take all scene photographs.
Do those photos appear to be the ones taken by Agent Lemus on the date of this incident?
Yes,
Or on March 1st, I guess, when you arrived?
yes.
Your Honor, the state moves admission of exhibits 36, 56.
No objection.
So he actually arrived. This guy arrived on March
Permission to
1st.
publish?
So this event took place like 5 p.m. on February 29th. So he's there 7 hours later.
I'm putting under the document camera state exhibit 36.
Well, I'm glad the defense counsel has looked pretty good so far, because you can't let this stuff go.
And sir, could you please describe what this photograph is?
That looks like an overview photo of the actual scene, the residence at the scene.
And I'm putting under the document camera state exhibit 37. What is this a photograph of?
That's another angle of the residence where the scene was located.
And if you know, whose vehicle is that?
It belonged to Mr. Arriola.
I'll look at that Benny Hill video when this witness is done, Farmhand Tom. I see your comments
What
there.
is this a photograph of, sir?
It's another photo of the Mr. Arriola's pickup truck parked next to the front porch of the residence.
And what is the item on the front porch?
To the left, leaning on the stairs, is a rifle, AR-15.
And is that where you located the rifle when you first arrived on scene?
Yes.
Yeah, they're using an overhead projector. I know, it's crazy.
Putting
But-
under state exhibit
Very, very old school.
Yeah, but it's working pretty good, actually. You got to admit.
Sometimes it wasn't great.
That
The
is a picture
mace
of the
image was not
outside
great.
porch screen door, and then the other door inside is the actual door to the mobile home.
They work okay for nice flat things like photographs.
Yes, those are the doors that we entered through.
Now I'm putting under the document camera state exhibit 40. Can you describe this photograph?
That's the door that leads into the residence, the mobile home. That's a picture from inside the porch, taking a photograph of the door that we entered through in the mobile home.
It's a
And then
bifold
again,
door,
back in the
privacy
restrooms
bathroom.
on the other side of that hallway.
So when you enter into this door, where was the decedent found?
So if you go through the front door or the main door here, and you take an immediate right, there's a room right there, and that's where the decedent was found.
Now I'm putting under the document camera state exhibit 41. What is this photograph of?
So from the previous photo, like if you took a right, it took you to the room where the decedent was located. If you went left, then you went into the living room area, and that's a picture of the living room area.
Very enclosed space.
Yeah. Be a hell of a place to
That's
have
another photograph of the
Fight with a
living room area,
rifle.
showing the other door open on the other side of the mobile home.
So that's the other exit to this mobile home?
Yes.
And I'm putting under the document camera safe exhibit 43.
That's the kitchen area inside the mobile home.
Looks like some of the places I lived in college.
And I'm putting under the document camera safe exhibit 44.
That's a different view of the kitchen area, showing basically where the table's at, where the stove's at in relation to the door, the
Later,
main door that we entered through.
And
Coffee
have you
percolator on the
processed scenes where
stove.
there was an altercation or a fight before?
Old school.
Yes.
How many times?
Right at the top of my head, maybe 3 or 4.
What are common things that you observe in a room when there's a fight?
Stuff gets moved around, stuff gets broken.
Did you observe any of that here?
In this case, to the best of my knowledge, I didn't notice anything that was broken inside the residence or the room that I can recall.
Yes, sir. So I'm putting under the document camera safe exhibit 45. What is that a photograph of?
That's a photograph of the room where the decedent was located.
And
So
is
that's
this
where the
a
fight happened.
photograph?
He is,
Right.
his legs are at the bottom of the photo. He's wearing some brown winter coveralls.
Yeah, what would be disturbed in that? That's a bed.
What is this a photograph of?
Yeah,
That's
what
the
would be
photograph of
disturbed
the
if there
same
was a
room where
fight
the
here?
decedent
What
was
would be
located.
disturbed?
Maybe the lid on the bin would be open. Oh,
That's the
wait.
decedent in the photo, lying face down.
And this is the room as you found it when you guys entered the scene.
Correct. These are all the overview.
The rug
pictures
would be
taken by
possible.
Denise.
Oh, look at there's his hand with the mace in it. See there?
Yeah.
What is this, sir?
The same room where the decedent is located. Looks like a sheet on a bed, and then
You would expect the canister to
Carpet
move
underneath it.
hit
Looks like
the
it's been
ground
opened up.
with it in his dead hand, right? I mean, the guy was shot in the head with a rifle. He's going to be dead when he hits the ground.
it's the same room. That's the bed that's on
When
the
they
other
say
side of the
that
wall.
the spray was no
And,
longer focused
sheet
out,
jackets
pointed out.
and,
Of,
that
sure.
same plastic tote next to the bed.
Like here?
Yes.
This scene is inconclusive for a fight.
Right.
They can't say because there wasn't evidence of a fight didn't occur. There's
It's
no
the picture
objects. There's
of
no
the same bed in the previous photo, just from a different angle.
there's no Hummels.
Right.
So there's a little light at the top.
What is this a photograph of?
Those are the bunk beds located inside the room. Again, taken from a different angle inside the room. And the decedent is located at the bottom right.
Very close quarters. Holy cow.
And the coat, is that still in the photograph?
Yes, that's the same tote.
And the defense says the decedent was between their client and the door. I mean, that's
Same room, just a different angle, showing the
That looks
decedent
like a
in relation to where the door to the room is at.
And can you point to us where that tote was, the rubber tote?
The rubber tote,
Yes, sir.
and I
the
guess
silver one?
they don't have any building codes in New
Point
Mexico.
on the, yeah. And where are the clothing that was hanging on the wall in the other photograph?
It was just right behind it on the wall.
Can you point to it on the photograph for us?
Probably, if this is the wall, probably right here.
And the clothing was still hanging there when you processed the scene?
As is, yeah. That's how we got it when we got there.
Yeah, that's a good point. That heater was probably mounted on the wall, not on the floor like it is now. There's a mark on the wall that looks like that's where the heater would have been
That's
mounted
a
and looked
photograph of
broken off.
the decedent lying face down.
These
in that room.
photos are going to get you
And where is
banned
that
from
rubber
YouTube.
tote in relation to this?
It's right next to his head.
And
I'm sure I've already been demonetized for today's show. It happened so quick. It's like my face appears on the screen and YouTube demonetizes me.
Just
I should
pretty
take
much the same photo, just a different angle, showing the decedent laying face down next to the gray tote with his head pretty much almost leaning on the tote itself.
and is there also a hat in this picture?
There is, it's right.
No,
above his
still
head, a white hat,
monetized.
white ball cap.
Okay, so far.
So far.
I got to go in about 5 minutes too, by the
Sure,
way.
Steve.
There's the pepper spray.
That's a picture of the decedent's right hand. That's where we found what looked to be a black canister or a black bottle of pepper spray or mace. That's the same photo, just in another photo, but just more of a close-up. And that shows the can of mace in the decedent's hand.
Can you describe the can of mace to us?
It's just, it looks like I don't know exactly what brand it was, where it's purchased from, but based off the way it is in the hand, it looks like the nozzle is facing backwards. So
They
it's
should
not facing
know
the right direction.
what the brand is.
So the
Why
way
do they not know the brand?
facing Mr. Arriola?
Yes.
Evidently, there's a bad picture coming up there, Andrew.
Can you also describe what's on the nozzle or sprayer?
It looks like dirt or buildup of some sort from. Just looks like dirt buildup. I'm not too sure, but that's what it looks like.
This is terrible.
Did you
You
spend the
don't know
majority of your time in
anything.
that bedroom?
Know what it
Yes.
is? That's
This is a
long did
murder
you spend in that
investigation.
A good 5 hours at least.
Can you please describe to the jury the bedroom, the size dimensions if you can?
It was a small room for having 2 bunk beds and then another bed on the corner, 3 beds in a small room. It was a very small room.
What would it be the size?
8 by 8, 8 by 10, I'd be guessing, but it was a small room.
It's in evidence. Why do you care? Why are you asking this
How
guy?
many
Here it
people
is.
were able to fit in that room while you processed it?
Well, in this case, I let Agent Lemus do his stuff first, and then I would go in there and do my stuff because we were too close together trying to take our photographs, my photographs and his photographs at the same time, because there was not nearly enough room to be around doing that.
well, both of you would have made 3 people in the room.
And then I'm going to put under the document.
The body was there.
Exhibit 56. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of the AR-15 rifle that was located outside the residence on the porch area.
What are those little green markers?
So whenever we take photos of evidence, when we're entering it, we always take photos with a green marker. That allows us to know which piece of evidence is what. So we don't enter it incorrectly. So in this case, when we go back to our photos, G1, meaning green 1, would be the rifle. G2 or green 2 would mean the magazine itself. So that way, if we have to review our photos to remember which piece of evidence is what, we have a photograph of it.
Hey, Steve, before you go, because I know you have to go momentarily, someone said they sent us a video of the cop opening the box with Benny Hill music. Do you have a link to that?
No,
You don't. All right. So I think, let me take a look. I might have saved it.
Benny Hill music.
Okay. All right. Hold on, folks.
All right. Yeah, I need a comedy to send me off. I got to get going. I've got a plane to catch.
Okay, here we go.
All right. Oh, this farmhand Tom. Yeah, this was a disaster. Look at this. Oh my goodness. I don't hear sound. You have to share. You have to share sound.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point.
When you do the video, like my wife taught me this. When you have to do share sound on there. Click the little button or the little checkbox.
Oh, I did the wrong thing. Okay.
Yeah. I learned this for your class because I had an embedded video in my last class.
All right, here we go. This should. All right, folks, it just goes on for another minute or so.
Oh, that's
All right,
it was. Hey, I got to go.
Yep. Thanks for joining us. Good luck on your flight. Is this your vacation flight?
It is. I
All
got
right,
to
have
go
a
meet
time,
my
man.
wife out. Meet my wife, and so we're gonna have a good weekend. So thank you for letting me on. And
Of course.
this is a great trial you're covering here. This is awesome.
Last, hold your book up one last time, Steve.
Oh.
Let people know where to get it. Last time.
last time. I'm going to have to ship out the ones that people ordered here.
When you get back from your trip.
When I get back. So here, crimelaw.net. Thank you all. Thank you,
Foreword
chatters.
written by
Andrew
I wrote the
Branca.
foreword. Honored to do it. All right, Steve, have a great vacation. Give my best to your wife.
Great. Thank you.
All right, take care, buddy. And then there was one. All right, folks, it's just me now. Let me pull up the rest of this cop's testimony. This will be the last. It looks like we're approaching the last few minutes of testimony from 2 days ago, and then we'll transition into yesterday's proceedings and hopefully catch up by the end of the day. So here we go. Yeah, Steve's great. I'm a fan.
And I'm going to put under the document camera. It's been admitted as State Exhibit 55. What does the debris on the nozzle indicate to you?
Objection, foundation.
He doesn't know what it is. This is insane. He already testified he has no idea what that stuff is. It couldn't mean anything to him. I don't think they can put this defendant on the witness stand because I think he has some mental health issues in his background they wouldn't want exposed, and it would be exposed. If he's a witness like anybody else, and all kinds of things become exposable that otherwise wouldn't as a defendant. This lawyer walking up, this defense lawyer, the taller one, is very good. She's been very good. I mean, she's probably, she comes across as a miserable human being. I mean, you wouldn't want to be in a party with her, but she's a darn good attorney. Yeah, nobody's starving in New Mexico, so that's good. No, I don't think she's hot. I think she's whatever the entry for Karen is in the Encyclopedia Britannica. I'm pretty sure that's or Wikipedia these days. That's what you get, I would imagine. Although I don't think I've seen her face yet. Yeah, I have. Yeah, it's nothing to write home about. It's fine. Of course, they're all wearing the panties on the face. Yeah, cross of this witness. I doubt we'll do it today because there's not enough time left, according to the clock on this video. It may be tomorrow's proceedings, which we'll go right to after this is done. But cross of this witness ought to be brutal. Let's see if I can. Didn't mean for that to start again. Super chats. Someone says, Jeff Pearson, $2, $5 minimum on the super chats, folks. I have to fix that. Analysis and interpretation equals best guess. You know, a lot of guessing going on by these state witnesses when you have to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. Andrew Langsing, $5. Thank you. Still laughing at not testing the spatter on the gun. An airport checked the dust on my shoes after Burning Man. This is a murder case. Indeed. And all these failures undercut the state, which has the burden to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, the defense lawyer looks pretty happy there. Still arguing. Man, this is a judge is shaking his head at the state. Yeah, bitch, take that. Nice try, dummy. See if they move on from that line of questioning. Yeah, these cops aren't up to TSA standards, which is not saying much. She's moving on. No more questions.
You may.
Oh. Yep, she's moving on.
please look through those photos, sir?
Yes.
When the state did their open, it looked to me like the prosecutor had never done an open before. I don't know if it's just that she doesn't want to be there, that this case was dumped on her. She thinks it's nonsense too, but she has to do it because her boss told her. But it was very stilted, reading from a piece of paper kind of opening statement. There was no heart in it at all. No pursuit, passion for justice like you often hear for prosecutors. And of course, that's the first substantive word.
Did you review
that
the
hears.
exhibit states 57 through 77, sir?
I did.
And do you recognize them?
Yes.
What is it?
Those are photos taken of the scene.
How do you know?
These are taken by Agent Lemus.
And do they appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the scene that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves admission of its state's exhibits 57 through 77.
No objection.
They'll be admitted.
Real quick though, Judge, can we approach again?
That's the hearing. Yeah. The state has to be dreading cross-examination of this witness. And I sure hope the Karen on the left does it. I got to find out what her real name is, but I'm just going to keep calling her Karen. Her. I would not want her to be my boss. Come on. All right. Yeah. Like, don't make me go to the judge again. All right. Just don't make me do it. I don't want to hurt you.
Okay. Agent Herrera, let's go through these photos again.
Oh, she sounds tired.
So, tell us how you process a crime scene in which a firearm
Suddenly
is
the
used.
prosecutor sounds tired.
So what we'll do is we'll photograph the firearm. So if the firearm's left on scene, we'll photograph it as is, where it's at, so on and so forth, take photos of it. And then after we got all our photos of it, we'll then retrieve it.
Uh-huh.
We'll take it to usually our crime scene van, and then we'll process it there under better lighting conditions, so on and so forth. We'll take a picture of the gun, all four, depending on how many sides it is, 4 sides. We'll take a picture of the serial number, the make, the model, the caliber. We'll remove the magazine if there's a magazine inside. We'll photograph the magazine to see if there's any ammunition loaded inside the magazine. And then what we'll do is we'll unload the weapon. So we'll to see if there was one actually chambered inside the weapon itself. So sometimes there is, sometimes there's not.
So what are the pieces that you
So, by the way, folks, I just did a quick Google search to see if I could get the name of that lawyer's name. I didn't come up with that quickly, but I did see from March 6, 2020, which is a week after this event, that the defendant here was charged with murder within 6 days of the event.
you're looking for when there's an investigation involving a firearm? What are the components?
Usually we're looking for the gun itself, right? The magazine, the ammunition used, any spent casings that might be on scene.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what a spent casing is?
So whenever a weapon is fired, whether it be a handgun, an automatic weapon, not a revolver, but a handgun or an AR-15 type rifle, whenever there's a round discharge from that rifle, it's going to extract the casing and it's going to fly out either to the right or to the left, depending on what type of weapon you're using. And it's going to fall on the ground, and that's what we call a spent casing, a fired casing.
And what is a projectile?
A projectile is so you got a bullet, right? And on the front of the bullet, it's a piece of copper, depending on what type of bullet it is. It could be, there's so many different types, but the projectile is the actual piece that's fired out of the
Oh, for God's sake.
itself through the barrel.
Projectile is the bullet.
Impacts doors or so on and so forth.
Good Lord. That's the bullet, my friend. The whole thing is a cartridge or a round.
Yeah.
They've been admitted, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry. I'm getting sidetracked here. All right. I'm putting underneath the document camera case exhibit 57.
The bullet's the part of the cartridge that flies out of the barrel.
Can you describe what this photograph depicts, sir?
Looks like there's we like to use disposable rulers, I guess. the decedent's clothing, and it looks like there's a
I will say it's interesting now that they're showing these scene photographs of the victim here. We see a little bit of blood here. There's not a lot of blood in these photos, which is remarkable, really, given he was shot in the head with an AR. I mean, sometimes the head just pops like a balloon. They call it a canoe. So this could have been potentially a gruesome scene with blood and brains everywhere, and it's not. And that's helpful to the defense, because if there was a lot of blood and gore, the state would certainly be using that to emphasize the malice of the defendant here, even though it doesn't change anything legally.
defect on the side of the clothing itself, some sort of defect from something.
Okay. I'm putting underneath the document camera safe exhibit 58. What is that a photograph of?
That's a close-up of the previous photo of the defect located on the clothing of the decedent.
And tell us about the body. Who processes the body of Mr. Arriola?
I might get a strike, but this
So
is already
whenever
on
we go
YouTube.
to a scene where
law and crime
involving any type of death,
with my
we
added
never touch the body.
commentary and analysis.
We don't take anything off the body. We don't move it. We don't roll it over. OMI has strict authority over that body. So
You're
wherever
supposed to
the
be
person
allowed
in
to
charge
show
of OMI comes that day,
when it's
after we're done processing the scene, and it's okay for them to come and, take their photographs, look what they need to look for, then OMI will go ahead and move the body and look for anything, they can find prior to being shipped off to Albuquerque to be, to have an autopsy.
Okay. And was that done here?
Yes,
So you guys take the overall photographs and then OMI takes their portion and then you continue to process the scene. Is that how it works?
correct. And we'll take photographs with OMI, but again, we don't manipulate the body at all until OMI gets there.
Okay. I'm putting underneath the document camera safe exhibit 59. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of the scene after the decedent was transported out of the trailer. That's what underneath there you see the spent shell,
there's the
fire
cap.
casings and the blood underneath the
scope
decedent
of
along with his
the
hat.
frame of the cap, and then
Can
the
you
cap
please,
came off, and it's in the blood
circle for the jury where the spent casings were?
to the right of the
There's-
frame.
I'm putting underneath the document camera safe exhibit. Sorry, is that a little bit?
That I can see, yes. That I can see, yes.
And in this photograph, in relation to the bedroom, where was the plastic bin at?
The plastic bin after we process it, the photos, the gray plastic bin everybody saw was located right here.
So I'm putting underneath the document camera safe exhibit 60. What is this a photograph of?
Another fired casing found on scene.
Was this the only fired casing on that side of the room?
Did I remember? Yes. Did I recall?
How many casings were in the bed? Spent casings were there in the bedroom?
I believe there was 10 or 11. I don't remember the exact number, but it was around 10 or 11.
On the right of this
Looking
image,
at your
there's enough
report, refresh
on
your
its
memory.
side.
Actually, the evidence list, if I
correct
have it
orientation.
on me.
So it was probably knocked off the wall. You wouldn't run it like that.
Can I see what you're going to show him? Just because I think there's a couple of different things.
So to remind you, we are playing catch up. This is the end of testimony from 2 days ago. We have about maybe 20 minutes left here, and then we'll I'll go through the super chats and stuff, and then we'll proceed with yesterday's testimony, which I expect will start with cross of this guy. I can't believe they would have. I don't know why you'd start cross this late in the day. I'd rather start in the morning, so it's all.
Sir,
one
what
shot.
would refresh your memory?
So whenever we enter evidence, we'll enter it as a fired casing. So that way, if I have the evidence list,
The evidence list?
wherever it says a fired casing, I'll just count all those, and that'll tell me how many we retrieved from the scene.
Okay. You're on a minute.
Okay. Per the evidence list, there is 11 casings recovered, fired casings recovered.
Okay. And were all of those, where were all of those casings located or recovered from?
To the best of my knowledge, or my recollection, it's been 3 years, was inside the room where the decedent was located.
Were there casings in any other part of the room?
Not that I can recall, no.
I'm putting underneath the document camera exhibit 61. Can you describe for us what is in this photograph?
That's a different angle of another photo. So where the circle's at, that's where the casing was found there. And then number 15 was on the bed. That's the canister, the bottle of mace that was in the decedent's hand.
Who took it out of his hand?
Well, we'll ask OMI if they want to take it with them or if they want us to keep it, and they allowed us to keep it. So I don't remember if it was one of us who took it out of the hand or OMI, but we do get permission, and then we'll photograph it and package it as evidence.
I'm putting underneath the document camera exhibit 62. And what is this a photograph of?
More evidence located on scene. Looks like I can see about 4 more casings. Want to circle them?
Yes, sir.
Did they leave their blue gloves in the evidence photo?
There's also a piece of the scope there.
And what is that identified as? in the picture?
14, number 14.
What is number 4?
Number 4, oh, that looks like another casing. I'm sorry, it's hard to see on the screen. It's another fired casing.
Okay. Underneath the document camera exhibit 63. What is this a photo of?
Just a different angle of the previous photos showing the relation of evidence. Looks like you can see 3 or maybe 4 more fired casings. So 1 right there, 6, 7. That's all I can see in the photo.
I'm putting underneath the document camera exhibit 64. Same different angle.
Yep, just another photo, a different angle of evidence that was recovered. So another fire casing there.
There was a flip up cover on the scope. So the flip up cover has the part that flips up, and then it has a little frame that is the hinge. The circular thing we're seeing there in the clear space on the floor is the frame that would slide over the front of the scope. The cap, the flip up cap, is just to the right of that in the blood. Might be a little hard to see, but that's what that is.
One there. 2 right there. That's it for fired casings that I can see.
Is this the side of the room that the majority of the fired casings were located?
Yes.
I'm putting underneath the document camera exhibit 65. And what is this a photograph of?
Just another angle of where evidence was located. So number 8 was a fired casing. 10, 11. That's all I can see in this photo from now.
Okay. And I'm putting underneath the document camera exhibit 66. What is this a photograph of?
Looks like a gray coat with a fire casing on top of it, located number 12.
May I have a moment, Chip? And I'm putting underneath the document camera exhibit 68. What is this a photograph of?
Just a different angle of evidence collection where they were located in reference to the room.
Okay, and what is exhibit 18?
18 looks like I believe it was a rifle.
It doesn't know.
I'm putting under document
It doesn't know what it is.
camera exhibit 69. What is this photo of?
It's a close-up view or like a mid-range view of the same photo, documenting the rifle that was located underneath the bed, well, between the bed mattress.
Was that also collected?
Yes.
putting underneath the document camera is exhibit 70. What is this a photo?
The photograph of the black mace bottle that was located in the student's hand, and that was collected too.
I mean, this is ridiculous, folks. They're taking photos of the scene after they've altered the scene and moved stuff around. That's not where the canister was when they walked in. The canister was in the guy's hand, as we already saw. This is what's the purpose of these photos? We moved stuff around the room and then we took more photographs. That's absolutely crazy. And Farmhand Tom, I do see your video and it looks like it's the funny one. So I'm going to play it when we take a break after this witness.
What is this a photograph of, sir?
That is a photograph of the front door where I went into, looking back at the porch.
Okay. And case exhibit 73?
That's a view from inside the porch area, looking back at, you know, the property.
This could be the state image for the state of New Mexico. A lot of New Mexico looks exactly like this room, folks.
And I'm putting underneath the document camera case 76. What is this a photograph of?
That's the picture of the rifle that was collected on scene, the AR-15 rifle.
And there's the electrical tape on the front of the scope that was holding on that lens cover, that flip-up lens cover. So if you're new to our coverage of this, one of the arguments of the defense is that the cover was taped on to the scope, and it was in the struggle, is their theory of the case, their narrative, that the struggle was so vicious that the victim got his hand on the front of the scope and must have ripped the cover right off, and it ended up underneath his body, broken, with the flip-up portion covered in his blood underneath him. Not the kind of thing that one would plant if you just shot and killed someone and you were, you're going to break the cover and slide the lid into the pool of blood. It's not very credible. And yes, I don't know why they keep calling it an AR rifle. It's nothing like an AR rifle, but there you go.
What other items were collected from the scene?
To the best of my knowledge, we had the fired casings, the rifle itself, the magazine, I believe the hat, a piece of the scope that fell off or was on the floor.
Fell off. Was ripped off.
Some swabs, DNA swabs, or swabs of blood.
Okay, tell us how you do that. Tell us about DNA swabs of blood.
So they're not really. So when we process the scene, especially with blood,
he's not really. He was about to say he's
going to process it no matter what. And in this case, I processed the suspected blood stain. So I labeled them SBS, which means suspected blood stain. Okay. As obvious as people might think it is, it's really not. We can't say specifically that it's blood. Only the lab, when we send it to the lab, can tell you, if it's blood or whose blood it is it human blood? So I'll just pick certain areas to get blood swabs. We'll swab them two per, item number. We'll let them dry on a drying table for about 10, 20 minutes, and then we'll package them as evidence, seal them up, and send them off.
And did you do that here?
Yes.
Are you the one who swabs the firearm?
No, we do not process firearms. Only the lab is allowed to process.
By the way, folks, if you look at the side of the scope here, does my little mouse appear on your screen? Yeah, it should, right? You look at the side of the scope, there's a cylindrical thing at the top pointing upwards, and then there's a second one that's facing the camera. That's where you would make adjustments to the scope, point of aim, point of impact adjustment. So the scope is, the whole system is accurate when you fire it at whatever distance you care about. And normally there's a little screw-on cap on those portions of the scope, a protective cap, and you would unscrew the cap. It would expose kind of a screw, and use a screwdriver to adjust the scope. It looks to me, maybe not, but it looks to me almost like the one facing us, the cap is missing, which might also be a sign of a struggle. It's not a very good photograph, though.
Process the firearm for any type of DNA or whatever you want to talk about.
So when you collected this firearm on scene, tell us the process for that.
So with any scene and crime scene, right, you're processing the firearm, and you're always wearing gloves. Okay, rubber gloves. We change them out. We go through about a box of scene, maybe 2 boxes, because we change them out so often. But anytime you're dealing with evidence or anytime you're inside the scene, you're always wearing protective rubber gloves. So if you're processing a weapon, especially in this case, this AR-15, you're wearing gloves. And yeah, that's how we process weapons.
Okay, and then you package it up. It looks like in a cardboard box.
Correct. Yes, correct. We don't remove anything. So like that one had a scope. Sometimes it's hard to package a rifle with the scope on it. So we just, we have stuff that we do, but everything is packaged independently, per whatever type of paper, plastic, whatever it depends.
And do you seal that package?
Yes, absolutely.
And then what do you do with that?
Once the package is sealed and it's dated and signed and initialed, then we'll type it into our evidence tracker database. It'll print us out a little label. We'll stick it on there, and then once evidence is all collected, whatever agency we're assisting, they'll get an evidence list from me or whoever's the crime scene manager. We'll go through every single piece of evidence with that department, and they'll sign for it. They'll take it, and now that evidence belongs to them.
So you're not the entity that takes it to the lab. The agency does.
No, yeah, we don't ever keep evidence. Just we always it's always signed off to whoever we're assisting.
So where would the scope go on this particular rifle?
Where would it go?
Yes.
I would go to probably the firearms lab in Santa Fe if they want. If it's depending on if it needs to be sent.
So in this case, the broken scope that was on scene, can you circle on the screen where that would be attached?
At the front part,
Cap.
the cap, yeah,
Sorry.
the cap to the scope would go right there.
Okay.
The front part of it.
And you testified earlier that you work at the armory, right?
Correct.
Do you ever use electrical tape to attach a cap?
No, everything we use has caps that that fit and they snug and they snap on. They're pretty snug.
Okay. I'm putting underneath the document camera. Exhibit 77. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of the magazine that was collected. That was laying next to the AR-15.
How many rounds does this magazine hold?
30.
How do you know
How
that?
many rounds were left in the magazine?
I don't know the exact. I looked at because we can look through the top of it, maybe 6 or 7. I don't know the exact number.
Okay. Who collected the magazine?
Agent Nemus.
Can you describe to the jury what type of ammunition was in this weapon?
So this is your standard 5.56 ammunition. Just the size wise, this was green tipped ammunition. Usually green tip indicates armor piercing rounds that were located inside the magazine itself.
Sure, I know it's a PMag 30 magazine, folks, but I would still ask the witness
Before I go
how he
into
knows.
another
Maybe he
round
won't
of
have an
evidence.
answer.
Do you want me to
Approach the
continue?
bench for a second.
The judge is tired. This is the end of the day. Let's see. Let me take a look at. Yeah, 9 minutes left in this video. So the judge is telling him to wrap up. He's looking at the clock on the wall. Defense counsel is like, no, she doesn't want to start with 9 minutes left. She's going to want to do her. He's asking the state how much longer with this witness. What's going on? Did I mute it by accident? No. They just left the mics muted for the bench when they approached the bench. He's talking to the jury now. He's wrapping up the day. That's it. And I assume that's all. Let me fast forward the video a little bit. Yeah, nothing else happens here. Okay, so let me I'm going to spool up the next video. I'm going to clean up my desktop a little bit here. Let's see. I'll get the next day 3. There we go. This is so now we're caught up to yesterday, folks. And before I jump into that, I do have the it looks like I have the correct Benny Hill video ready to go now. Let me see if I can pull that up for everybody. This is the presumably the cop opening up the cardboard box, Benny Hill. Whoops. Benny Hill style. All right. I'll take me off here. Here we go. Somebody should clip out that portion and play that Benny Hill music. He went through this very lengthy process of cutting open the box that the rifle was in with scissors, with a knife, wearing blue gloves that he kept tearing, getting his DNA all over the evidence. Now comes the knife. Oh my God! It's like a guy who wants to stab himself.
This is a joke. This case. Oh my gosh. The Keystone Cops here.
Merry Christmas, son. Oh no, he's not done. He's like, you have a call sign, sir? Yes. Knock the knife. Two fingers. They call me Two Fingers. Okay, folks. I'm back. Of the defense when I ended the video right there, but I don't see that here. I see the that last meeting at the bench, and then the camera just pans up to the ceiling, and then it goes to kind of a screensaver screen. So I'm just going to have to start with the next day, folks. But before I do that, thank you all for being here. Can't tell you how much I appreciate it. If you're new here, I am, of course, attorney Andrew Branker for Law of Self-Defense. If you're not familiar with me, perhaps the best way to get familiar is to get the free copy of our book, The Law of Self-Defense Principles. You can buy it on Amazon. In fact, I encourage you to look at the reviews there. Over 1,000 reviews, 5-star rated book. But don't buy it at Amazon. They'll charge you $20 or $25 and shipping and handling. We only ask that you cover the shipping and handling. We'll give you the book for free. You can get this at lawselfdefense.com/free book. There's the URL here, right below me. All right. And of course, we're covering the Dean Cummings murder trial in New Mexico taking place. We're playing catch up. We're just now catching up to yesterday's proceedings. We'll do it at a 1 1/4 speed or something to try to move through it. We'll skip through all the breaks and so forth. Let me take a look see if we have super chats and Law of Self-Defense member questions. So the way we're answering questions or reading comments is if you're watching on YouTube, they need to be in super chat form, at least $5, folks, at least $5. Or if you're a Law of Self-Defense member, hopefully you're watching this on your member dashboard. You can put your questions or comments in the chat there, and I'll read all of those. In fact, I'm waiting for the YouTube page to refresh for super chat. So let me take a look at what we have here. Let's see. Stogies and Boomsticks writes, good morning, Andrew and Steve. This is the type of trial coverage is the best. Real-time analysis of false and positive. Steve, your book arrived yesterday at home. Can't wait to get home and read it. Awesome. Donnie O. Hey, Donnie. Without any evidence that the defendant was the initial aggressor, there is nothing left for the state except to prove that the homicide didn't have ability to use deadly force, that the victim, I guess, the homicide victim, they were fighting, according to the defendant, they were fighting over the rifle, and I don't see the state has any contrary evidence to that. And what evidence we do have seems consistent with that narrative. And if they're fighting over the rifle, it's a gunfight. Let's see. Have Northram Firearms Training and Service, have they clarified on whether the deceased actually used mace or if it was pepper spray? They're calling it mace. And there was a distinction made by defense counsel. Are we talking mace? Are we talking pepper spray during part of the direct testimony of this most recent witness, the witness that ended yesterday? But mace, the mace company, there's a mace company, and it also sells a OC product. So I don't know what they're talking about. The state is very poor at communicating anything with accuracy, probably because they can't afford to be too accurate. So I don't think they know what they're talking about. I don't think the prosecutors know what they're talking about. I don't think their police witnesses know what they're talking about. Let's see. The gas heater is knocked off the wall, David says. Yes, indeed. It looks that way to me. It looks like it's knocked on its side, which would be indicative of a struggle, which is the defense narrative. This is their expert. Yeah, pretty weak expert, right? Northam Firearms, can you testify that all those empty casings were fired during the assault? Are there corresponding holes, trajectories? I think they're going to get to holes. The number counts seem off here. It seems like sometimes he says, this police witness says 14 rounds, 11 cases, 10 holes in the room, 2 holes in the victim. So I'm not sure. You know, hopefully the defense on cross will pick at that. I mean, the burden's on the state to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a murder case. If convicted, this guy goes to prison for the rest of his life. Detail matters. It's definitely not an AR. It looks to me like a 6 Sauer 5.56 rifle, which is a very nice rifle. I wish I had one. I should go buy one. I don't know why I don't have one. I've shot them extensively when I was an adjunct instructor at the 6 Sauer Academy in New Hampshire. I think they're awesome. But that's what it is. A completely different operating system than an AR-15. It's got, except for the caliber, very little in common with an AR-15. The caliber and the magazine, I guess, it does use a AR-type magazine. But it's, you know, it's a black rifle that fires a 5.56. So people who don't know any better call it an AR. Thomas says, Andrew, you should take advantage of the larger YouTube audience by saying you'll give a final summation of the day only to law self-defense members. So join up to hear this. I'm not sure I'm going to do a summation of the day. It's a lot of work, folks. I'm covering this for 8 hours, 10 hours. And then to do that summation, like I've done for other trials, higher profile trials, that's another 2 to 3 hours of work. So I'm not sure I'm going to do it for this trial. It's not that big. The benefit here from getting being a law self-defense member is I'll read all your questions and all your comments without you having to spend any super chat money. I mean, you're already a member of law self-defense. Oh, someone gave me the names of the lawyers. Nicole Moss, that's the person I'm not referring to as Karen. She gave the opening statement. She seems quite good. And Carrie T. Morrissey. Karen was almost right. Carrie T. Morrissey, the taller one with the lighter hair. She's been awesome on cross. I'm really I hope she crosses this witness. And someone says they found the location. For our members, there's a Google map link in the chat. You can click over to the location. It's if you were to look at a map and you find Taos, and to the west of that is Los Alamos, to the west of, and then there's forest to the west of that, and then the forest ends and there's a highway running northwest to southeast. That's 550. This ranch, the location of this event, was a few miles, 2, 3, 4 miles off of 550. Excuse me, folks. Sudden sneeze there. All right, so the member comments are all up to date. Let me take a look at the super chats. Let's see. Farmhand Tom, yes, thanks for that video. It was awesome. I finally played the right one. And Sup and Farmhand Tom contributed $25 in super chats to bring his much superior video to my attention. So thanks for that, Farmhand Tom. Sup, it's M, $5 super chat says, I'm playing this at 1.5 speed to catch up now, and I feel superhuman. Well, I'm glad you feel superhuman. All right. So I think we're all caught up on anything. I guess I should take a look and see. I don't really know how to check Rumble rants, folks. I'll do a quick scroll through the comments. There was only one colored comment in Rumble. So I presume and I read that earlier today. I presume the colored ones are the Rumble rants. YouTube provides a nice way to aggregate the super chats. I don't know if Rumble does that. I'm not aware, but a quick scroll through the comments there doesn't seem like there's any more Rumble rants there. All right. So let's pick up with the next days. Close that. Open this. Day 3. All right. Here we go. I'll scroll forward. There's the seal. I'll skip any preliminary. Okay, there we are. There's oh, they're at the bench already. So here's the first witness. Oh, there he is. He's about to sit down. We'll start.
Walk, you may proceed.
Ms. Walker, just real quickly in the approach.
We didn't miss any cross at the end of the previous day's video. Right away. Defense is at the bench. They got a complaint. Yeah, the TV above the cop has the courtroom camera view displayed. We're looking at the from behind the judge. Well, we're looking from behind that TV. I guess there's a camera right behind that TV. So it's like a mirror, a weird mirror. So can you folks hear me okay like this when they mute the courtroom? Is the audio problem only when the courtroom audio is live? Yeah, did they show a juror? I didn't notice. Let me go back and see if I can see that, and then I'll forward back here again. Yeah, so the screen is blank there. someone turned the screen on. Right, so the screen, whoops.
Yes, sir. Go ahead and take a seat.
So the screen is blank above the
Walk, you may proceed.
witness. They asked to go to the bench, and I'll freeze frame it when we have the larger view of the screen.
Ms. Walker, just real quickly in the approach.
Yes.
So the screen is still blank. And now it's on. What the hell are they doing? And that would be the jury box here, and that would be a juror over there. Good heavens. I don't know if we can make anything out. No, I can't zoom in. Yeah. I wouldn't know how to zoom in, folks, but that's not good. The judge is going to be pissed about that. Someone blew it. Oh, on this monitor too, on the bottom right. This is supposed to be the monitor that displays, when they want to put evidence up on the screen. Holy cow. It must be one of these cameras up here. Could there be another camera? No, it's right behind the screen. How weird. All right, well, there we are. So let me go. All right, she's walking back. Somebody screwed up. Yeah, we should get the Rittenhouse state expert, right, to zoom and enhance, add some pixels. She's just not talking into a microphone, folks. Pinch and zoom. You're talking about the prosecutor?
Move the item from that.
Okay. You want me to put on some gloves?
They're behind you.
You think those are wigs or hair extensions? I don't know enough about women's hair to tell. It looks like a rat's nest.
You said remove it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And is that the mace that was taken from Mr. Arriola's hand on the
Yes.
date that you did this process the scene?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury how mace typically works? Is this something that's squeezed from the side or the top, or how does it work?
On
And
this,
if you could stand up so they
Okay.
can see you.
On this particular model, something that I carry as well, there's a clip like a safety top. So in order for it to be deployed or sprayed, you'd have to lift up the clip.
This is a different brand, but the same design. Flip up top,
Just trying to push it from the
big
top. It's not-
button under your thumb.
This is kind of a safety mechanism. That way you don't accidentally spray anybody yourself. But it needs to be lifted up.
Thank you, sir.
You should spray a little bit to demonstrate to the jury how it works.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
A little bit of oat. They say that's mace. I don't know, but I can tell you a little bit goes a long way.
Yes.
You wouldn't want to stay in that room. Oh my God.
Okay.
I wonder how much this guy's dreading cross. I wonder if he knows this defense lawyer. I mean, they might. They're both in the
Do you
criminal justice
recognize those?
system.
I do.
How do you recognize those?
Those are photos that I took of the scene.
And do they
I have
appear
to
to be
tell
in the
Steve
same
we lost
criminal
100
condition
people
as when they
when he
were
left.
Yes.
taken? And is it an accurate representation of the scene?
Steve has
Yes.
his
Your
fans.
Honor, the state moves admission of exhibits 79 through 93.
No objection.
Is 79 or 78?
78, sorry, through.
78 through 93 will be admitted.
And may I approach? Judge?
You may. Yes.
And before I move on to these new set of photos, which will be my last set of photos, I'm putting under the document camera, again, states exhibit 68. And just for clarification purposes, sir, is this what the mattress looked like when you entered the room?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
No,
You have
okay.
to move it to put the marker in there.
Yes, we had to lift it up in order to get a photo of where
Okay,
the,
and that's not how it looked
that-
when you
that
entered
rifle
the
was
room.
located.
And in this photograph, we also see what says area at work, like a shoebox, I guess.
Yes,
Did you also place that there?
I believe we did. I don't remember. I believe we did because it helped get a better photo and held the mattress up. That way we could show in the photo where the rifle was located.
Thank you, sir. I'm putting underneath the document camera, it's been marked as States Exhibit 78. Can you describe to the jury what this is a photograph of?
That's a photograph of the exterior porch area as you're coming in from the driveway towards the residence. And those three the three markers you see there are defects that I found. They were actually pointed out to me by the sergeant from SCSO at the time.
And can you tell us how you typically go about documenting a scene where trajectory is involved? What's your guys' first step?
First off, again, we'll take our overall so on and so forth. And then at this point, I was just assigned myself to document any trajectory or type of defects that might be in the house based off what I saw. So what we'll do is we'll put little small ruler markers, like little tape rulers, millimeter side up.
He sure likes the
And
word
we'll just
defect.
place them underneath it to get a reference of how big a defect was.
I hope that's
And I'll
not a
just
call
go throughout the house and see if there's any defects where they're at and photograph them.
How do you typically label what you called a defect?
I label it as I1, I2, and I, it just stands for impact.
Do you recall how many impacts you documented at the scene?
I don't, if I had to guess, 13, 14 at the time. I don't remember exactly.
Would that be in your report? Would that refresh your memory?
It would, yeah.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
So, yeah, at the third bottom paragraph, it states,
Let me ask a question.
okay, that way I want to.
Has your memory been refreshed?
It has.
How many impacts did you document at this scene?
14.
14. And what is a trajectory rod?
Trajectory rod is a little rod. They come in different sizes that allows us to place through an impact spot or a defect spot to see if we can get an angle of how a projectile or something that impacted a wall, or in this case that porch, what type of angle it was going at.
So I'm putting underneath the document camera exhibit 79. What is this a photo of, sir?
That's the same photograph as the prior one. This one just shows trajectory rods through those impact sites.
Now I'm putting underneath the document camera. Actually, let me ask a couple more questions.
I forgot to speed it up.
Can you,
There we go.
when you review a scene and you're documenting trajectory like you did in this scene, can you describe to the jury what the differences that you see between an entry and an exit impact are?
Well, it all depends on, there's various factors that come into play. So on some close-up photos of this, in order to get a good angle from trajectory, I was taught there has to be an entry and an exit. Okay. The problem with that is if the projectile is tumbling, if it slows down or it impacts something else and it slows down, what they call yaw, or it's tumbling, it's going to continue on its path, but it's not going to give you the size of the hole as if there was nothing in between it. So for example, if there was a shot fired through this desk, there'd be a small hole here and a small hole on the other side, nothing in between to slow it down. But when there's deflection or it hits a door or a wall and then starts tumbling, it's going to go through stuff and it's going to give an elongated, I guess, hole. So on that point right there, it's hard to get an exact angle that it hits the wall, if that makes sense, because it's tumbling or it's slowing down in yaw.
Okay. And I'm putting underneath the document camera space exhibit 80. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of the interior. So the previous photographs show the exterior of the porch. That's a photograph of the interior of that porch where I labeled those defects.
Can you point to where the defects are for the jury, please?
Sure. That's all I can see from now.
Okay. And then one follow-up question on the defects. Are you able to age these defects? Can you say whether or not they happened the time of this incident or if they were there previously?
I can't answer that. I don't know if there's a possibility to tell when it happened. No.
Now I'm putting underneath the document camera what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81. It's not letting me erase it, but can you tell the jury what's documented in this photograph, sir?
So it's almost the same photo as the previous photo, just from a different angle, showing the impact sites. The impact sites where the defects were inside the porch area. So right there.
Can you tell us a little bit about the rod that's on the top of that? I guess it's an air conditioner or some sort
Yeah,
of.
it's like a portable swamp cooler.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about that trajectory rod?
That one, again, I tried to line up the defects to see where it was in conjunction with that portable air conditioner, and it lined up perfectly. So that top rod looks like, I can say I3 maybe. I ran it through the air conditioner and it lined up with the defect that went through the porch.
Were you able to tell whether these were going upwards or downwards?
That one appears to be going in an upward angle.
And do you remember how tall that swamp cooler unit was?
It was over 2 feet tall, so I know that.
Okay. Now I'm putting underneath the document camera what's been marked as State's Exhibit 82. Can you describe for us what's documented in this photo?
I documented the defects in the front door that's inside the porch area, the main door that we went through. Same idea is I found defects in the door and went ahead and put some trajectory rods through there for documentation purposes.
Can you circle where you put trajectory rods?
I sped it up to 1.5 speed.
So there's this side of the door, the interior side of the door, and then looks like the frame of the door right there.
Now, when you place these trajectory rods, were you able to determine whether the door was open or closed
Well,
they went through, the impacts went through?
Well, based off of the documentation I did, it appeared at the time that the door was in this position that it's in right now.
I'm putting underneath the document camera State's Exhibit 83. What is this a photograph of, sir?
That looks like the photo of the interior of the door. Yeah, that's a close-up, so I don't know if that's the interior or the exterior of the door, but that's the door close-up of the door.
So one of the things the defense emphasized in their opening was that some of the shots were fired with the rifle very close to the ground. And these trajectory rods seem to corroborate that. The trajectories look like they're going upward, close from the ground in an upward direction, which is not how you would expect someone to fabricate a crime scene. You would expect them to hold the rifle in a somewhat normal manner and put some holes in the wall, not hold it horizontally pointed slightly up just above the floor. So I don't know why the state is emphasizing this here, but I guess we'll see.
I'm putting under the document camera states exhibit 84.
Okay, so that's the looks like the exterior of the door right there.
This 84 is the exterior.
Yes.
And then this would be the interior of the door.
Yes. Actually, no, I'm wrong. 'Cause the color, yeah, so I had it backwards.
So please describe for us.
Well, you can tell by the colors, right? Because those are close-ups. That's why we take like overviews. So I can now by looking at this photo, I see the overview of the door, the color. The exterior is like a cream, so then the interior would be the darker gray.
Okay, so then what is this photograph?
That's the exterior. That's the cream color. Sorry.
States exhibit 83, and then this is states exhibit 84.
Gotcha.
Does the shape of this impact tell you anything?
Yeah, it shows that whatever impacted that door was either tumbling or in yaw. So it's not a perfectly round circumference hole. It's elongated, which means the projectile was most likely in either slowing down or it was tumbling that was going through the door.
I'm putting underneath the document camera states exhibit 85. What is this a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the interior of the hallway and the door frame with a trajectory rod through it.
Can you please circle the trajectory rods?
Yes.
So where would be the entrance point?
So on this one, the entry point would be right here. I'll put it extra up here,
And where would the exit point be?
right here.
Did you measure how far the entry point was from the flooring?
Man, these
I did it.
are
I know,
all
I did it.
so close to the floor.
The reason is because if you look at this area here, just based off the impact and how it's that aluminum there has, it looks like it's been torn apart. That based off my training experience, that looks like another tumbling of a projectile. And this right here would be the entry point for wherever that projectile came from. I don't know if it was a direct shot. I don't know if it was deflected off the ground. So by getting that angle, it went to pretty much prove anything at the time.
Does that photograph also document any other impacts?
Yeah, it looks like an impact right here.
And those are your diagram labels that you had put on the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm putting underneath the document camera states exhibit 86. Okay. What is this a photograph of, sir?
Pretty much the same photograph as the previous one. It just shows more impact. So again, the previous photo showed this rod here. This photo is a little bit more of a mid-range, which you could get more of an idea where it's at. The previous photo had that, and then this one actually shows another impact right there.
Just makes it worse. All right, now I'm putting underneath the document camera exhibit 87. What is this a photograph of?
That's a photograph of another impact area that I photographed. I don't remember. I can't see the number.
And can you describe where in the home this was located?
This is, I believe the restroom's right here. And then the front door would be right here. And then the other two impacts that we just labeled were right there on the previous photo.
Thank you. 87?
Yes. So I'm putting underneath the document camera now states exhibit 88. Can you describe to the jury what's documented on this photograph?
So this is basically an overview photo of the previous photos that we just went over. It shows the bathroom right here, or the restroom, the impact area where I put a trajectory rod through the door frame and the inside wall. The previous photo where we showed this impact area, this one, and this one. It also shows more impact areas that were closer, that were located inside, closer to the room.
Okay. And I think I have a photograph. The next one will show the ones in the room a little bit better.
Okay.
I feel like that thing's okay. I'm putting underneath the document camera states exhibit 89. Can you describe what's documented in this photograph?
This is just another photo from a different angle. This one's from inside the room where the decedent was located. It shows, again, the trajectory rod right here that goes through the door, where the door frame was. That one there. The previous two that we saw there, 3. And then another impact area there located by the green number 4 cone.
I'm putting underneath the document camera states exhibit 90. There you go. Thank you. Can you please tell us what's documented in this photograph, sir?
This is just a different angle, pretty much almost the same exact photo, just a different angle. But this time, this one shows a defect here, a better angle of these two defects here, along with impact sites or defects right here. And there's a rod that goes to the door right at the top.
Now I'm putting underneath the document camera safe exhibit 91. Can you describe what's documented in this photograph, sir?
Two defects located in the floor of the residence right here and right there.
Okay, now I'm putting underneath the document camera safe exhibit 92. I don't know if you can clear your circles. Thank you, sir.
Just a close-up of the previous photo, showing the defects, I-11, and the other defect right here. I can't see that number.
Now I'm putting underneath the document camera safe exhibit 93. And can you tell us what's documented in this photo?
This one is basically another mid-range photo of the previous photo. It just shows the two defects that we just looked at a little further back to you.
Did you document how far those defects were from the wall?
I did not, no.
How far do you approximate that they were from the wall?
Based off this, a couple feet maybe. 2-3 feet, 2-3 feet. Yeah, I don't know an exact number.
Are there any other impacts documented in this photograph?
I don't think so. I believe this right here, I don't think that was an impact. I believe that could have been a blood swab. So I don't think that was an impact. Unless I saw a photo of a closer up of that photo. Could be an impact.
Right. Remember, folks, the legal question is not did he murder somebody? Really, the legal question is, can the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense? That's the burden on the state to get it to a conviction here. And like all of you in the comments, this would not seem to be helping them one bit. In fact, quite the contrary.
But I can't see it from here. Keep on going. There you go. So that is an impact. So based off right there, that's I-13. That's an impact, the impact right there.
And from this photograph, sir, where was the decedent's body?
The decedent's head was located in this area here. And his legs were, torso's right there, and then his legs were kind of out this way. So in that area.
Are you familiar with that type of firearm? I think it was a 6-hour AR-15, correct?
Yeah, the AR-15 platform, yes. Yeah.
It's not an AR-15.
Which direction does the spent casing expel from the firearm?
On that particular firearm, the 6-hour, the ejection port was on the right side. So if I'm holding the weapon like this, the cartridges will be ejected to the right.
And we have the weapon here. Can you show the jury?
Sure.
And this is exhibit 29.
Folks, in a confined space like that, those cartridges could bounce anywhere. They are forcefully ejected from the rifle.
Yes, sir.
So again, I can't confirm this myself, but I believe the defendant here, Dean Cummings, has some substantial mental health history. And I can't help but wonder if the state became aware of that. That's why they charged and decided to prosecute this case with such weak evidence. And then when the judge told them in the in limine hearings that he was not going to allow that mental health history in because it's character evidence, that they nevertheless felt compelled to proceed with this trial. Because I can understand how if that mental health history were admissible, it would certainly color all this evidence. But in its absence, what we're seeing here, what the jury is seeing, nope.
Thank you, sir. Can you please show to the jury which side the spent casings will expel from that firearm?
This right here, you got to push it back, you'll eject the casing from this side.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, sir, please. And where were the majority of the casings located in this room?
Inside the room, they were located, a lot of them were located next to the wall up here.
And I'm going to approach you, sir, with the court's permission.
So I see somebody in the comments saying, and of course, I don't know if this is true or not, folks. I haven't checked, but I'll take them at their word that this defendant was for 2 years held not competent to stand trial. He was only recently found competent to stand trial. So that might be the delay in this trial as opposed to COVID. I had presumed it was COVID because COVID delayed all these trials. But that could be a possibility.
With state's
This is still
exhibit
direct. I know. It sounds like Cross, right? I think Cross is going to be a little more exciting. Oh, more scissors. It's not really cumulative yet. We've seen in other trials, we've seen cumulative testimony. Normally it becomes really cumulative if you bring in another witness to provide the same testimony, and then a third, and then a fourth. They did that in the Derek Chauvin trial, where they had all those people standing on the curb who were all saying the same thing, and they brought them all sequentially to basically provide the same testimony. That was certainly cumulative.
And can you describe for us what is in the bag, sir?
So these look like pieces of evidence labeled as fired casings located inside the room. Their initial EL for the date of March 1st, 20. EL stands for Edgar Lemus.
And is that the agent who assisted you in processing the scene?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what the process is for collecting each individual casing that the state police uses?
So usually on scene, depending on the scene and how much evidence there is, the person taking photographs, that person's job is just to take scene photographs and collect evidence. In some scenes, if there's 200-300 pieces of evidence, we're all going to help out. So for these right here, if I look at all of them, again, we'll go in, we'll take our initial photographs, and then we'll start documenting evidence, where it's located, and then once it's time to start picking up evidence, we're going to document each one in photography.
I see someone in the comments asking, they say in their area, the island of Curacao, super chats are not available. How can they support me and my channel? Folks, I frankly think you're all crazy to do super chats. You're spending $5, $10, $20 for super chats. YouTube takes at least a third of that money. I'm not even sure, but they take a sizable chunk. For $10 for the entire month, not just one day or one moment in a stream. For $10, you can be a law self-defense member for the entire month, less than $10. And then all your comments and will be read, and all your questions will be answered in the member dashboard chat. So if I were you, I would just become a law self-defense member. That's the smart play to me. But if for those of you who would rather do super chats, that's fine.
After each piece of evidence is documented in photography, then we're going to collect it. That way we know exactly where it came from. For some reason, it gets placed in a different bag, or we missed, we don't know where it came from. We just revert back to our photos. Oh, that's where it came from. That was number 4. That was number 1. So we always photograph everything before we collect it.
Okay, and then do you package each casing separately?
Yes, we do. It's fired casing.
Each fired casing?
Correct.
Okay. Please describe to us how you typically do that. Do you tape it, you wear gloves, you seal it, initial it? Tell us about that.
So if you look at the photos, in this photo here, so the initial photos will show all the cones in the room to get a reference of where all the evidence was at. In this case, Agent Lemus at the time was photographing the room, and for example, number 4, right here. So what he did is he took the initial photograph of it with it laying on the ground. Now you see it on the top of cone 4. The reason we get it on top of cone 4 is so we can take a picture of the back of the casing to verify what brand it is, so on and so forth. So we try to get a close up to see what type of what brand, make, model it would be. So right here.
Okay, and then you individually package each one?
Correct. Everyone will be packaged individually. So we got a saying in crime scene: if you seal it, you sign it. So if I take a cartridge and I put it in one of these manila envelopes, I'm the one that's going to seal it, and I'm the one that's going to sign it. So it's not specific to one person. If everybody's picking up evidence, whoever seals it, whoever puts it in the bag, will sign it.
Can you count how many envelopes are there and who signed for which envelope?
Okay.
Maybe some of you who are cops have thoughts on this, but I don't know why they're taking photos of the case heads of the cartridges on the scene. There's no reason to prop them up on those little number stands like that. Wouldn't that be something you'd normally do in the crime lab? I mean, you collect the cases evidence, you give it to the crime lab, and they do the close examination of the case. It's so weird to me that they keep taking pictures of the scene after they've altered the scene. And one of the charges against this guy, this defendant, is tampering with evidence. I don't know. I mean, looks to me like the cops are tampering with the evidence.
Let me just double check it because I know what he did.
And while you're double checking, sir, can you please verify that the label is associated with this case?
Okay.
And are these state police labels?
So there's 11 individually packed fired casings. All of them were initialed and packaged by, at the time, Agent Edgar Lemus, and these were New Mexico State Police labels.
Is there a date on those labels?
Let me see the date, 3/1/2020 at 7:36 a.m.
And what is the additional label?
This additional label, it's individually packaged, we label as ammunition. This was the cartridge that was loaded into the AR.
So fair point in the comments. If it's a case with multiple shooters and different cartridges, different calibers, you'd want to be able to associate each round fired with a particular gun or a particular suspect or a particular shooter, but we don't have that here.
15 that I just showed you. So it did have one chambered in the the chamber.
And whose initials are on that envelope?
Edgar Lemus,
And is there a date on that?
3/1/2020.
So after Agent Lemus collects all of these fired casings and then the one unfired casing, what happens with those envelopes?
There was also this as well.
Oh, okay, sorry, what is that?
This looks like the, he labeled Agent Edgar Lemus, same day, 3/1/2020. It was the magazine that was in the photos that was taken as evidence. So the magazine is in here, along with the cartridges that were loaded into the magazine.
How many cartridges were there?
Let me see. It says unknown cartridges inside. I don't know if he unloaded them or not, but it feels like they're out of there. So
And that also has his initials and signed and dated?
yes.
Okay, when you are done, the New Mexico State Police, with processing the scene and collecting this evidence, what do you do with it?
So once we're done with the scene and the evidence is done and processed, and we triple check everything's labeled and initialed, we'll then go ahead and print out a transfer of property or transfer of evidence. So what that means is it doesn't matter who we're working for, whether it's state police or in this case, Sandoval County, the agents in charge of the case will go ahead, or whoever they designate to pick up the evidence will go through all the evidence. We'll print out a list. We'll go through every single one, check it off, and then they sign for it, date it, and then they take the evidence. And then in our system, we update it to say evidence was transferred to so on and so forth. And then we upload that document that was signed.
So does the New Mexico State Police put all of those items in the one larger envelope? Or is that something that was done by Sandoval County?
This most likely was done by probably Sandoval County. So when we give evidence, it's just like this as you see here. And then all agencies do different stuff. The lab does different stuff. Sandoval County does different stuff. So this bag right here was done by a different department or the lab. I don't know.
Okay. And in this case, who signed for that evidence?
I believe it was Eric. No. I have to look at the transfer of property. I know one of them was Eric Miller, and there was another one. I think it was Sergeant Griffin that actually signed for the initial evidence on scene that night.
Okay. All right. I just have a couple follow-up questions. Sir, you can go ahead and put all that stuff back in the larger envelope, if you will, please.
You might want to leave them out for cross.
Okay.
Or not. It's up to you. Obviously, I get to cross him on him, whether
Right.
you admit him or not.
Your Honor, the state moves admission of exhibit, I believe it was 97.
It'll be admitted.
So I would again ask that we
Sorry.
separate the casings from the magazine in terms of the number.
Let's do this on 97. Let's call the casings 97A and the magazine 97B.
Carrie, I guess is her actual name. Carrie, this defense attorney to the right of the defendant here, sitting down. She looks like a cat about to lunge at the antelope from the high grass. She cannot wait. She's like, you ever have an argument with someone and you're talking, and they're obviously not listening. They're just waiting for their chance to talk. I'm sure she's listening, but man, she's that leash is taut right now.
Okay.
And we're at
You testified
1.5
yesterday that
feet.
you were in that room for maybe 8 hours processing the scene.
Yeah, it was a while.
And when you were in that room, did you smell anything that resembled mace?
Nothing.
What was Agent Bogue's task that day?
Agent Bogue was tasked with scanning the scene with a Leica scanner. A Leica scanner is a device used by people who build buildings, surveyors, and it just sits on a tripod and it spins really fast. And it's got a laser, and it'll graph this whole room, put it in 3D, and then we could download it on a computer. And then if you need distances or whatever you're looking for.
All right, so the New Mexico law enforcement has no recorders, no body cameras. They have apparently no real crime lab. They got nothing, but they have this laser room measuring device. I wonder whose brother-in-law got that contract from the state.
You can do that on a computer. So her job that day, or she was assigned that day, to scan the scene, and she'll do the exterior and then the interior as well. So the exterior of the property and the residence, and then the interior of the residence.
And I'm going to put underneath the document camera what has been stipulated in the statement of admission of 96, 95, 96, and 94. And I'm going to put under permission to publish, Judge. I'm going to put underneath the document camera to start 96. And sir, can you tell the jury what this diagram documents?
So that's a diagram of the mobile home where the scene is located.
And is this the diagram that Agent Bogue created using the Leica scanner?
Yes.
And the bottom half of the diagram, what is this document, sir?
That's the area. That's the same. Pretty much it's the same diagram, but it shows the front part of the mobile home. So up here, we'll label it the north arrow, and then
I think this is helpful to the defense. Look how confined that space is.
That's the restroom. That's the hallway. This is the room where the decedent was located. And then down here, there's the steps right here. G1, G2. That's where the rifle was located when we got on scene, on top of other evidence as well.
Okay. Now I'm putting underneath the document camera, Exhibit 95.
Yeah, where's the bathroom?
Can you clear the screen?
That must be the bathroom on the right there.
What is this?
So that's just the same, almost the same diagram as the last one, except this one has the decedent's body in the room, located right here.
And is the diagram done prior to the decedent being moved by OMI?
Yes, so we'll scan it before the body's removed by OMI, and then we'll scan it after.
Now I'm putting underneath the document camera State Exhibit 94. And can you describe to the jury this diagram?
That's more of a close-up diagram of the cut in half to show where most of all the evidence was located. It's more of a close-up than the previous photo, or the diagram photo, and it shows the room where the decedent was located as well.
And are there other things documented in this diagram?
Yeah, so anytime we scan it, so again, we'll scan the room with the decedent inside, and then once the decedent is transported out of the room, we're going to go ahead and scan it again with all our evidence markers. That way we can locate any evidence markers if needed with the scanner. So there's the green markers the green labeled markers you saw in the photos that said G4, G5, G6. These are them located within the scanner, so on and so forth.
And when you left the scene, was it finally daylight?
Yes,
Is it pretty quiet out there?
extremely quiet.
Could you see someone coming from a distance?
I mean, if you could see somebody's headlights coming from quite a distance. It's super flat, very dark and quiet, especially at nighttime.
I pass the witness.
All right. Here we go. I'm hearing that they leave the mics muted for 4 minutes. Hopefully not, but we'll see what happens.
This should be fine. With the Elmo, I don't need a blow up. Agent Herrera, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, not for long.
So we're going to clear a couple things up, okay?
Oh, yeah. Oh, they go to the bench. Is this when they mute the mics? Yep. All right. I see. All right, so I'm at like 106, 108, 109.
So I don't know.
Given you.
Okay, this should be almost the right spot. I don't want to miss anything. We don't have to, folks, so I'll start it here. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Yeah, her hair is a mess, but she's a damn good
Now, the
attorney.
photograph that I've given you, where was that photograph taken?
On scene?
On scene, right?
Mhm.
I'm going to move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit B.
Yeah, good suggestion. Normal speed here. I want to enjoy this every moment of it.
Permission to publish.
So you admit these things into evidence, approval of the judge, and then you can publish it, show it to the jury.
What is depicted in that photograph is the magazine that I'm holding in my hand that you just handed to me, correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you what's admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 30A. What is it?
It's a all-black AR-15 magazine.
Where in the world did it come from?
I don't know.
You
What?
don't know?
No.
How can something like this happen?
Again, I pass off the evidence, so I don't know what that came from. I don't know.
You don't know where it came from?
No.
And you weren't sitting in the courtroom yesterday when Sergeant Griffin came in and unpackaged it and told us that was the magazine.
No, I wasn't not in the courtroom at that time.
This has been, the actual magazine is in evidence as what? What did we decide? Is it 98, 97A or 97B? 97B, should we mark it with a sticker? I mean, given that we've got two, let's not get them confused, right?
Imagine what this woman's husband looks like.
For the record, Ms. Walker just put a State's Exhibit sticker on the actual magazine that's 97B. You did not put this magazine in evidence, correct?
No.
You did not collect this magazine from the scene.
No.
You did not see this magazine at the scene.
No.
What a cluster F.
Now, Agent Herrera, you've given some testimony. I think you've actually been asked numerous times about mace and whether or not you smelled any mace, whether or not the photographs that were taken of Mr. Cummings looked like he'd been sprayed with mace, right? You were asked those questions?
Yes.
A couple of days ago, we heard about 5 potential jurors say that the effects of mace last for 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
Do you agree? Do you disagree with those people?
It's depending on the person. So, I mean, I can't disagree with that.
So when you're up here saying that you felt the effects of mace for 2 days, that doesn't mean that that's what normally happens. That just means that's what happened to you, right?
That's correct.
And you weren't sprayed with regular mace. You were sprayed with law enforcement mace, correct?
Correct.
Now, you showed up at the scene at about, what, 10 p.m.?
About 12:30. I think 12:31 a.m. is when we got on scene.
12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning.
Correct.
I wonder if this lawyer would do an interview afterwards.
So if mace was sprayed at 5 o'clock in the evening, 7 hours earlier, you wouldn't have any expectation that you would smell it, would you?
I mean, there could be the possibility. I don't know. Like, I didn't smell anything, so I don't know how long mace lasts.
That's right. You don't know. That's my point.
Correct.
You have no idea how long the odor of mace lingers in a room.
Yeah, I don't know a specific time frame. No.
Okay.
Sometimes the beauty's on the inside, folks. This is the defense. This is cross.
Bear with me here while I get some photographs ready.
And for all those folks out there who call me a misogynist because of what I have to say about relationships between men and women, this woman is an absolute warrior.
I'm going to show you a series of photos that I'm going to mark as defendants exhibit C, D, and E.
Jeepers, they're just... I'm just surprised to see her labeling stuff right there, right there.
May I approach?
No, I wouldn't marry her. Well, I guess I don't know her. This representation she's
you
giving in the
recognize
courtroom,
those?
that's very
Yes.
alpha.
What are those pictures of?
It's a very
Looks
masculine
like-
presentation,
Photos taken by Agent
Very
Loomis, well, not the
disagreeable.
specific ones, but
which is what you want in your lawyer.
looks like sunglasses inside the residence,
Where are they located?
close to the front door.
Can you be more specific?
So if you're walking into the main door, you turn right to go to the room where the decedent was located. You turn left to go to the living room area. These glasses were located to the left of the main door.
Were they hanging on a hook?
No. For this
Where-
photo, no. They were just on the floor.
They were laying on the floor.
Correct.
Okay. And you agree with me that if a person who has sunglasses on their head gets into an altercation, those sunglasses may fly off and land on the floor.
Yeah, possibility. Yes.
And actually, where the sunglasses are located is in the corner of the kitchen, right?
Yes, close to the corner of the kitchen. Correct.
So I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted and marked as State's Exhibit 95. Can you make a little dot or something and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where the sunglasses are located? And There's a letter and a number there, isn't there?
Yeah, G16.
And is that the number of, is that what you numbered the sunglasses?
Yes, G16.
I'll move for the admission of defendants C, D, and E.
Objection.
No, you're.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
She may sound like Elaine Bredehoff. She's not Elaine Bredehoff. This is a good lawyer.
Let's see if I can. Get that right. Can you point them out to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury in this picture?
Yes.
I'll crank up the volume.
Thank you, sir. So I just showed you, I'm sorry for the record, Defendant's Exhibit C.
I'm told we can hear this witness start to breathe hard.
What is that a picture of?
Same set of sunglasses with just an evidence marker next to it.
And it's just a little closer, right?
Correct.
And Defendant's Exhibit E. Is that just a close-up of the same photo?
Yes.
All right. Let me see if I can use state's exhibits. I'd like to, so we don't get too many exhibits in evidence. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and entered into evidence as state's exhibit. I believe it's 92. You see that, right?
Yes.
And those are impact sites, correct?
Correct.
So an impact site is a site where a bullet hits something, correct?
Correct.
And I'm saying bullet. I think the perhaps the technical term would be a projectile.
Correct.
All right. What do you call these marks here? These black and gray marks?
I don't remember the exact term, but what that is the gases from the front of the barrel, basically making a mark right here and right here. After it's fired, the gases will fly out of the barrel and leave that mark depending on how close the barrel is to the ground.
It's a scorch mark, right?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. And isn't it true that you only see scorch marks if the muzzle or the tip of the barrel is very, very close to whatever it was that the bullet hit?
That's correct.
And these impact sites were found in the bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And they are on the floor. Isn't that
Correct.
right?
That is correct.
This is our weapon, correct?
Correct.
This is the exit for the shell casings, correct?
Correct.
In order for these scorch marks to have appeared on the floor in the bedroom, do you
Oh, for
agree
God's
with me?
sakes, what did I do? Okay. Let me try this again, folks. Sorry.
Marks look like they have a
The slight angle.
correct, like it's going this way at a slight angle. Correct. Actually, the other. I'm sorry, because of the scorch marks right here, a slight angle. But yes, it was that close to the ground.
This muzzle brake would have been inches from the floor.
Correct.
And you indicated possibly at an angle.
Correct.
And likely at an angle, I think, more seen, correct?
Correct.
Nice. Well done, especially manipulating the rifle like that in front of the jury. So that's what it would move like in a struggle, right?
And you agree with me, hypothetically, if I'm a murderer and I've decided that I'm going to kill someone, I'm not just going to shoot my gun straight into the floor. That's not how you kill somebody, right?
Objection. This calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, he's an expert. He's killing
Do
the
you have
state's
any
case.
opinion about why the gun would have gone off? Well, I can ask his opinion.
Overruled. You can ask it.
Do you have an opinion about why a gun would have gone off with the muzzle 2, 3, 4 inches from the floor?
I really don't. I can't give an opinion because.
Okay, that's fine.
I just
I'll
don't-
stop. If you're not going to give an opinion,
Yeah,
I'll interrupt you and we'll just move on.
Okay.
Okay?
Doesn't know.
You did the trajectory analysis in this case,
Yeah, documentation of trajectory, correct.
and you made an important distinction there. It was just documentary of trajectory, correct?
Yes,
There is a more sophisticated trajectory analysis that can be done at a crime scene, correct?
yes. If you're using the Leica scanner, yes, you can.
Right. And you indicated that you took a training from a gentleman by the name of Mike Haig.
Correct.
Okay. And that's the stuff that he does, right?
Yes,
He reconstructs shooting scenes, correct?
correct.
And he can do a much more sophisticated trajectory analysis than what you've done here,
If
Oh my
needed,
God.
yes.
if
Is that
needed.
their expert? Is that their expert? Is that the defense expert?
You completed your trajectory documentation on what, March 1st?
Oh my
Uh,
God.
Yes, I guess. Whatever the date was, March 1st.
Okay. So all of the trajectory information that Lieutenant Tomlinson had and that you had it in your possession on March 1st,
Correct.
the day after the shooting.
Correct.
And no other experts were called in and no other additional trajectory analysis was conducted, correct?
No.
You indicated that there were 14 impact sites that you found,
Correct.
and there were only 11 shell casings.
Correct.
And is there a reasonable explanation for that?
In this case, what I noticed when I was documenting the trajectory is that there was impacts on the floors that looked like they deflected. So, if a projectile deflects, it'll make an impact there. It'll continue on, make another impact. So that's one casing which will cause 2 impacts.
That's right.
Correct.
And that's not uncommon
Not uncommon, no.
because bullets go through walls.
Correct.
So you can have an impact site on the first wall and an impact site on the second wall.
Correct. From one bullet.
These here, these scorch marks, the smaller ones that are kind of off to the side of the larger, those are actually created by the openings that release the gas, correct?
Correct. The ports of the barrel, correct.
Oh, so it's upside down. The rifle's upside down. Nice catch.
The impact sites
She's away from her microphone, folks. I
that
have the
you
volume
dowed
cranked up for the
through
program.
that went from the front porch out into the outside air. Where were they? Were they here or were they over here?
The impact sites?
Yeah.
So
And here I can find you a picture of what I'm talking about.
I remember them from here. They were located, I think, or in this area over here of the porch.
Okay. And I'm going to show you, nope, that's not it. going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 74, I think. 74 or 79? Can you? 79. That's what I'm talking about. And that's what you're thinking of also, right?
Correct.
Look at those trajectories are going up.
So show us again where these 3 impact sites are.
Based off that photo, that's kind of a close-up, but
Yeah.
if this is the front door, this is, the area coming in to the driveway. This is the front door we walked in. Let me clear that. These are the steps right here. This is the door where I put the trajectory rods, so they were somewhere in this area right here. Based off this diagram.
Based on your training and experience, do you have any reason to believe that the 3 holes in the door came from the same bullets that made those 3 holes on the outside of the porch?
Based off my training experience, there's a good possibility that the ones that went through the door impacted the air conditioner and the wall, and which gave you those defects on the exterior.
So we have bullets going through this door,
Correct.
and it appears that those bullets travel over here and they make these impact sites.
Correct.
And the cluster of impact sites that's over here is broader and bigger in terms of the distance between each impact site than they are at the door, right?
Correct.
And isn't it true that the reason for that is because after the bullets hit the door, they go into yaw and it alters their trajectory?
That is correct.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 88. This is a photograph of several impact sites on the floor, correct?
That is correct.
And they appear to kind of lead either into or out of the bedroom.
Correct.
Mr. Arriola's body in this diagram, I understand that it's not exact, but that is the direction his body was facing when his body was located, correct?
That is correct.
Hey, if anybody has the name of this defense lawyer, I know someone
So
posted it
by
up.
the way that Mr. Arriola's body is located in the photographs and on this diagram, there is no reason to believe that Mr. Arriola was leaving the room, correct?
Right.
There's no evidence to say he was.
There's no evidence to say he was trying to get to the door, right?
Correct.
The physical evidence indicates that at the time he was shot, he was headed towards the corner of the bedroom, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, this calls for speculation.
If you can answer it, you'll answer it.
Make
I
inferences.
can't give an answer to that because I don't know exactly what happened in that room. So, I mean,
But you're a trained crime scene investigator, correct?
correct.
All right, and let's be clear. One of the things that you've pointed out is the way that the shell casings eject from this firearm,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
They eject to the shooter's right.
Correct.
If the shell casings are ejecting from the shooter's right-hand side, and the vast majority of the shell casings are right here,
Okay.
that would be an indication that the shooter is somewhere in this general area, right? Shooting the gun, and the casings are coming out and they're falling on the floor to the right-hand side of the gun, as you would expect, correct?
Yeah, that proves the gun was, yes, the gun was right there and the casings were going to the right, correct.
Okay. So don't you agree with me that based on this physical evidence, the shooter is likely to have been here in this area?
I'd be guessing if I told you likely. Like,
Guessing?
Yeah.
Why would you have to guess?
because I don't know. I mean, they fly a long way. I mean, that doesn't mean that if he was likely in this area here, and the wall's closer to here, in my training and experience firing a weapon, most of these projectiles here would have been back here more. Because
Okay.
when
I'm going to stop you right there. So
Yeah, that's
I
good.
hear you. I hear what you're saying. Rather than the shooter being back here, the shooter's up here, right?
That's the defense. This is all the defense narrative, right? If the two men are fighting over the rifle, they're essentially co-located in the same spot in this room, centered on the rifle. They're all in one tight little space. That's the defense narrative. So that's where the body is. That's where the shell casing is. That's where the rifle must have been. And everyone agrees that the defendant had the rifle. So they were right there. They were all in one spot. That's the fight.
that's another possibility. Yes.
Okay. Either way, what you're looking at here is a bunch of shell casings coming from a gun that ejects on the right, and they're falling right next to the wall, right?
Correct.
So if I'm standing in the corner of that room, or I'm just standing on that side of the wall shooting my gun, you would expect the shell casings to come out, possibly hit the wall, and fall to the ground.
Correct.
Nothing about the placement of these shell casings and these impact sites would indicate that the shooter was anywhere other than
Right there.
inside this room next to this wall, correct?
I can't agree with that or disagree because, again, when these weapons are fired, the projectiles or the casings can fly feet away from the gun. It depends on where it's at. So, I mean, if the defendant was right here, yes, you'd have casings right here. If the defendant was right here, they would still fly and make it over here.
Sure.
So heck, he could have been anywhere in this room, in this area.
The whole room's like 5 foot by 8 foot. He could be anywhere in the room. There's beds, there's furniture. Was he jumping on the mattress when he was firing the rifle?
Right here, right here. And you'll still have casings fly in the same direction.
Well, but
No.
there's furniture where you just put him on a bunk bed, right? You just placed the shooter on a bunk bed.
Like right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that the casings aren't going to go up.
I agree with
They can
you.
go straight. They don't go up and then around. They come straight out in that direction. So
I don't disagree with you, but you
Okay.
don't have any reason to believe that the shooter was on the bunk bed.
I don't know where he was at. I can't testify to where he was at. I don't know.
He's Spider-Man. Dean Cummings is Spider-Man. He was clinging to the ceiling. That's funny. That was
After you conducted,
It's more,
Yes, sir.
Time to take a break.
okay,
Yeah. Just a 10-minute
We
break.
can clap
Just on my way
lift-
to the other courtroom, okay?
all right.
Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. All of that testimony was completely favorable to the defense. Much of the state's direct was favorable to the defense, but this is just absolutely crushing There is nothing here. Everything the defense points to is consistent with their narrative of self-defense. It's not even a close call. All right. And we continue. We continue with the massacre.
You may be seated.
I'll crank the volume back up now.
Ms. Morrissey, you may continue.
Oh, this poor bastard. Should just work at a car wash or something, dude. This is not your forte.
Agent Herrera, I'm going to show you the magazine that is marked as State's Exhibit 97B. May I approach?
You may.
My God, does that assistant DA let a cat play on her head during the breaks? Jonah Walker, for God's sakes.
Do you see writing on the actual magazine?
Yes.
And do you know what the point or purpose to that writing is that's on the magazine?
Well, we don't write anything on our evidence. My best guess is this was marked up at the lab when they tested it. If it was tested, I don't know.
Do you see two sets of writing?
Doesn't know.
Yes. One red, one white.
So you don't know what the writing means?
No, again, like I said, we just collect the evidence as is. And then if it's sent off to the lab or to other departments, if they want to document them their way, they might do that. But I have no idea what this writing means on this magazine.
All right, thank you. You want to hang on to it, just
Sure.
set it down.
Don't want to lose it. You might end up with 3 magazines if you're not careful.
I'm going to show you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit G.
Yeah, I've got Carrie, this woman, this attorney, Carrie T. Morrissey. I got her law office here. I'm gonna give her a shout out. See if she'll come on. I won't reach out to her until after the trial, of course.
That's the photo of the 6-hour rifle that was located on scene, along with the magazine that was on the steps.
When you look at that photo, can you see kind of spots or some kind of what appears to be spots or liquid or some kind of marks on the gun? No, I'm sorry. I gave you the wrong photograph. Let me back up. When you look at that photograph, can you see the electrical tape that was on the scope of the gun?
I want to see Carrie
Yes, you can
drug.
see the electrical tape on the front of the scope.
Okay.
She's got a
Your
second body.
Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit G.
Any objection?
There you are.
You'll be admitted.
Permission to finish.
You may.
Oh my gosh.
That's the electrical tape right there, right?
Yes.
And the cap that goes to this end of the scope, was that cap located?
It was located, I believe, underneath the decedent or next to him. I don't remember exactly where.
So the cap to the scope that has the electrical tape was located underneath Mr. Arriola,
To the best
underneath
of,
his, I'm sorry, underneath his body.
correct, or next to it, but it was close.
Okay. Do you know why that electrical tape was on that gun?
To hold on the cap?
That would be a safe assumption, right?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit J. What is that a photograph of?
It looks like the make, model, serial number of the weapon used.
It's a close-up of the AR-15, right?
Correct.
Oh, stop
I'll
it.
move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit J.
You may.
Your Honor, can we get this witness some medical assistance? Is there a therapist in the courtroom? I mean, defense attorney is just using exhibits that have been introduced by the state. What is she objecting to? The other defense attorney, what's her name? Nicole Moss. She's got her coat off. Is she wearing her watch military style, face down on the wrist? Oh no, it's just a weird watch, I guess.
The exhibit having been admitted, permission to publish?
You may.
It's already been admitted into evidence. Of course she can use it. Why wouldn't she be able to use it?
How do you know that this is a photograph of the gun that was taken from the scene? And
So folks, just an aside, that's how we know it's a SIG 556. We can see the model number there. Here's the caliber. 556 NATO is the caliber of the round it fires. 6 Hour Inc., Exeter, New Hampshire, for maybe 15 years. When I was living in Boston, I was an adjunct instructor. I used to go to their campus here. They have a couple in adjacent towns, Epping, New Hampshire, and Exeter, New Hampshire. Has a manufacturing and training facility up there. Excuse me. So now we know for sure, SIG 556. This is all this. I mean, this is corrosion here, it looks like. But on the gun, the spatter, they're going to characterize as possibly being OC. Of course, the defense doesn't know if it's OC either, or mace, I should say. The defense doesn't know if it's mace either, but the defense doesn't have to prove anything. The point is the state has failed to determine what this substance is. It could be consistent with mace.
and used against Mr. Arriola?
How would I know?
Yeah,
The serial number?
right. It's the same serial number, right?
I don't recall the serial number of that weapon, but if
Do you
it
need
is,
to look at it?
sure, might as well.
Sure. If you want to come down and
Yeah.
have a look.
Well, you can't keep your magazine straight. You sure we have the right gun? Oh my God, it's funny now that none of these cops could
I
identify.
don't need you to read it. If you can just tell us whether it's the same.
Right?
So is this a photograph of that gun?
Could you move it over a little bit?
Sure, and I'm happy just to give it to you if you need it.
Yeah, so that was the serial number listed right there.
Okay, so it's the same gun, right?
Yes.
Is this a photograph that was taken at the scene?
I don't know off the top of my head. It could be.
You had assistants with you out there, right? You
Correct.
This evidence that you've talked about today wasn't evidence that was collected by you. It was collected by someone by the last name Lemus, right?
Correct.
Hey guys, I'm going to interrupt this just for a second because I just came across a review of this attorney, Carrie Morrissey, by so there's a company called Martindale, sometimes called Martindale Hubble. They compile information on attorneys, and I guess one thing they do now is like an online review forum. And I just happened to see that she's got a 3.8 out of 5-star rating. 3.8. So I looked for what the first one is 5 stars. The low review. This is what the low review reads. 2.6 stars out of 5. The review reads, This attorney tends to be unnecessarily hostile, oppositional, and borderline on courtroom decorum and respect for the court. Yes, that's all true. That same review continues to say she zealously advocates for her clients and generally demonstrates above average trial skills. Folks, that combination is a 10 out of 5 stars for a criminal defense attorney. Are you shitting me? 2.6 out of 5 stars? Unnecessarily hostile, zealously advocates for clients, generally demonstrates above average trial skills. We're seeing all that in action right now, folks. So I just wanted to share that review. That's a professional legal company's review of this attorney, Carrie Morrissey. She's great.
So now this gun has been sitting in evidence for 2.5 years, right?
Yeah, give or take, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that this photograph was not taken at the scene?
I don't know because all it is a close-up.
Well, let's,
What photograph did you use to get that close-up? I have no idea what photo that is. Like,
I'm sorry?
what photograph was used for this close-up?
What do you mean, what photograph?
Because there's usually a overview, mid-range, and a close-up. So I don't know if this was taken on this.
I have a feeling this is going to be a bad defense attorney for a witness to become argumentative with. We'll see.
Scene, if this was taken in evidence or when it was processed in the van.
All right, let me try to get the answer for you.
Okay.
Give us just a minute.
Necessarily hostile, oppositional, and borderline on courtroom decorum and respect for the court. I think she's shown no disrespect for the court. Oh my Lord. Here, I'm going to share that while they're taking this pause anyway. Let me see if I can pull up that. Hold on. Let's see if I can share this review. It's so great. This is so awesome. Here it is. The first one doesn't say anything. It's just 5 out of 5 stars. Here's the second one. Attorney tends to be unnecessarily hostile, oppositional, and borderline on courtroom decorum and respect for the court. She zealously advocates for her clients and generally demonstrates above average trial skills. Just so you know, I'm not making it up. Good Lord. So true and so wonderful. That's exactly what you want from your defense attorney.
Rather than tie up the jury, I'm going to deal with that perhaps with a different witness, but I'm going to ask you, when you're looking at this photo, understanding that you have not established where the gun was when this photograph was taken, I'll try to do that with somebody else.
Okay.
Do you see the liquid spatter marks on that gun?
I see spots, yes.
Can't you see the same spots in the same place when you look at the actual gun?
Can I look at it?
Sure.
Sure.
And I'll give you this as a reference.
just in case you have the memory of a gnat.
So yes, those are the spots on the weapon.
Way to
So the
argue.
spots that are on the weapon in this photograph are the same spots that are on the gun that's sitting in the courtroom.
Correct.
And just as a point of clarification, you were inside Mr. Arriola's trailer, right?
Yes, the suspects, the main trailer, yes.
And you took a whole bunch of photographs, right?
Correct. Myself and Agent Lim is correct.
And I'm going to show you what's already admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 85, I think.
Yeah. Darby, you're right. She is a pit bull. And that is the kind of pit bull I like.
Listen, this is this right brain, left brain thing. That's hard to do. That's the floor inside that trailer, correct?
Correct.
And you can see the color of the floor and how it's kind of a wood grain.
Nobody has to prove self-defense here.
Do you agree that this appears to be the same surface when you look at it?
The same surface?
Yes.
Oh, you mean the floor?
Yeah.
I can't tell if that's the same color floor, meaning that this weapon was laying right there on the floor.
It was somewhere because it appears to be the same surface as the floor of the trailer, does it not?
I can't testify to that. No, I can't say that's the floor or not. I cannot say that.
Okay. That surface doesn't look familiar to you?
That's a close-up. So again, if I had an overview of where this photo was taken, I could tell you with better assurity to where it was taken.
You, the police, took these photos.
When you look at the photograph,
Nobody has to
you can see
prove
this,
self-defense.
what
Nobody has
is
to prove
this? Is this a
self-defense in the
safety
chat.
or
The state has
a
to
magazine
disprove
release? What is
self-defense.
Looks like a magazine release.
Okay. So when we look at the photograph, you can see that in the photograph, right?
Correct.
And you can see in the photograph that spatter of whatever that wet substance was right here in the photograph, right?
Correct.
And you can see it right here on the gun.
Yeah, you could see stains on the gun. Correct.
Right, that are in the exact same position as they are in the photograph.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit F. May I? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
It's a photo of the room where the decedent was located.
I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit F. Okay.
Be admitted.
So this is a good example. So one side will offer a piece of evidence. The other side can contest the offering of that evidence. If the judge agrees the evidence is admissible, it gets marked with a number or alphanumeric number. Then it can be, once it's marked as an exhibit, it can be presented to the witness because it needs to have foundation. Someone has to identify what, for example, if it's a photograph, what this is, someone who would have personal knowledge. What is this a photograph of? Does it accurately reflect the scene? And then once it's been formally admitted into evidence, then it can be published to the jury. That's the entire flow. And we do all this. We have this somewhat complicated process because a key function of a court is to act as a gatekeeper on the legal arguments and the evidence that the jury is allowed to see, because what they see is what they use to arrive at a verdict. Oh, this prosecutor is definitely getting hard. A free copy of this book, hardcover, is going to be on the way to her office shortly.
Those are the bunk beds, right?
Correct.
And the top one doesn't have a mattress, correct?
Correct.
And there's some stuff up there.
Correct.
And we can see Mr. Arriola's body in that photograph, correct?
Correct.
And you agree with me that the top of his body, his head and chest area, is pointed over towards the corner.
Correct.
The rifle that was found underneath the mattress, was that rifle loaded?
I believe it was.
It had its own little magazine, didn't it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit H. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a picture of the magazine to the rifle that was found under the mattress?
Yes.
Move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit F.
To be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Shipping for this book is $8 or $9, shipping and handling. We got to pay the warehouse.
If you know, was that magazine inserted into the rifle when it was found?
What the hell is that?
I
Oh, that must
believe
be.
it was. I don't recall. I'd have to
Other
look at
right.
the photos, but
You believe it was?
yeah.
Okay. In terms of the trajectory documentation that you did, would you agree with me that it's common practice when you're doing trajectory documentation that you measure the height of the impact site from the floor?
To get an angle, yes.
Did you ever do that?
No.
Why not?
Because in this case, most of the impacts were deflections. So it's hard to get an angle off a deflection. And the second reason is that when we work a case, okay, it's all scene dependent. So when we got a briefing, we knew we were going to the scene.
So defensive.
Death investigation. There was a rifle used and some mace. So right off the top of that, I tell myself, like, so what needs to be done on the scene? Okay. Trajectory documentation, and that's pretty much it. Because as far as looking for any other weapons, any other trajectory from any other guns that may have been used weren't there.
Right, I'm not asking about that. The impact sites that you put your dowels through, why not just measure the height from the floor to the impact site so that when we're looking at a picture, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 85. The jury or any experts will know, is this impact site 4 inches off the floor or is it 12 inches off the floor? Why wouldn't you do that?
That right there looks like the projectile was in yaw or tumbling. So if I got that distance, it's not going to tell me anything by getting that distance, because that projectile was already in yaw and tumbling based off the mark of the impact.
Okay,
So,
but all 14 of the impact sites don't show yaw or tumbling, correct?
correct.
So the ones that don't show yaw or tumbling, why not take the additional time to measure how high they are off the floor?
Because for this scene, again, we knew what guns were being used, and that's just the way we work. It's scene dependent.
So based on this scene, you didn't think that it was important at all to find out the height of the impact sites from any object like the floor?
Well, and on top of that too, if we needed to get
No,
heights, if
just
it's
answer my question. I
Well-
asked you a question.
well, I'm answering your question.
No.
Will you-
So if we need to get heights or distances, that's when we use the scanner.
So can you give me the height or the distance on any of the 14 impact sites?
No,
So you didn't even use the scanner for that?
we did. Well, we scanned it, but if we needed it, we could use it. but we just didn't use it for this at the time
You
because
decided you didn't need it.
no, not for this case.
All right.
Oh my gosh, he's so he's argumentative, and he's about as 1/20th as smart as the person he's dealing with. That's just a bad man.
The magazine that appears to be the actual magazine, is that a 30-round capacity?
Yes.
So it's based on your investigation, 11 rounds were shot during the incident, correct?
Correct. Based off 11 casings recovered.
How many rounds were still in the magazine?
I don't know. I can count that what's in here, but we don't take any rounds out of magazines on scenes. So they're packaged as is how we receive them.
Sure, but that particular magazine, I'm not sure that you needed to take them out in order to at least get an idea because it has the
Window.
it has a see-through.
Correct.
Right.
So it'll say like 5, 15, 25. So, I mean, I think you can look down it, and I believe I did through one of the photos. It seems like there was, I don't know, 7 or 8. I'm not sure, but.
Okay. Based on your investigation, there were 7 or 8 bullets still in the magazine.
Based off the photo I saw, yes.
So the magazine was not fully loaded at the time that it was being used.
Yeah, well, 11 casings recovered plus 7 or 8. Yeah, no.
Come out of his head.
All right. Now, are you familiar with something called an ejection pattern?
Yeah, to a certain point, yes.
Is an ejection pattern something that can be tested and documented?
As far as the casing being ejected from a weapon?
Correct.
Yes.
Was that done in this case?
I don't know. Again, I don't know.
You don't know.
No, because again, the evidence is given to whatever department we give it to, and then the testing is done from there.
And let me just ask you, in terms of ejection pattern testing, one AR-15 may eject the bullet casing farther than another, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know how far the gun ejects the casing
For all the training.
unless you test it.
Correct.
All his
After
training.
you conducted your investigation and used your dowels and documented the trajectory and the impact sites, did you have a conversation with Lieutenant Tomlinson?
No, I did not.
You never had a conversation with him where you said, here's what we found?
It's been 3 years. I mean, if I gave him the evidence or talked to him, I could have. I don't remember. It's been 3 years, so I don't remember exactly what conversations I had with Lieutenant Tomlinson and Sergeant Griffin. I don't remember.
Did you document anything in your report or anything like that about having any kind of a follow-up
Yeah,
discussion
if it's in the
with him?
report, yeah. If it said I talked with them or spoke
No,
with
I'm
them.
not trying to trick you. I don't think it is in your report.
Okay,
I'm happy to show it to you.
yeah,
if you
then
want to see your report.
if it's not in the report, then I mean, I could have talked to him. I don't remember.
Let me ask you this. Do you have any memory of ever speaking to him about your investigation?
After I was done, I don't recall. No.
No. All right. Thank you.
If you don't recall, you have no memory of it. Oh.
I'll pass the witness.
I'm all done with this one. Give me just a second, folks. I need to clean up my windows here for a second. I'll bring that screen right back up. All right. Yeah, she's great. I'm a super fan of Carrie Morrissey, and I did see when you mentioned in the chat that 2.6 out of 5-star reviews was apparently written by a judge. How interesting. Maybe it's a very old school judge. Maybe it's this judge, but he's certainly not doing anything to stop her, and he ought not be doing anything to stop her. All right. So is the state going to rehabilitate this witness? I guess so. She's swiveling there in her, no? Yeah, there she goes.
I just have a couple of follow-up questions for you, Officer
Yeah.
Herrera.
Are you in need of medical care?
Let me get some of the photographs.
Remember, it doesn't cost the state anything to try these cases. All these prosecutors are on the payroll already. All the cops are being paid. Doesn't cost them anything. It ought to. There ought to be a consequence for bringing a case like this to trial, but there isn't. That's why I had proposed my Rittenhouse law to hold the state responsible, prosecutors personally, for bringing these kinds of cases that they can't even prove by a preponderance, disprove self-defense, much less disproving self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt.
So let's talk about the sunglasses first. We'll start there, okay?
Okay.
And sorry, I'm trying to find the exhibit number.
Defense
Agent
whispering.
Bogue's diagrams were already previously admitted, correct?
Correct.
So I'm putting under the document camera, State's Exhibit 44. Where are the sunglasses in that photograph, sir?
Right there.
So let's talk a little bit about this photograph. Let's start on this side.
No habla inglés. No hablo inglés.
Looks like some pots and pans, some tape, some sprays, from what I can see. I don't know what. More pots and pans.
Just going to try to suggest these
Coffee
things
pot.
aren't disheveled, so there was no fight.
Another coffee pot.
Are those items on the counter pretty close to the end there?
Yes.
Let's talk about what's hanging on the wall there. Wall hangings?
Yeah, just whatever these are, and then chilies, and then there's a coat hanger right there.
Now let's talk about the table. Sorry. Really backwards.
This only proves that there wasn't a fight in that room.
Looks
Not
like
that
some
the-
Arizona teas.
on the other
some
side of the pot.
groceries. I don't know what that is.
Okay. When you look at this photograph, would you say that there was an altercation in that room?
There's nothing that looks to be disturbed or fallen over.
Okay, let's look at another picture. I'm putting under the document camera State's Exhibit 41.
Hey, folks, I'm going to hit the restroom real quick while this nonsense is happening. I'll be right back.
The sunglasses would be down here more. They're not in.
Not in this photo.
Correct. They're a little bit further down.
Okay. Can you tell us what's depicted on the right side of this photograph?
On the right side, so this is just a different view of where the pots and pans were, but this shows the tape right here, the sprays. I don't know what that's some rocks or something. The Arizona iced teas, trash can.
And none of the chairs appear to be overturned.
No.
And again, what's on the table?
The Arizona iced tea, the groceries here, bag of chips. I mean, I don't know, it's a kind of tuna, cat food, I don't know. But
Now I'm going to put under the document camera State's Exhibit 42. What is this a photograph of?
same photo, just a different angle from the previous photo. Shows You know, the bunk bed's over here. There's a fireplace, recliner, the same Arizona ST. Looks like some sort of furniture spray, the chips, the groceries, candle, 2 cans of teas. Yeah, there's some little table here with some lotion on the back, something like that.
So based on this photograph, would you guess that there was a physical altercation in this room?
I mean, just based off the photograph, I mean, there's nothing turned over, nothing's fallen over, so no.
Now, on this side of the photograph, what is that?
So this is the other side of the kitchen. So this is the refrigerator. This is the other entrance on the other side of the mobile home. You know, I don't know what those are. Those like horseshoe type things.
Now, I'm putting underneath the document camera States Exhibit 43. Is there anything disturbed or appear to be disturbed in this photograph?
Oh,
Just
my
based
God.
off the photo.
I'm going to object to
is
basically the
this?
foundation. If the gentleman didn't see the trailer before this, he doesn't know whether anything's been moved or disturbed or not.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Thank you, sir. So does it appear as if there was a physical altercation in this room?
No.
This photograph, sorry.
No.
Now, to the left side of the photo, what is that?
There's the other door I just pointed out, the refrigerator, right?
So was there anything obstructing that other door?
To the best of my knowledge that I recall, no.
Let's talk about the bedroom. I'm putting underneath the document camera States Exhibit 46. This is a photograph of the bedroom, right?
Yes.
Can you describe the lid on that plastic bin?
It looks like it's popped off the top right here.
Now I'm going to pull the photograph up slightly down.
Okay.
What do you observe in that photograph?
There's the bed on the corner right here with the area, the work boots box, some clothing hanging there. Picture, window, so on and so forth.
So that's the box they stuck under the mattress to hold it up for their green cone, I guess. Oh my gosh.
And I'm putting underneath the document camera States Exhibit. I'm going to guess 48, but I do have that handwriting, I guess. What is that a photograph of?
Just another angle of that bed. Looking at the wall, shows this gray tote that looks like the foot of the bed, and then the clothing in the previous photo from a different angle.
And that clothing wasn't disturbed in any way?
No, I mean, that's the way we photographed it.
If there was an altercation in that room, would you expect that clothing to be hanging like that?
It's a possibility.
With all the stuff they moved around and took pictures later, are we sure that one of them doesn't isn't somewhere in the spectrum and straightened everything up?
It could still be hanging, but possibly it could not still be hanging.
Let me find one more photograph.
Yeah, I would definitely recross. I would recross about the carpet, about the lid off the bin, all that stuff. The heater off the wall. Yep.
Sorry, bear with me. I know the photograph is in here.
I would expect that the physical struggle began just outside the bedroom. The defendant got pushed into the bedroom by the mace wielding victim, and the defendant grabbed the rifle to defend himself, to fight over the rifle, and the shots happened there. Not in the kitchen, not in the bathroom.
Do you remember any of the items that were on the wall in that bedroom? Besides the clothing?
I have to look at the photos again. It's been a while, so I don't remember everything that was on the wall, if there was anything hanging or not.
I'm putting underneath the document camera states exhibit 51. And
Yeah.
is this a photograph also of the bedroom?
Correct. Another angle. So the previous photo had the jacket hanging right here. This one shows like a hat hanger, some hangers on there. Looks like a mirror leaning on behind those hangers. Maybe, I don't know what that is, a coat hanger maybe. A
Your
light.
Honor, I'm going to object to cumulative. He's the second witness who's testified to exactly the same thing, to the exact same pictures.
Sustained.
Objection, tiresome. Your Honor, we just don't have anything else to talk about, Your Honor. I mean, it's, for there to have been a fight, everything in the whole structure has to be disheveled, has to be knocked over. I mean, come on. Oh my God. Where are the hairbrushes? Carrie, you're a fantastic lawyer, but man. It's not that much effort.
So I'm putting underneath the document camera states exhibit 46. What is the, if you know, the distance between the wall and that bed there?
Like lengthwise, like this, you mean?
Between the wall and the end of the bed?
Oh, the wall and the end of the bed.
Yes, sir. So this
Like
is
right here? Right there. I don't know. Maybe a foot and a half, 18 inches.
I'll object. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
He already answered. Okay.
Yeah. And I'm putting underneath the document camera states exhibit 48.
I'm surprised the hair
That rubber
isn't mentioned in that bed
plastic bin was
review.
flush with the bed.
Yes.
And I'm putting underneath the document camera states exhibit 47.
I wonder who put that watercolor of the flowers
Do
on the
you
back wall.
recall how large of a space it was between this bed, the twin size bed, and the bunk bed?
Inches. I mean, maybe 12 or less inches. That's max I can remember.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about potential theories where the shooter could have been. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And then putting underneath the document camera, states exhibit 94.
Yeah, no fire code in New Mexico. How many times has this cop lied about length to a woman?
Is it possible that Mr. Arriola could have been on all fours when he was shot?
Possible, yeah.
And you testified on cross-examination, you could not state potentially where the shooter was in the room at the time of the shooting.
Correct.
So you don't know anything. Oh yeah, I'll speed it back up. Thank you.
And we saw a lot of pictures of the different impacts on the floor and in the wall. Can you testify whether or not they were there before the shooting or the homicide of Mr. Arriola?
No.
Is it possible that Mr. Cummings could have shot from this area of the room?
Folks, anytime the state on direct of its own witnesses is asking questions, knowing the answers are going to be, I don't know, I can't say, I have no idea, it's possible, that's the state raising reasonable doubt. Those are questions the defense is supposed to be asking, getting the state's witnesses to say they don't know.
I mean, like I said, I can't testify to an exact position, but it's possible from anywhere in that room. So
So if he could have been here as well,
correct.
or there?
Based off the area where the casings were located, yes.
Now, on cross-examination, you were asked to hold the weapon,
Correct.
right? Can you tell us how much does that gun weigh?
It's a good 5 to 7 pounds, maybe more, 10 pounds.
Do you want to go ahead and grab it and give us
Yeah.
an estimate, sir?
5 to 7, 9 to 10. 200, 300.
I'm sorry, 10 to 15 pounds?
I doubt that's a
How long is
15-pound rifle.
Okay. So from stock to the tip of the muzzle there.
But in fairness, maybe a lot of girls have lied to him about weight.
Thank you, sir. Yes, please put it back in the box. Now, you were asked on cross-examination about the gun magazine and how many rounds could have been in it.
Correct.
Does that also add weight to
Yes.
the gun? Okay. And you were also asked on cross-examination about a picture with what appear to be spots. Do you
Correct.
remember?
Yes.
I'm going to put it under the document camera as defendant's exhibit J. Could those spots be stifling?
Stifling.
What's, am I saying it wrong?
Stippling.
I'm not a gun
Well,
expert.
actually, I don't know if that was stippling.
Stippling, sorry.
No.
Because that usually comes from the front of the barrel.
Okay.
Yes.
And what stippling does is, if there's a close contact shot, within a close range, it'll leave like black marks or little dots on the body, and that'll tell you that the barrel was close enough to leave it stippling from a barrel. So if I'm from here to the door, there's not going to be much stippling because that's a far shot. But if it's really close range, you'll see little black spots, which will tell you that some of the gunpowder came through the barrel and was on the person or the wall.
Could that potentially be gun cleaner?
That could be gun cleaner. It could be soda.
This line of questioning is bad for the state. These are defense questions. Could it be this? Could it be that? Could it be some other thing? Could it be yet some other thing? Is it possible it could be this fifth thing? That's all raising doubt, lack of certainty. The fact that the state doesn't know is because they didn't test.
That could be fly spots. That could be many different things.
Was it ever tested?
I don't know.
So you never tested it?
No.
Is it possible this case was self-defense? You don't know that this wasn't
I'll pass
self-defense,
the
do
witness.
you?
Owner.
Just one quick follow-up question.
That's fine since he's here. I won't have to bring him back.
Gun cleaners are typically oil-based, correct?
Most of them correct.
All right. Nothing else.
Any follow-up on that, Ms. Walker?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you may step down, you may be excused, but you're subject to recall, so don't talk to anyone about your testimony, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be excused. Why don't we do?
Wait, there are non-oil-based gun cleaners. My preferred gun cleaner is not oil-based at all.
Do this, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little bit before 12, but rather
The state doesn't know.
than going to 12 and coming back around 1:15, 1:30. Why don't we break now and be back at 1 o'clock? All right, we'll start at 1 o'clock.
All right.
All right, so they're breaking for lunch. Let me advance to the start point, and then I'll pause there. And let's see. Is there a witness there? What's going on? Not yet. They're just hanging out in the courtroom. Oh, okay, here we go. All right, let me go take a look at our. I'm missing a window. Let's see what happened to my other window. Did I do something silly? Okay, let me take a look. Let me take a look at our Law of Self-Defense members dashboard, see what questions we have there, and then I'll take a look at Super Chats, folks. Before I do that, we got quite a bunch of people, almost 1,500 people watching. Folks, if you're new to me, I am attorney Andrew Branca for Law of Self-Defense. So very kind and generous. I'm an attorney who does nothing but use of force law, meaning defense of yourself, defense of others, defense of property. If you think you know American use of force law, I can almost guarantee you do not, but you can know it easily and for free. Our best-selling book, Law of Self-Defense Principles. You can buy it on Amazon. It's 20 or 25 bucks plus shipping and handling. We'll give you this book for free. We just ask that you cover the shipping and handling. You can get this at lawofselfdefense.com/free book. Another thing I'd like to mention is we do a regular series of 100% free webinars. These are, whoops, let me pull that up. These are 100% free, but limited number of seats for each one. I'll give you a URL you can click over to sign up for one of those webinars. If you see one that's open, I would grab it right away because they do fill up quickly. Let's see, there it is. It's kind of a debunking video, the most common myths of self-defense law, how they're not just wrong, but dangerous to your liberty. A lot of things you think you know about self-defense law are not just mistaken, they are dangerous. Don't be that person that acts in good faith in self-defense or defense of another person, but actually is acting outside the legal boundaries. The law doesn't care what you think the law is. The law cares what the law actually is. You can take one of these absolutely free, 100% free webinars, hard to convict webinars. Just go to lawofselfdefense.com/hard to convict, and you can sign up right there. That's lawofselfdefense.com/hard to convict. All right, let's take a look at the chat. Wow, chat filled up. Law of Self-Defense member chat filled up. Let's see. Wow, there's a lot of them. Holy cow. Okay, we got some catching up to do. Let's see. Okay, here we are. Let's see. I'm going to skip some of these because they were very context specific to that moment in the trial. But I'll address the ones that are just, funny chatter. I'll skip over, but I'll address the more serious ones and any questions. Let's see. Andrew, would this, Jim asks, Law of Self-Defense member Jim, Andrew, would this be known as an evisceration? Evisceration, yes, it's not good. David says, Andrew, most men do not want to be married to a warrior. Yes, that's correct. Most men do not. They want someone who's feminine, fit, and peaceful, not a warrior. Doesn't mean there's not a role for women warriors in the world. It doesn't mean they can't find a husband and be perfectly happy, but most men don't want to be married to a warrior. Charlie Watt, Law Self-Defense member, says for the rest of his life, this witness will prefer the smell of mace to Carrie's perfume. Yes, David, member David says, oh yes, she's doing great. Christopher, Kuker Rankin, based in Salt Lake, is the exclusive dealer of Leica Geos. Oh, the scanner, the room scanner, I guess. Sorry, folks. I think I'm going to sneeze. Maybe not. It's teasing me. All right. Law self-defense member Brian says, I'm curious if the OC canister was weighed, then we will know for sure if any has been discharged. Well, we wouldn't really know, right? Because it could have been discharged in the past or previously or partially discharged in the past. I mean, unless you know the state, you're assuming it's new. But most pepper spray people or OC that people are carrying around, they didn't just buy it. David Payton, let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Charlie Watt, member, law self-defense member, writes, I'm 65 and a wizard with technology compared to Andrew. You're reinforcing stereotypes of boomers. Yes, indeed. My apologies. That's just the way it is. A lot of Daryl Brooks jokes. Let's see. Charlie Watt, small room, struggle over the rifle, ricochets equals self-defense. State can't cast reasonable doubt equals acquittal. Right. They have to disprove. The state has to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. Hey, Christina, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Waiting long? I just saw you now.
No, I just jumped in.
All right.
I just finished my lunch.
So the trial, we're still watching yesterday's proceedings, but they just finished with a police witness for the state who got absolutely destroyed by the defense. We can chatter about that in a moment. Right now, I'm just going through some of our law self-defense member comments and questions, and then the super chats, and then we can talk. Have you watched any of it today?
I haven't. I just got off of the Jeff's stream.
Okay, all right.
He's getting crazy over there. So I haven't seen.
Oh my God, he's still up. He's still doing shots.
He's still going.
Wow.
I don't know how that man is still standing.
Okay, so here, let's see. Quick question. I've only seen a little of this trial so far. Who owned the SIG rifle that was used for the shooting, the SIG 5.56 rifle? That was owned by the defendant here. Let's see. The defendant owned the SIG. Yes. Donnie writes, can't testify. The police can't testify where the shoot was, but they can testify where he wasn't standing in the room. We had lots of nonsensical testimony from the police today. Jim writes, if I was going to shoot an intruder, this would be my preferred jurisdiction because apparently the prosecution in state is so inept. Let's see. Charlie writes, this police witness had to change his underwear during the break. Yeah, probably. Objection by the state. They're destroying my case with my witness and evidence, Your Honor. That's true. Let's see. Yeah, somebody writes they have a platinum membership at Law Self-Defense. I would recommend the platinum membership. I think it's a good idea. It's the only way to have me available to consult on your case if you're involved in a use of force event. Just go to lawselfdefense.com/platinum. CCW Safe is also a good organization. I do a lot of partnering with them. Oh, I got to share with you, Christina, this review of this defense counsel here that was on Martindale's website. It's very funny. I'll pull it up in just a moment. Let's see. Yeah, most of this is just mockery of the police witness, who is absolutely terrible, and some mockery of the lawyer's failure to brush their hair, which sounds superficial, but if you've seen their hair, it's well deserved. I'm sorry, and that's true of the defense counsel too, who's doing an amazing job as a lawyer. She's doing a great job, but someone needs to buy her a hairbrush. Looks like the state hasn't done any homework. Yep. That's all true. Let me take a look now and see if there's super chats. Super chats that need to be addressed. Yeah, and folks, I think if you're doing super chats, you're crazy. You should just be a Law Self-Defense member. You're paying $5, $10, $20 for a super chat, and I appreciate the money, I guess, but that's not how I make my living. I'm not really a YouTuber, and a third of that money goes to YouTube. So for a fraction of what you're spending in super chats, you could be a Law Self-Defense member, and I'll read all your questions. And it's less than $10 a month, not just one stream. But if you prefer doing it that way, it's okay with me. But you're spending more money and getting less. All right, super chats. Let's see, monetization, supers. I wish they would make this easier for all us, for boomers like me. Let's see. The only new one is Michelle asks, Andrew, given how horrific, it's $5 super chat. Thank you, Michelle. Given how horrific the police are in this area of New Mexico, would that cause you to reconsider riding your motorcycle through there? No, it's quite pretty. That Taos area, that Carson National Forest is the part of New Mexico that borders Colorado. The northern part of New Mexico is quite nice. The rest of New Mexico is a dump. No offense to anybody from New Mexico, but I'm not a desert kind of guy. But where they have trees, it's quite pleasant. You got to read this review, Christine. This is in the Martindale website. You'll be familiar with Martin, of course. And it's let's see, I got to open this up here. And this defense lawyer, Carrie Morrissey, I'll have to check. I just happened, because I want to send her a copy of my book because she's doing such a great job. But when I clicked on our the link for her, it brought me to Martindale, where there were 2 reviews of her as a lawyer. One by a sole practitioner who rated her 5 out of 5 without comment, which is very nice. The second comment was from a judge, identified just as a judge, gave her 2.6 out of 5, which is not very good, folks.
Oh no!
But this is what the judge. This is what it said. It's the second of these 2 reviews here. Attorney tends to be unnecessarily hostile, oppositional, and borderline on courtroom decorum and respect for the court. She zealously advocates for her clients and generally demonstrates above average trial skills. And it gave her a 2.6 out of 5. That's both those sentences combined, to my eye, that's a 10. 10 out of 5 stars.
Isn't that what you want?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. It's crazy.
Man.
I think she's doing an absolute. I mean, she comes across. It's I mean, I hate to say it. It's kind of a masculine energy, very disagreeable energy. But of course, that's what you want in a criminal defense attorney.
It is.
When you're dealing with a state that has, in all practical purposes, infinite resources to go after your client.
Yeah.
So we just spent the whole morning. We spent something like 4 hours with this police witness who was just terrible. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what happened. They didn't measure this. They didn't test that. The questions on direct from the state are things like, isn't it possible that this happened, or possible that happened? All the questions that you would expect to come, these open-ended, I don't know answers questions that you would expect to come from the defense in an effort to raise reasonable doubt are the questions. Isn't it possible this defendant murdered this guy? It's like, okay, well, your burden is to disprove self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt. All this ambiguous uncertainty, failure to test, you don't know what it is, you don't know what evidence was collected or what was done with it. They came up with a mystery second rifle magazine.
Oh my God.
In the courtroom, nobody knows where it came from. No one knows why it's marked as an exhibit. Nobody can identify it at the scene.
What? That's wild.
And the whole thing was unbelievable. So we're finally done with that guy who left bleeding from the courtroom. And we're going to start now with the next witnesses where we're at. So I hope you can stay with us a little while. Before we jump in, however, could you introduce yourself to our audience?
Yes, my name is Christina. My channel is Radix Verum. I have a small YouTube channel now, just approaching 10,000 subscribers. I was a paralegal for many years, and now I do YouTube commentary, and I comment on whatever I find interesting. All kinds of different topics.
Awesome. So, folks, I've looked at some of Christina's content on YouTube. It looks fantastic. I would recommend you become a subscriber. We had about between 13 and 1,500 people watching this stream all day. So if 15 of you were to subscribe to Christina's channel, I bet that would push her over 10,000.
Thank you so much. I appreciate
1,500 of you, not 15 of you, 1,500 of you, of all of you subscribe.
Yes.
That'll push her right over 10,000. And that would be a nice day for Christina.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I think what you do is really important, especially now. It seems to be more and more important with some of the recent cases that we've seen where, use of force in self-defense is being called into question, shall we say.
Imagine if they weren't being televised. Imagine if this trial were not being televised. We would have no idea how insane this prosecution. We would just assume, well, the prosecution must have a case. Otherwise, why would they be a trial, right?
Yeah.
But literally, we're 6 or 7 state witnesses in, and we see nothing, not a bit of evidence substantive evidence that's inconsistent with self-defense. The most they've had is, well, is it possible this might not have been self-defense? Well, okay, that's not going to get you to disproving self-defense beyond a reasonable doubt, but good luck.
Right.
And the defense has been great. The one concern I always have with these kinds of cases is, even if this, anytime you're in front of a jury as a criminal defendant, there's some risk you get convicted. That's just noise in the system. So, and that's true even when the state's case sucks. So the only protection against that is to have really competent legal counsel on the defense to make sure you don't end up run over by that state train, no matter how dysfunctional it may be. And even then, it's not a 0% chance of getting convicted, but it's the greatest hope you could possibly have. And this defendant has very, very good legal counsel in this Carrie Morrissey. All right, so let me pull the trial back up. We're just about to start from the lunch break. So now we're in yesterday afternoon, and let's see what the state has to say for itself now after that utter debacle of a witness for the states. Should be starting up momentarily.
Address before we brought the jury in.
Yes, Your Honor. Our next witness is Dr. Gerald from OMI, and I am going to motion the court not to allow her to testify about the toxicology results per Bull Cumming. It's hearsay. She didn't look at the raw data. It wasn't she didn't use it for her findings or conclusions. So it is hearsay under Bull Cumming and the progeny.
Your Honor, this has already been ruled on by the
All right, hold on a second.
They are allowing it.
Sorry, folks. This looks like, I thought it was just going to be idle chatter. Let me rewind it to the beginning. I want to hear this at normal speed, because this looks like some BS going on.
I am going to.
Okay. The judge knows there's going to be a cat fight right here. Look at him. look at those eyes. He's like, oh, shit.
He does kind of look like a deer in the headlights.
Address before we brought the jury in.
Yes, Your Honor. Our next witness is Dr. Gerald from OMI, and I am going to motion the court not to allow her to testify about the toxicology results per Bull Cumming. It's hearsay. She didn't look at the raw data. It wasn't she didn't use it for her findings or conclusions. So it is hearsay under Bull Cumming and the progeny.
Oh my God. So this is the state, we're still on the state's case in chief here. So this is their witness. They're calling their medical witness here who has knowledge of the toxicology results. The victim here reportedly had alcohol and cocaine in the system, which obviously would be favorable to the defense. This witness, the state is calling, has personal knowledge of the toxicology, and they don't want her to be cross-examined on that evidence. Good luck. Look at her.
Your Honor, this has already been ruled on by the court before trial. The court.
Could you just see "this is bullshit" sign above her head?
Yes.
Indicated they are allowing it. I have referenced it in my opening statement, and there has actually already been some testimony about whether Mr. Arriola ever drank or did drugs through their witness. It is part of the autopsy report. It is part of what she considers when she is issuing her report, and also following the state's logic, Dr. Gerald is not the one who actually conducted this autopsy. She supervised another doctor who actually did the cuttings and conducted the autopsy. So if we're following the state's logic, then none of it comes in under Dr. Gerald.
That's not true, Your Honor. The cases that followed Bull Cumming clearly indicated that someone can look at the raw data and make their own conclusion. She was part of the autopsy, and that is distinct because she did not look at any of the data. She did not look at any of the raw data for the toxicology. She will testify that was not, she did not consider that as part of her findings and conclusions.
Counsel, at this late day, I'm going to deny the state's motion. I'm going to allow the toxicology report in.
Oh, that was a weird clip there. Long crime must have done that. So if this argument we're going to have traction, folks, this has to be made pre-trial. This doesn't mean made pre-trial. The state has to make that argument, and the defense can argue against the attempt to exclude this testimony on cross-examination. But you do this pre-trial so everyone can really flesh out their arguments. You don't do it while you're waiting after lunch break to call the witness. I mean, the state is this is a completely panicked response by the state to try to get this excluded. And that's the right call by the judge. If it were going to be excluded, you do it pre-trial. You have a fully fleshed out series of motions arguing the law around this. You do it then. You don't do it here and hope the judge in the spur of the moment is going to give you a reflexive ruling to keep out very, very relevant evidence in the case on a technicality.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Everyone looks so.
Good
See,
afternoon, Dr. Gerald.
this won't be where to find a hair.
You had the opportunity to testify with masks on yet?
Yes.
Okay, so you know it's kind of hard to hear, so to the best of your ability, please speak into the microphone as clearly as possible.
Okay.
Dr. Gerald, could you please begin by spelling your first and last name?
Now the chat's going to start.
Sure. My name is Dr. Heather Gerald,
You know they will.
Heather.
The first.
Arrell.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm the chief medical investigator at the Office of the Medical Investigator.
How long have you been the chief medical investigator at the Office of the Medical Investigator?
Since January 7th, 2021.
And how long have you been employed with, can I just say OMI? Is that
Yes.
easier? How long have you been employed with OMI?
Since August of 2014.
Okay. So before you were the chief medical director, what were your duties and what was your title?
I was a medical examiner, or we call them medical investigator, at the OMI. And we're also under UNM, or the University of New Mexico. And when I started employment, I was an assistant professor, and I've been promoted to an associate professor since then.
And can you tell the jury what kind of education do you have that led you to become a
She's even got a pink mask.
pathologist?
I mean, she's
Sure.
got all.
I have
all
a bachelor's degree in biology from Valdosta State University in Valdosta, Georgia. And then I went to medical school for 4 years in Macon, Georgia, where I graduated with a medical degree. After that, I did a residency in anatomic pathology at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, Virginia, which was a 3-year residency. Then I completed a 2-year fellowship in neuropathology at the University of Virginia. And then I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at Virginia Commonwealth University at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Roanoke, Virginia.
And so when you were hired by New Mexico Office of Medical Investigator, what were you hired as? What was your responsibility at that point?
I was hired as a forensic pathologist and a neuropathologist.
Can you give us an idea of approximately, well, before I ask you that, what does a forensic pathologist do exactly?
A forensic pathologist performs autopsies to determine the cause of death and to determine the manner of death.
Do you have any particular certifications?
Yes.
Could you describe those for us?
Yes. Upon completion of training, a doctor then takes a test to determine whether we're certified or not. And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, in neuropathology, and in forensic pathology.
Could you give us an idea of, not an exact number, but approximately how many autopsies you've conducted yourself as the primary?
For autopsies and external examinations, I've done approximately 3,000. That includes supervision, and I can't separate them out.
You haven't separated them out. Okay. So, but about 3,000 overall.
Yes.
And right now, is your role a role of supervision? I mean, do you supervise other pathologists?
Yes.
How many pathologists do you supervise?
We are currently funded for 10 pathologists, including myself.
Okay. Have you ever testified as an expert in a court of law?
Yes.
In New Mexico?
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of approximately how many times?
Between depositions and civil and criminal court testimony, it's roughly about 50 times.
And during those times, were you qualified and recognized as an expert?
Yes.
In what field?
In forensic pathology, and I believe I've also been certified as an expert in traumatic brain injury.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Dr. Gerald as an expert in forensic pathology.
To be so qualified, I've qualified her before. So she is an expert as a forensic pathologist.
So can you kind of talk the jury through the steps of an autopsy? What happens when the remains of an individual come in for autopsy? Can you walk us through what happens at that point?
Sure. When a body comes in for autopsy, one of the first things that happens at the OMI, or the Office of the Medical Investigator, which I'll call OMI from here on out, is that they get a CT scan. So we have a CT
Hey, Christina, if you ever want to make a comment, just start talking and I'll hear you and I'll pause the video.
Okay.
Okay, because otherwise I'll be the only person talking. I interrupt all the time, so don't hesitate.
Aw, okay.
People might, if you see people complain in the chat, just ignore them. That's what the chat does. But if they just want to watch the stream, they could be over at Law and Crime and watching.
That's right. Go to Law and Cuck if you don't want the commentary, okay?
Scanner, and we scan the entire body. That gives us a chance as a pathologist to kind of have an internal look at the body before opening the body. After review of the CT scan, we enter the autopsy suite and begin with an external examination. And the external examination looks at features of the decedent, such as hair color, eye color. They also take a body weight and a length at that time. We also, at that time, will characterize any wounds that we can see on the body and take measurements and classify them based on what caused them. And then we open the body. When we open the body, we take specimens for toxicology and we examine the organs. We examine the organs for natural disease and for injury. At that time, we also take slides or samples that are going to be made into slides to look at under the microscope, which are evaluated after they come back from the laboratory. And after review of that information, we generate a report and issue a death certificate during that process.
So I think you just indicated you do some sort of written report to document your findings and conclusions.
Yes.
Do you also do you also use any sort of photography to document the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And before the body comes to you, can you tell the jury what a field OMI investigator is and what part that person plays?
Yes, a field investigator goes to the scene and they take photographs at the scene. If the body is still on scene, as was in this case, the field medical investigator, the field deputy, will take photos of the body on the scene. They also will speak to law enforcement on scene to gather a history of the circumstances that are available at that time. And they generate their own report, which is separate from the pathologist report. They also arrange for transportation of the decedent to the OMI for autopsy, and they would place the decedent in a body bag and seal
Is
the
that
body
the
bag
tag
at that
sticking
time.
out the back of her
So
jacket there?
Is that part of the process?
Oh my gosh.
That you follow
Or
every
is that
time a
from
body
her
comes into
face
autopsy?
mask?
Do you use the report that is
I
generated by
just
the
noticed.
Yeah, that's not her face mask. She's got like a neoprene type of
Oh,
face
man.
mask on, a blue one. Yeah, I think that's just her tag sticking up. At least she tied her hair back today. Yesterday it was just like a rat's nest. When do you see her co-counsel? It's like they never heard of
no.
a hairbrush in their lives. Someone in the chat said that the witness's hair was a wig. It doesn't look like a wig to me, but what will
No,
I
it
know?
doesn't look like a wig.
Maybe they mean the prosecutor here. That's
Her hair's not
there's a lot
looking
of wig
great.
talk going on just because nobody can find a hairbrush. The witness's hair is quite nice.
the field
Yes.
investigator as part of your analysis and determining your conclusions and findings and conclusions?
It is reviewed. Yes, it is reviewed and taken into consideration.
Now, I want to direct your attention back to March of 2020. At that time, were you
Chat's funny. Yeah, it looks like a powdered wig. It's like a Thomas Jefferson wig.
what was your role at that time?
In March of 2020, I had not yet been appointed interim chief. I was a regular medical examiner.
Did you have supervising duties at that time?
Yes.
And did you supervise an autopsy on a Mr. Guillermo Arriola?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury to what extent you supervised and how you participated as part of the autopsy?
Yes. I am during a part of our, at the OMI, we have a forensic pathology fellowship, if I can explain that. And the forensic pathology fellows is a medical doctor who has gone on and done their medical school training and their residency, and then they're doing a forensic pathology fellowship. As part of my role as an attending physician in forensic pathology at the OMI, I supervise fellows for autopsy. In the classical way that I supervise fellows at the time of autopsy is that I go in and I look at the external examination findings with the fellow, go over those findings with them to make sure that they have described the findings appropriately and that they've classified the findings appropriately. And depending on the case, such as this one, we characterize the wound tracks and wound paths as we see them to make sure that the fellow has classified them correctly.
And in addition to the photographs that you described as part of your documentation, do you also use any sort of diagram?
Yes.
Okay. I think before we go further,
Little
I'm
meth
gonna see if I can-
scratching
let's
there.
go through some of the photographs. And I'm
Yeah,
going
she
to
seems
begin
a little
with
nervous.
Exhibit 98.
And I don't think it's just because we have this sped up.
I'll slow her down for cross, so we'll hear what her voice is actually like. I like the cross at normal speed because it's so much fun.
Yes.
Look through those photographs and make sure they're the same ones that you recognize from before.
you recognize the photos?
Yes.
In general, what are these photographs?
These are photographs taken from either the field deputy on scene or from the autopsy.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to enter into evidence States Exhibits 98 through 120.
Any objection, counsel?
No objection. I do just want to make sure though that I will be able to also post the same types of photos.
Of course.
98 to 120 will be admitted.
And before we get to the autopsy
Right.
photos, I think there's a couple.
So it's we always allow the state prosecutors to do this, and I think it's inappropriate in self-defense cases. I mean, no one's disputing the cause and manner of death here. It's a self-defense case. The defendant's saying, I shot him and killed him, but I did it in self-defense. The only reason to show these autopsy photos to the jury is not to inform them of anything. Right. It's just an opportunity to show them gory pictures, to try to get them emotionally inclined against the defendant.
Exactly. It's the emotional manipulation. And if you haven't seen, like, you know, dead bodies and stuff, it can be very jarring, okay? Not everybody has spent their entire life, like, on the internet looking at weird things like some of us, you know?
Yeah,
and
I mean,
seeing that can be like, oh, God.
Or even if you just have a job working in a law office someplace, if they do any cases like this, they have textbooks full of photographs like this. And you just, when you get bored, you flip through them. I mean, all of us in the legal profession have seen these. Even if all you do is personal injury stuff, you see lots of gory photos. So we're kind of inured to it. But a lay audience of jurors, especially rifles, can do some pretty horrific things to the human body. It just looks grotesque. But I mean, that could potentially be an issue for a civil case and damages or for the punishment phase of a trial, but it ought not play a role in the guilt phase of a trial when the defendant's not denying that he committed the act. Right. It's not a fact in dispute. Yeah, but they do. They allow it all the time.
Let me ask you, first of all, do you recognize this particular photo?
Yes.
And
they probably will not show them on a...
This is a photograph that was taken by the field deputy at the scene.
Yeah.
To us.
Oh, they are. Wait, are they?
Well,
yeah.
Most of these photos
was provided before the time of autopsy.
The on-scene photos are not very bloody, remarkably not bloody, considering that the victim was killed with 2 rifle rounds. When they lift up the body, there's a little bit of blood on the floor, but I mean, the guy got shot in the head with a 5.56 round, and that can just canoe a head clean open. And it apparently didn't do that here.
Wow.
At least we haven't seen photos like that yet. So the body laying on the ground doesn't look that gory. Even when they lift them up, the floor doesn't look that bad. But of course, once they do an autopsy, they start cutting them open, then you see all kinds of stuff.
And this is State's Exhibit 99. Same kind of question. Is this also a photograph that was taken by the field investigator? If you know, if you don't, it's fine.
It looks like it was taken by the field investigator on scene.
When the body comes to you at OMI, and in this case with Mr. Arriola, does the body arrive to you clothed, like in this case? In other words, are the clothes removed before the body comes to OMI?
No, the clothes are on the body, and in this case, the hands are also bagged.
Now, I want to show you State's Exhibit 100. What is this exhibit? Or what is this picture of?
This is a body bag seal. The field investigator places this seal on the zippers of the body bag, and what it means is that no one's tampered with anything in the body bag before it arrives to the OMI. When it arrives to the OMI, one of our staff breaks the body bag seal, and so this is showing that the seal has been broken.
So it's a way of maintaining the integrity of the body from the scene to OMI?
Yes.
Technology is happening here.
Let me turn it on and off again here.
Like the state's case.
Go ahead and try.
And what is this picture and what is the purpose of the bands that you see there? Oh, I'm sorry, it's State's Exhibit 101.
These are armbands that are placed on the decedent. One armband, the orange one, is placed on the decedent on the scene, and the green armband is placed at the OMI once a case number has been generated.
And do those bands remain on the decedent throughout the process?
Yes.
And why is that? What's the purpose of that?
Making sure that we are, first of all, identifying and autopsying the correct person, and again, maintaining that integrity.
Now, I want to show you State's Exhibit 102.
That would suck to autopsy the wrong person. I guess it's happened.
Wouldn't surprise me.
What is this? I mean, you can see it's a diagram, but what's the purpose of this particular diagram?
This is a body diagram, and the handwriting was written by the fellow who's Dr. Murray. This demonstrates or documents the injuries that were seen at the time of autopsy, and there are certain abbreviations there. There's measurements of the injuries and abbreviations for the injuries.
Can you, before we get into the actual injuries, did you record as part of the process, did you record Mr. Arriola's height and weight?
Yes.
And do you recall that, or do you need to look at your report?
I believe he was roughly about 5 feet and 9 inches and about 199 pounds.
All right. And you documented, you said your first, what you would do is document the external injuries?
Yes.
And what, if any, external injuries did you observe and document for Mr. Arriola?
There were gunshot wounds on the body. There were also some minor scratches and bruising on the limbs.
And can you, you can circle on your screen, can you circle what the external injuries that you observed that you're referring to?
Yes. There was a gunshot wound labeled as A on the right side of the face. There was another gunshot wound that is in the right, we call it supraclavicular region, but right above the right collarbone. Those were entrance wounds. There was a gunshot exit wound on the left side of the chest. There was an abrasion on the front of the right leg, and there was a bruise on the back of the left thigh that's on the body diagram.
Okay, now, I understand correctly, bruises are hard to age, is that correct?
Yes.
So are you able to give any kind of an idea of when this bruise and these abrasions might have occurred?
No.
What about the abrasion that you documented on the thigh? Same thing?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how to clear that? Can you show her how to clear the, or you know more than I do? Okay.
So, of course, what the state's concerned about here is that the bruise would be consistent with the struggle, right, that occurred. They don't want the defense to argue that. But the state's in a position where they can't say that the bruise happened a week earlier. All they can say is, well, we don't know when it happened, right?
No.
It's more vague, ambiguous, uncertainty. That's all in favor of the defense.
Speculation, yeah.
So let's take this away for a while, and I want to talk a little bit more in detail about some of the findings that you made. Starting with, this is State's Exhibit 103. And
oh my God, she looks so much like she doesn't want to be there.
Yeah.
This photograph serves two purposes. One is it's our typical identification photo. It serves for identification.
She looks like she got a breakup text the moment before she got to the witness stand.
Aw.
She's like not thinking about this at all. She's got other more important stuff on her mind.
It also documents an abrasion or a scratch on the nose, on the bridge of the nose.
Could you tell if that abrasion was fresh or not?
It appears recent. Can I say if it happened the day before he died? No, I cannot.
And obviously, once the heart stops, there's no bleeding, correct?
That's correct.
So can you tell, is there any way to tell whether this abrasion was done before death or after death?
It doesn't have the features of what we call a post-mortem lesion. Those are usually yellow and discolored and don't show any tissue reaction. However, it could have happened as a perimortem event or an antemortem event. Perimortem meaning it could have been associated with a terminal fall, or it could have happened before death.
Is there any way to determine exactly?
We don't know.
It's caused by blunt trauma, and that's all I can say.
Is it possible that could have been caused if you struck with the rubbing of this?
It is possible.
All this ambiguity. This is possible. That is possible.
Is it possible it could have been caused by falling against, if I say a tote, do you know what I mean by a tote? Let me see if I can find a picture.
So what the state should be asking is not, is it possible this happened or is it possible that happened? The state needs to take a position, what they are arguing happened, and say, would this injury be consistent with our narrative of the case?
Right. Our theory of what happened here.
Not just all these possibilities. Possibilities is ambiguity, uncertainty, reasonable doubt. Oh my gosh, this is 1.5 speed and it's still taking this long.
Yeah, this is so. They gotta get their act together.
You see that tote? That's what I mean by tote.
Yes.
Is it possible that it could have been caused by him falling against that coat?
Yes, that is possible.
Okay. I mean, if I were the defense, I'd have a little sticky note and I'd be doing hashtag counting of every time she says it's possible. So I could talk about that during my closing argument.
Yeah. They're making
She was
her
on the witness stand for 2 hours and 35 times, however, she couldn't speak with certainty. 35 times she said it was possible.
This is State's Exhibit 104. And what is this photograph depicting? What, if any, injuries can you see on that particular photo?
This photograph depicts the body after the clothing has been removed and after the body has been cleaned. What is evident in this photograph, if I can demonstrate, is a gunshot entrance wound on the right supraclavicular or above the collarbone region, and a gunshot exit wound on the left side of the chest.
That's an awfully bad way to get shot, folks. That's mortal. There's no way to escape mortal injury. It's tracking right across the chest, through the heart, the lungs, the aorta, all the pulmonary arteries, aorta, everything. So fatal, certainly a fatal shot. Even with a handgun would be fatal. With a rifle, it's absolutely, all those organs would have burst from the just the pressure, the passage of the round. But he also, of course, he got shot in the head. So that's not good.
Talking about the diagram, that there was an injury to the right temple. Is that visible on this particular photograph?
No.
Where would it have been approximately? Can you point to it?
On
Or
myself,
the photograph?
it would be over on the right, just in front of the right ear.
I don't know what Law with Mike is doing. I wouldn't mind joining him, but if he watched today's testimony, I probably won't join him because I haven't seen it yet.
This is a gunshot entrance wound that I described previously. It's in the pre-auricular or in front of the right ear region. This photograph is taken before the wound is clean, which is a common practice for me for gunshot wounds. The reason being is because things like soot can be wiped away once the wound is cleaned.
In this particular wound, did you note any type of soot?
Yes, there was material that was present around the entrance and on the earlobe that appeared to be soot.
And when you say soot, would that be from a weapon?
Yes.
Christina can speak anytime she wants, folks.
I have a comment, but I think it's a little bit unbreaded, you know?
Well, that's,
I hate to say it, but I have trouble like taking any women like in positions of authority seriously, you know? So every time I listen to them talk, I just kind of hear like womp, womp, womp.
Well, I'm glad you said it and not me. I'm already in enough trouble with the women out there.
Oh no, the women aren't going to like me. I love you ladies. I do. But like, my goodness. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I find these women, the two female prosecutors, they strike me as technically competent, but they just don't have anything to work with. So they come across very poorly. By Carrie Morrison or Morrissey, I'm always forgetting what her last name is exactly, defense attorney. She's very, very good, but she has a extremely masculine energy. I mean, she's super disagreeable, very aggressive, just like that review said. That's awesome in a criminal defense attorney. But it's certainly not feminine. And by the way, folks, if I'm charged with murder, I don't want a feminine defense attorney. I want a pit bull of a defense attorney, and she's certainly doing that.
Well, that's what you want, indeed. Yep.
And what is this picture?
This is a picture of the same gunshot entrance wound that's in front of the right ear. This is after the wound has been cleaned. What is evident surrounding the gunshot entrance wound, which the photo is a little bit dark, is some thermal changes of the skin surrounding the entrance wound and little small abrasions on the skin surrounding the entrance wound that are consistent with gunpowder stippling.
And what does that tell you as a pathologist?
The presence of gunpowder stippling characterizes the wound as an intermediate range of fire.
And what distances would that be?
That distance, the answer is it depends, and it depends on the type of weapon and the ammunition fired. To get the best idea of what that distance is, you would need to test fire the weapon with the exact ammunition. Generally speaking, however, in the forensic world, and again, this is a generalization, you're usually talking about a distance between the muzzle of the firearm to the body of about 2 inches up to 2 feet.
2 inches to 2 feet. Now, before we go on to the other injuries, would it be easier to talk about the internal injuries caused by these wounds, or would it be easier to go one wound at a time? What's easier for you?
I can do whatever you prefer.
Okay. We'll talk about stay with this injury, the one on the, above the right ear. What happened? What could you determine? Excuse me, let me rephrase. What injuries were caused when that trajectory entered Mr. Arriola's right ankle?
So that projectile entered in front of the right ear. It traveled down through the oral cavity. It traveled down through the neck and injured some major blood vessels in the neck. And then it crossed the midline of the front of the body. And I also forgot to mention that it fractured or broke 3 cervical vertebrae when it traveled down through the neck. It crossed the midline and fragmented, and we recovered fragments of that projectile in the left chest area.
That's
it also injured
brutal.
the left lung. And so you're talking about a trajectory of right to left and downward.
I mean, what I would expect would have happened here while they're struggling over the rifle is the first shot probably went in through the shoulder area, through the body, came out the other end. That killed him dead right there. That would have ruptured all those organs, obviously vital to life organs. And then he's collapsing, but the defender is still, the gun was fired 10 or 11 times. So he's still pulling at the trigger. Even as the guy's falling, he's reflexively firing one more shot. That one hits the falling victim through the head, does that other damage. So I expect the headshot was probably actually the second and last shot of the fight, immediately following the cross thorax round.
That caused any sort of internal bleeding?
Yes.
Would that wound by itself be fatal?
Yes.
All right, let's move on to State's Exhibit 107.
Yeah, so they don't want to show the YouTube audience the gory photos, but these are all going to be published to the jury. The jury's probably seeing them right now.
On the diagram, that depicted another gunshot wound.
Yes.
So can you describe that one for the jury?
This is a gunshot entrance wound above the right collarbone or clavicle. This wound, or this photograph, was taken before the body was cleaned, and so you can depict that there's some blood surrounding that entrance wound. What I don't see surrounding the entrance wound here is soot or gunpowder stippling. If I can also go on to say that I did look at the clothing. The decedent was wearing 2 shirts. He's wearing a black t-shirt, or a black, I think it might have been long sleeve, and then another shirt over that. On the outer layer of clothing, I did not note any gunpowder particles with my own eye.
So, like, what's being described sounds
it would be
consistent with self-defense.
a distant range of fire if I don't.
Yeah, it all sounds consistent with self-defense.
So, like, what are we doing here?
Struggle. Yeah. I don't know. It's not like this guy was shot in the back from 100 yards away, right? That would not look like self-defense.
Right.
Shooting an unarmed man from a safe distance away. This is all the evidence is these 2 men being within inches of each other, fighting for control of this rifle until one of them finally gets killed.
Yeah, that's what these wounds sound like.
Right.
It doesn't sound like, yeah.
The state would normally be talking about there is no stippling.
Right.
Just showing that it was a distant shot fired.
Weird.
Hey, do you have anything to sell, Christina? You got a book or anything to grift? Just a channel.
No, just my channel.
YouTube and locals too, I saw, right?
Yes, I am on locals, radixverum.locals.com. So I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody checking out my content. I do have some very unbreaded takes, so I know it's not going to be for everybody. Some of you guys didn't like my comment about women. And I apologize for that, but that's just how I feel, and I'm gonna say it. I gotta be myself. So
I came across Christina totally by accident. YouTube fed me, suggested as viewing to me a what would you call it? A reaction video that she did to somebody who did kind of summarized my drama with Nat Lawyer chick. I thought, first of all, the clip, whoever did that underlying video did a great job. I don't know who they are either, but your feedback, your commentary on it.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. They do that. They do a good job.
Yes.
But your commentary on it was great as well. And finally, you have a Twitter handle, right? For people who want to, it's different though.
It is not Radix on Twitter.
Okay. There we go, folks. Follow, subscribe, all that good stuff.
Don't see gunpowder particles. To get a better idea of if there's gunpowder particles on the shirt, there's laboratory testing that the OMI doesn't do that another lab could do.
And your distances, if I understand that, your approximate distances, yes?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 108, is that like a different view or a closer view?
Yes, this is a closer photo.
And this is
And we have angry women in the chat.
I know.
First of all, I would suggest you ladies just calm down, okay? Second of all, nobody is saying all women do anything.
No,
but women
I never said that.
Women generally tend to have common characteristics. There are exceptions. We're on a bell curve. Most people are
Correct.
within a couple of standard deviations of the norm. That's how
Yes.
people work. There are always people on the far ends of the bell curve. That's fine. They're human beings too. You can still generalize, and not just women, men too, dogs, cars, plants, everything.
Yeah, and you're talking to somebody here, guys, who doesn't think that women should be in the workforce in most cases and shouldn't be allowed to vote in most cases, because I think that feminism has been a cancer on society. And I think that if we want to look at the problems that we have as we watch society slowly fall apart, women are to blame for a lot of that. And it's not like that there's anything wrong with them. Women are emotional beings. They're emotional beings first, above logic and reason. And so I think that a lot of things they do are feels based. As I said in the video when I was covering your back and forth with Natalie Lawyer Chick, she does the same thing, and it's not bad. That doesn't make women bad. It's not a bad thing. Women are nurturers. They're mothers. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to feel emotional bonds with their children. The problem, though, is that women coddle criminals. They do this mommying thing, and they allow their emotions to, in many cases, control their behavior. That's all. I'm not exempt from this, guys. I'm a woman too, so I'm critiquing myself here. I can say these things because I know from lived experience.
Oh, I say much the same things just from observation.
Yeah, right.
Although I just want to remind people, my initial grievance with Nat Lawyer Chick was not that she was a bad person. It's that she's a bad lawyer. I mean, she's
Right.
demonstrably and objectively a bad lawyer. It only turned out later that she was also a bad person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, this is the same gunshot entrance wound that is above the right collarbone.
And before we move on, could you, same as we did with the other gunshot wound, could you describe what kind of internal injury that you observed as a result of this gunshot wound?
Alicia in the comments says, as a chick, where can I meet girls like Christina? Friends, female friends like Christina. Well, you know where. We told you. She's got a YouTube channel. She's got a locals, and she's on Twitter. So yes, join Christina's community if you share her views. It'll certainly do more for you than anything feminism has to offer.
Exactly.
I'd like to see the actual objective argument for that the 19th Amendment has been a net positive plus for society generally. So we'll see. I don't know. I've yet to hear anybody make that argument.
Yeah.
Yes, this gunshot wound, the projectile entered above the right collarbone and traveled underneath the skin. It went into the chest cavity and injured the major blood vessels that go to the heart. So one of those being the very large vessel called the aorta. So it went through the aorta and a very large different blood vessel that goes into the heart. It also went through the left lung and exited the left side of the chest.
So with this wound, let's say that this was the only wound, would this wound have been fatal?
Yes.
Now, as a pathologist, is there any way for you to determine which wound happened first and which one happened second?
No.
I have a guess.
When you say that each of these wounds independently would be fatal, is there any way to know how fast a person would succumb to those wounds?
There are injuries to major blood vessels, and it doesn't. The answer in forensics quite commonly is it depends. They may not have been immediately fatal. They would have resulted in significant blood loss, and so you could be talking about seconds of survival prior to death.
You're saying seconds, so.
If your aorta is ruptured by a 5.56 round through your chest, there is no blood pressure anymore. Might there be some remnant brain funk until what blood is in there deoxygenates? I guess maybe. You're not doing anything and you're not coming back. You're dead.
Not minutes or longer than that, you don't think?
I don't believe he would have survived on the level of minutes with an injury to the aortic arch.
It's almost like I'm a medical
Now,
professional.
let's move on to State Exhibit 109.
I see someone asking if the defendant's out on bail or in jail. My understanding is he's been in jail the whole time for the last 2 years. Now, part of that was there was questions about his mental competency, so that might have been part of why he was held in jail. But I don't think he's been out on bail. I think he's been in jail awaiting this trial for the last 2 years.
The number at the bottom is correct.
I didn't get puzzled as a small child. Good. Now, what is this depicting?
This is a photograph of it's a close-up, but it's the left side of the chest. And what is depicted and annotated by the letter C, as well as the case number, is a gunshot exit wound on the left side of the chest. This is the gunshot exit wound that is associated with the wound path from the entrance on the right collarbone region.
And how do you know that? How do you determine that?
So when a projectile goes through the body, it creates a hemorrhagic wound path, which you can usually follow the wound track through the body, which we were able to do in this case.
And States Exhibit 110.
This is a close-up of the gunshot exit wound on the left side of the chest.
And how can you tell it's an exit wound versus an entry?
And there are certain features of an entrance wound. Number one is that when a bullet hits the skin, it makes an abrasion on where it enters the skin. And it actually takes the skin with it, such that if you tried to close that wound, you can't close it perfectly because the skin is actually missing. When the bullet or the projectile exits the skin, it pushes the skin out and doesn't take the pieces of skin with it. So if you try to reapproximate that, you can put the skin back together precisely without any missing skin. Generally speaking, an exit wound doesn't have an abrasion. That's not always true if the skin's pushed against something, but there is no abrasion here as well.
Is there anything about those wounds that I haven't already asked you about that you feel is important to testify about?
No, I neglected to mention that the trajectory for the second gunshot wound track is also right to left and downward.
So they were both right to left and downward?
Yes.
And I think, okay, the next series are some photographs. It looks like of Mr. Arriola's hands. We'll kind of go through those kind of quickly. Is it common to take pictures of the deceased's hands?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
We want to document any injuries that might be on the hands or any potential trace evidence that we can see with our own eyes that might be on the hands.
And I apologize, I'm mistaken at one point. So did you see any of that on this, was it depicted in this particular photo?
No.
What is this kind of?
Okay, so again, this is what the prosecution has to work with. Normally, when the prosecution is talking about a victim's hands, it's because they want to highlight defensive wounds.
Yeah.
So the victim was defending themselves from an attack. When there's nothing there, that shows you nothing. It doesn't mean there wasn't a fight. Absence of evidence is not evidence. So again, the prosecution is talking about things that do not advance the prosecution's narrative and just add uncertainty and ambiguity to the overall trial.
So that red discoloration on the index finger is livor mortis. It's postmortem settling of blood, and it's dependent on gravity.
So as we look at State's Exhibit 111, that looks like so there's some red, and there's like a mark in between where it looks like there's no redness. What picked up for that?
Yes, this is the right hand, the palm of the right hand, and what you can see is blanching in the center of the hand. There's a photo from the scene where there was something in the right hand that was documented by photograph on scene.
And could that account for that lack of, what do you call it, liver?
Livor, yes.
Livor. So could that account for that lack of livor there?
Yes.
And how much pressure would it take? In other words, would someone have to be squeezing it really hard or just lightly pressing to cause that sort of?
It doesn't take a lot of pressure to cause the livor to blanch once it's before it becomes fixed. At some point, the livor won't blanch anymore. However, for example, when a field investigator is on scene, in order to demonstrate the state of the livor on scene, sometimes the field investigator will place a gloved hand on the back, and it'll actually leave a handprint temporarily, and they'll photograph that to show that the livor had not settled at that point.
This is at 112. There's another picture of his Arriola's hand. It's like showing his knuckles.
Yes, this is showing the back of the hand, and these are before the hands have been cleaned. There's no injuries that are evident. There is blood on the hands.
So I'm looking at this right here. Is that an injury or is that just blood?
No, that is just blood.
So you didn't know any injuries on his hands at all?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 13.
So the manner of attack here, what the defense has described is basically, and I happen to have a canister of OC here, but that the victim had a canister of OC in his hand and was pounding at the defendant like this. And then the defendant retrieved his rifle and they were fighting over the rifle. But you wouldn't expect there to be punching-like injuries on the hand from that kind of attack. So again, the state's pointing out the absence of something that would not be expected to be there given the defense.
Right. So it's sort of like irrelevant. And I think they just kind of like to do this because it puts people to sleep in a way. I mean, if you're on the jury here, you're going to be falling asleep watching this stuff. You're not going to know if this is relevant or not because you're not a subject matter expert. You're just listening to this, and it gives the appearance of like, oh, look, we've got something here, and they're hoping people don't know better.
It's
to
filler.
know that
So
this means
the
nothing.
defense narrative is that these two men fought in one room of a trailer. And so just before you joined us, one of the things the state was doing was showing photographs of other parts of the trailer where things were not disheveled. So, this isn't broken.
Okay.
That's not broken, as if someone were arguing that a fight had happened in that other room.
Right. Like,
So, of course, it just doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense.
Yeah.
Is that also liver?
Yes.
Liver or liver?
A liver. It maybe depends on what part of the country you're in.
Okay. Any injuries that you noted on the hand?
No.
States Exhibit 114. Okay, and there are some red marks there. Did you note those as injuries?
No, I did. They were not interpreted to be injuries at the time of examination.
What were they?
It could be some liver discoloration. We didn't think they were bruises or scratches.
And if they had been, you would have documented those on your diagram and in your report?
Yes.
And what about this one in particular? Let me see. It looks like there's some reddish substance there. Was that from an injury?
It was from an injury, but not an injury on the hands. It was from the scene where the hand was resting in blood.
So there was no injury on his hand corresponding to that red.
Correct.
And any other injury? Did you note any other injuries on his hand?
No. No.
States Exhibit 116. I think this might just be the other hand, but same question. No evidence of injuries on that hand?
That's correct.
117. Now this looks like a close-up of the thumb and thumbnail. What would be the purpose of doing a close-up like that?
I don't know why they took a close-up of the thumb, but I don't see any injuries there. I mean, it's typical to take a photograph to show this aspect of the hand. Meaning, when I say this, we're talking about what we would call the outside of the index finger and the thumb. So it's
they're showing photographs for no purpose. They don't know why.
Even she's like, what
I don't know.
Here?
I don't know. It's just another picture.
Oh, God.
a typical photo.
States Exhibit 118. This purplish looking area here and the purplish red area, is that also still just from lighter?
Yes, I believe so.
And any indication of any injuries on that photograph or that you observed?
No.
Okay. Finally, States Exhibit 119.
It's like, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, look, just think of all the pictures we showed you. Surely the only possible just verdict is guilt.
I guess if you don't have much to work with, though, like this is what you have to resort to.
Oh my God.
Again, the other hand, any signs of injuries that were documented either with that photograph or upon observation?
No.
In your findings and conclusions, Dr. Gerald, what kinds of findings and conclusions by law are you required to determine, if you will?
We determine the cause of death and the manner of death.
And can you explain to the jury what the difference is?
The cause of death is what type of injuries or natural disease actually led to the demise of the person. It could be natural disease, it could be an injury. In this case, the cause of death, if I may say, is gunshot wounds.
Okay. And so what's manner of death? What does that mean?
In this state, we have a number of choices for manner of death or classifications of manner of death, which includes natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and undetermined.
Okay. And in this particular case, what did you determine to be the manner of death?
The manner of death is homicide.
And when you make that determination, that's a medical conclusion, right?
Yes.
So it's not a legal conclusion.
That's correct.
Okay. So what factors go into making that determination of the manner of death?
The manner of death is a combination of the anatomic findings based on the autopsy findings and the investigative circumstances surrounding the death of the person.
Now, is it common procedure to have a toxicology report, toxicology analysis done on the decedent?
Yes,
And was that done in the case of Mr. Arriola?
yes,
And did you receive a copy of that report?
yes.
Um,
Would it be fair to say he was high as fuck?
What, before I ask you what the results were, let me ask you this. Did the results of that report alter your opinion regarding the cause or manner of death?
No.
Okay. And in general, what were the findings of the toxicology report? If you need to refer to the report, you may.
There was a blood alcohol concentration of 0.118. There was cocaine present. There was a compound present called cocaethylene. That compound is formed when cocaine and alcohol are consumed within a relatively short amount of time of each other, and it is biologically active, having similar properties of cocaine. And there was a breakdown product of cocaine, which was benzyl-ecgonine. And then I would have to refresh my memory for anything else that was on there.
Let me just see if I can. I'm not going to enter this into evidence, but I'd like to show you a copy of the report so I could ask you some questions about it, if that's all right. May I approach you?
0.18 is damn high. Yeah, for the blood alcohol.
NMS Labs is the laboratory that we utilize for forensic toxicology. They are an accredited laboratory and located out of state.
Okay. And if you look on the signature page of that document, who was that signed by?
This was signed by Jolene Beerley, who is a forensic toxicologist.
Okay, a forensic toxicologist is different than a forensic pathologist, right?
Yes.
And are you an expert in forensic toxicology?
No.
So 0.18 is more than double the limit under New Mexico law for drunk driving, which is 0.08. Oh,
Nice.
0.118. Still, it's 30% above the legal limit for drunk driving. So the guy was, he was feeling it. He was in his cups for sure. Then add the cocaine.
Yeah.
Have you ever
right?
testified as an expert in forensic toxicology?
Oh, God.
In general, do you feel qualified to talk about the general effects of the amount of cocaine that you see from this report on an individual?
I can only speak in generalities, and I would only be repeating what is written on the report.
And to your knowledge, does that, I mean, a lot of it depends on the individual, correct? I mean, do you even know?
It depends on what you're
In other
talking-
words, okay, I'm sorry, that was a bad question. Let me rephrase. So an amount that might cause an effect on me might be different than the same amount would cause on a different person, right? Well, if she's gonna be allowed to talk about it, then
I'll allow it.
do you understand the question?
But that same argument is the one that applies to the effects of mace, which is favorable to the defense. I mean, if I were the defense, I'd come back and cross and say, all right, well, isn't it true that that's true of mace, that you can't predict what the effect would be?
Yeah.
I do understand the question. It depends on what substance you're talking about.
Okay, let's start with cocaine.
I can't testify to what concentration might cause what effect. I can generally speak that cocaine is a stimulant and is an illicit stimulant. So it has been associated with aggressive behavior.
But not in all people.
It depends on the concentration, which I can't testify about.
Can you give any testimony on the effect that whatever concentration was in Mr. Arriola's blood, what effect it had on him on February 29th?
I cannot.
And he also had, looks like, some cannabis in his system?
There were breakdowns.
But notice what she's not saying. She's not saying, I can confidently say it would not have made him more violent. Again, it's just, she just doesn't know. It's uncertainty. It's ambiguous. It's possible. It's just crazy. And then when it comes to alcohol, listen, we have all experienced, I mean, I grew up in the 80s and cocaine was everywhere, but we've all experienced alcohol. And we all know that some people drink and they're just happy, pleasant drunks. And other people drink,
Right.
and they'll fight a goddamn telephone pole in front of the house.
Yes.
Very different reactions, but you can't exclude a violent reaction, which is what the state would need to be doing here.
Yeah, exactly.
Products of marijuana, yes.
And what are the general effects of cannabis?
That I cannot testify to because it rarely, if ever, has a determination factor in cause of death. And not in this case.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, and is part of the decomposition of the body, part of that process produces ethanol, correct?
It can in states of moderate to severe decomposition.
Okay, so in this case, was that a factor?
No.
You think? No? Okay. And 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay. Why are they asking questions when they have to know the answer is not going to be helpful to them?
Yeah, again, it just seems like a waste of time. I don't know.
Lord.
Like they're just wasting people's time here with this. That's my opinion.
Well, it looks like she's done. She's looking at her colleague.
Yeah.
Anything else?
She does not look like a pleasant woman. Sorry. Oh, man.
I might not have asked you this. My co-counsel says I didn't. What does distant range of fire mean? What would the distances be for that?
And again, I'll go back to the best estimate for that range would be to test fire the actual weapon with the ammunition that was used.
That wasn't done? The state is going to raise this as an issue and they don't actually have testing data? So all she can do again is speculate.
But again, generally speaking, for distant range of fire, you're talking roughly 2 feet or more, and we can't tell.
All right, so they had the weapon and they had other ammo that matched the ammo that was fired in the magazine. The magazine was still half full. They could have tested it, just like they didn't test the substance on the gun to determine whether it was mace. Holy cow.
Why? Is it just incompetence or?
I mean, in fairness, it wouldn't necessarily be the incompetence of these prosecutors. I don't know when they were put on the case, but you know, someone's doing the investigation. I don't know if it's a lack of resources or, you know, I sometimes wonder about this case in particular because this defendant has a history of mental health issues, paranoia, conspiracy theory concerns. And it may just be, and he was a stranger to this community. He had just moved back into New Mexico where he was raised, but he'd been away for many decades. And the person he killed was a landowner. They were engaged in a discussion for a property sale, and he was apparently well-liked in the community, the victim. And it may be that they showed up. The guy they know, who's lived there forever, is shot dead. At worst, they would be thinking he had mace. Which doesn't look good from the aspect of proportionality. And when they talk to the shooter comes across as a mental lunatic. And they're thinking, well, we'll just treat this as a murder. I mean, they charged the guy with murder 6 days after the event. So they were quick to charge him with murder. And they may just thought, oh, this will be easy.
Yeah.
And what they didn't think of was the guy, the lunatic, that's not the person who's going to be speaking for the defense in court. It's going to be his legal counsel. And if that guy gets good legal counsel, it's you may have a fight on your hands.
Yeah.
Also, I think I suspect they may have hoped to get his mental health history into the record. And if they had done that, it might have seriously biased the jury against the defense.
Yeah,
but it's not normally permissible to get that kind of history, and it's effectively character evidence.
Yeah,
and it hasn't been mentioned in court. So I presume, first of all, that the news reports I'm seeing of that mental health history are true. I don't know. I don't have personal knowledge of it. But even if those news reports are true, it has to be that the judge ruled it wouldn't be admissible in trial, or we would have heard about it endlessly.
Yeah.
So as a medical doctor, can you testify or do you know whether alcohol is generally considered a depressant?
It is, yes, I can.
And what about marijuana or cannabis? If you know.
I would not testify to that.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Gerald. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gerald. Sorry. I'm calling you Herrera.
Okay.
I love when prosecutors do this. It's always whatever side they want, right? So if the defendant was drunk, we all know that alcohol leads people to fight, right? So, but when it's who was drunk, well, we all know alcohol is a depressant, right? So surely that couldn't have contributed to a violent attack by the victim in this case. It's like with ammo, you always have the wrong bullet. No matter what bullet you use, it's the wrong one. If you use Full Metal Jacket, you should have used ball ammo. If you use ball ammo, you should have used Full Metal Jacket. That happened in the Rittenhouse case.
Yeah.
2020 is when the shooting occurred. February 29th, 2020. And this trial is taking place right now. They're wearing masks because New Mexico courts still.
Good afternoon, doctor. Good afternoon.
I'm going to slow it back down.
All right, so you described during direct examination some of the process that your office goes through when you are conducting a death investigation. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
And a death investigation, would you agree, does not involve just one person in your office, but a team of people?
Yes.
And that first step in this investigation would be the field investigator, correct?
Yes.
And the field investigator.
Hey, Chad, if I was contrasting ball and Full Metal Jacket, I misspoke. Full Metal Jacket's ball for practical purposes. I meant full ball and hollow point.
is the individual who actually goes out to the scene.
Yes,
And that's not you, correct?
that's correct.
All right. And while out on scene, the field investigator is, like I think you testified, speaking with law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes,
And also taking pictures of the scene
yes,
and processing the body on scene.
yes.
I don't like
And before
these long pauses.
you begin
I
your
know.
external examination, there is a briefing in your office, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And during that briefing, does the field investigator kind of run through their investigation?
It's not the field investigator, but a central office investigator.
Okay. And they're kind of sharing with you the information they received from the scene?
Yes.
And does that help guide your autopsy?
It gives us an idea of how to triage.
Okay. And what does that mean? Triage?
It helps us decide whether we're going to do an autopsy or a homicide workup. If we're going to do an autopsy, meaning that we're going to collect certain evidence at the time of autopsy, or if we're just going to do an external examination and not open the body.
Okay. I don't think I have all the photos. The autopsy? Yeah. Oh, this is
Yeah, she should have come in there
All right,
doing it
so
fully
the
prepared.
field
Yeah, come on,
investigators
independent woman.
They're taking photos. For example, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 98.
Yeah,
And
long-
you've already
long-
testified
long
that
show
this is
us
a photo that was taken by the field investigator out at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 99.
You could at least focus your camera.
Yeah.
That was also
Dear
out at
God.
the scene.
I think, but I can't be sure. The decedent's in the body bag, but I can't tell if the floor is in our lab or on the scene, to be honest.
No,
Okay.
this defense
And
attorney is
did
much
you
weaker.
review all of the photos in the autopsy file before you testified today
Yes.
in preparation?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
This is Nicole Moss. She's not nearly as strong as the
Do
other.
you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is that one of the photos that is part of your file?
Yes, I believe it is.
And what is that a photo of?
It's a photo of a rifle that was present on scene.
Okay, and was that a photo that was taken by your field investigator?
Yes.
At this time, the defense would move for the admission of Defendant's Exhibit I.
No objection, Your Honor.
To be admitted.
Right. May I approach?
You may.
And may I publish?
You may.
Yeah,
So just so that the jury can see what we were just talking about, this photo is a photo of a firearm that your field investigator.
so this medical examiner is probably about the same age as this defense attorney, right?
Yeah.
But she presents herself as if she were 10 years younger than that. She looks very feminine. Her hair is done. She looks cute.
Yeah.
That's a choice.
took
It is.
at the scene that evening.
Yes.
All right, thank you. In addition to,
I wish I could
Cindy-
see her face though, the rest of it.
Yeah.
You know, I want to see the smile.
I didn't catch her name,
office also
or I would Google it, but
Yeah.
catalog the property that comes in with a body.
Yes.
And what do you do with personal effects and property that comes in with the body?
In this case, since this was a homicide workup, the property of the decedent becomes evidence and it is submitted to the corresponding law enforcement agency as evidence. So it is packaged.
Okay, and before you send that off to the law enforcement agency, is it documented?
Yes.
And how do you document it?
It is documented in an inventory, and it is photo documented as well.
Okay. Permission to approach?
Amen.
Doctor, I've handed you 2 more photos, marked defendants exhibits M and N. Would you please take a look at those?
Yes.
And do you recognize those photos?
Yes.
Are those photos that are from your file?
Yes.
And were those taken by someone in your office?
Yes.
And what are they photos of?
One is a photograph of a straw, and the other is a photograph of a glass pipe.
And are these items that came in with Mr. Arriola's remains?
Yes.
Is this some of the property that was turned over to law enforcement?
Yes.
At this time,
Don't do crack, kids. Crack is whack. That explains the cocaine.
Oh no.
It wasn't. He wasn't doing a gentleman snorts.
the state would, or the defense would move forward the admission of exhibits M and N.
No objection.
We admitted.
Thank you. May I approach?
Oh boy. Can we see the paraphernalia, please? Nope, here we go.
And so this would be defendant's exhibit M, and is this the straw that you were just talking about?
Yes.
And this
Yikes.
came in with the
You hate to
remains.
see
Yes.
it.
And defendant's exhibit N, is that the glass pipe that came in with Mr. Arriola's remains?
Yes.
And do you happen to know where, were they in his pocket, or do you have any idea of where in his remains these were found?
I don't recall.
She looks fine. I mean, she's no Dr. Muffins, that's true, but she looks fine.
Well, most people aren't Dr. Muffins. Come on, most women aren't. Let's be honest.
Right. There's no sense being mean.
She's a solid
Now,
6.
During
6
the
or 7.
autopsy, you
From what I can see.
are looking at injuries, obviously, and you've already testified to those. But there's also an internal examination done.
Here we go. I'll pull it up.
Let's see.
She looks fine. We're not talking
Yeah.
8, 9, or 10. She looks fine.
No.
She looks fine. I'd say a 6.
Yeah.
Maybe a 6
6.
with a maybe a flexible 7 on a nights
On
out.
a good day, you never know. Sometimes if they make themselves look a little nice, do the hair a little bit different or do the makeup a little bit different, you can turn a 4 into a 7 with just
I do
the
notice
makeup. But it is
again,
false advertising.
There's apparently no food shortage in New Mexico. That's for sure. Everyone's got plenty to eat. Plenty to
You
eat.
said it, not me.
Set of the organs.
Yes.
And are you also looking for any natural diseases?
Yes.
And did Mr. Arriola have any natural diseases that you observed?
Yes.
What did he have?
He had fatty changes of the liver.
And what is a fatty change of the liver?
There's multiple reasons to have fatty changes of the liver.
There's only one reason. This was not his first night drinking alcohol.
The 2 of the most common are obesity or alcohol use.
Okay. And so was he obese?
I believe his, I don't recall.
Would they say 190?
Index was
5'9" and
45 or
190?
29, but I wouldn't characterize him as obesity by my recollection of his overall physique.
Okay. So then the other likely cause would be alcoholism?
It would be the most common cause. I'm sorry.
It sounds like his BMI was right around 30. I think 30 is like overweight. I don't think it's obese yet, although it may be the margin between overweight and obese. So he may have been
Okay.
pushing it.
Sorry, I don't think that's what she said. She said alcohol use.
Okay, she already answered the
Okay, 5'9", 200 pounds. All
You're
right,
welcome.
yeah, that is kind
Okay.
of questionable.
So alcohol use is another way?
Yes.
Okay. Would excessive alcohol use be a way that this is caused?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Now,
a pretty
talking about the toxicology report, Ms.
excessive alcohol use is also a pretty good way to be 5'9" and 200.
Exactly.
Romo asked you a number of questions regarding it. I only have a few. To start with, the toxicology revealed that Mr. Arriola had alcohol in his system, and you said that that was at a level of 0.118 grams.
Yes.
Okay. And if you could give us some context, so 0.118, do you know if that is above the legal limit for alcohol for driving in this state?
Yes, the legal limit for driving in this state is 0.08.
Okay, so this is 0.118, so about 0.03 above the legal limit?
Yes.
Okay.
Almost 0.0.
And you said that there was cocaine in his system. Do you recall the amounts?
I do not.
Okay. But there was the active ingredients of cocaine in his system?
Yes.
And I think you also testified as to, was there metabolites of cocaine in his system as well?
Yes.
So what does that tell you when you see the active and the inactive metabolites of cocaine?
It would mean that he had not broken down cocaine completely into its metabolites or its breakdown products. So it would indicate more recent use, and I can't testify how recent.
Okay, fair enough. And then you also testified on direct exam that
It would indicate he was riding that train.
there was coca-ethylene in his system. And you explained that that is a compound that's formed when cocaine and alcohol are consumed together.
Yes.
And when they're consumed together, does this mean that this is consumption that is close in a time frame to each other?
Yes.
He was partying.
And you said you could only speak in generalities to the effects that coca-ethylene would have on somebody. But so coca-ethylene, is that does that correlate to possible increased aggressiveness?
It would have a similar effect as cocaine itself. Some textbooks say it's more biologically active than cocaine. Others resources say it's less active, but it has similar properties of cocaine.
Okay. And so some of those properties, including the aggression, increased aggression, also increased excitement.
The shooting occurred on a Saturday night, folks, for what that's worth. Saturday.
Yes. It's a stimulant. It would cause increased heart rate, increased blood pressure, and aggression can be a symptom. Yes.
Okay. And
Yeah.
risk taking?
I think that's outside my purview.
Okay. Would it
She sees dead
help to
patients.
refresh your memory to review the toxicology report that is part of your investigation?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This goes beyond what your ruling was, and she's not a toxicology expert. She's not a forensic toxicologist. She's reading something else.
I thought she was.
Yeah, right.
Of the scope of your ruling, and Ms. Roma has already talked to her about this. I'm just doing a little bit of,
To refresh your recollection, right?
yes.
I'll allow that.
This judge always sounds like he's had a few.
Yeah. Poor guy.
Have you had a chance to refresh your memory?
Yes.
And is risk taking associated with this coca-ethylene?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach this?
Mm-hmm. There you go.
They got it. That's what they wanted. That's keep in mind, folks. When these lawyers are doing their trial work correctly, everything they're doing is just a building block to closing argument. Everything they're extracting from a witness is not necessarily to make a great point in the moment, although that can happen, but to have that building block for their narrative in closing where they can refer back to this testimony as part of a coherent narrative. When you're doing this witness by witness, that you don't have a coherent narrative. Everything's chopped up, especially since for the defense, these are still stay witnesses. You're not picking the order or sequence or areas to cover on direct. You know, you can only cross-examine these witnesses, but you want to extract out of them on cross those building blocks you will stitch together in the order you want to tell a compelling narrative of innocence. when you get to closing at the end of the trial.
Yeah, exactly.
And this is pa-ting. When I heard her say that, it's just, that's the bell. That's a building block. A building block got its wings when she said yes.
Another thing that is noted in the toxicology report is benzo, like cogonine. I don't know how to say that. Could you help me with that?
Sure, benzoylecgonine.
And what is that?
That's a breakdown product of cocaine.
And when you see a breakdown product of cocaine, what does that mean?
It means that the body has time to break it down in the bloodstream from its an apparent compound of cocaine and start to break it down into other things.
Okay. So seeing both the benzoylecgonine and the cocaethylene and the active cocaine in the system, does that show a history of cocaine use?
A duration of cocaine use.
If you're talking about in the blood and only in the blood, it could mean that cocaine was consumed. You could have breakdown products from cocaine consumption the day before, or I can't tell if it's the day before, and plus recent cocaine use. What I can tell you is that there is active cocaine in the blood.
Okay. In addition to the toxicology screen for blood, there was also a urine screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the urine screen showed
Pure
the
cocaine.
presence of cocaine metabolites?
Yes.
Does that tell you anything different from what we've already talked about regarding the cocaine that was seen in his blood?
Yes.
And what does it tell you?
The most accurate determination of compounds that might have indicated intoxication is through analysis of the blood. The presence of cocaine in the urine means that there's been enough time for cocaine to be broken down and deposited into the urine.
Okay. So it's just another piece of information that goes into the bigger picture?
Yes.
Okay. And in the urine, it also indicates that there was cannabinoids?
Yes.
What are cannabinoids?
They're breakdown products of marijuana.
And I think you previously testified that there was also marijuana found in his blood?
There's breakdown products of marijuana in the blood, yes.
Okay.
Would it be quicker just to list the drugs this guy wasn't on?
Yeah, right.
I mean, he's not quite into the George Floyd levels, but
Yeah, fentanyl Floyd.
Now going back to...
We haven't entered bath salts territory yet, but this isn't Florida, so.
You testified on direct examination that you did an inspection, or you looked at his clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't observe any gunshot powder on his clothing?
Right.
Is this the clothing that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified that there is laboratory testing that can be conducted on the clothing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who makes the determination about whether to send the clothing out for that additional laboratory testing?
Beyond the scope of her expertise.
I'm asking who decides. I think she knows that she does it.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
That would be law enforcement if they would like to determine if things like nitrite and lead would be on the clothing.
Okay, so that's something you don't decide. That's something for law enforcement?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. As part of your investigation, does your office take fingernail clippings?
Yes.
When do you take those fingernail clippings?
The fingernail clippings are taken before the body is opened. This is before, and also before the body is cleaned.
The photos we saw of the hands, were those photographs taken before or after the clippings?
It looked like some of them were taken before and some were taken after.
Okay. And is this before or after the body is cleaned?
For what part?
Do you clean the body just one time, or is it in steps?
The fingernail clippings are taken before any cleaning is done. So there is cleaning that's done in steps. which is because the body has a front side and a back side.
And then what do you do with the fingernails?
The fingernails are packaged and submitted as evidence.
And does your office ever conduct testing on the fingernails?
No.
Is that something for law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
Mommy doctor, Bob. No more mommies. We had Judge Mommy, Doctor Mommy, and then now another Doctor Mommy.
Sorry, there's a lot of photos here.
It's a lonely, lonely world out there for many people.
States Exhibit
Mhm.
103. Ms. Romo asked you a series of questions during direct exam regarding the possible genesis of the laceration on Mr. Arriola's nose. This abrasion that you see on his nose, could that have occurred from him falling forward and hitting his face on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you saw photos of how his body was found,
Yes.
and his body was found face down on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States Exhibit 104. So here we're looking at a close-up of Mr. Arriola's torso. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you point to where gunshot wound B is located in the photo?
Gunshot wound B is my arrow is not pointing at it, but is the entrance wound in the right collarbone region.
Okay. And then did you testify on direct exam that the other injury that we see, guess right here, that would be the exit wound for the same projectile?
Yes.
If you could, would you just draw a line that shows us the path that bullet took through Mr. Arriola's body?
Now you've done it.
So that is the path one of the bullets took through his body?
Yes.
Okay. And so can you testify, and I don't know if you can you testify as to where the firearm would have been when it went off and created that path?
No.
Okay. I don't know how to erase that line now. Do you know how? Thank you.
She's testified before.
And I know we can't see gunshot wound A because that's the one that goes through the right temple, you said?
Yes.
But you testified to the path that it took through Mr. Arriola's body. Could you please do the same thing and just draw for us on this photo the path it took?
Yes.
Yeah, Nick was
I'm
invited.
going to stop at the
but
left
he's
chest because
doing
it
busy
fragmented, and we recovered the fragments in the left chest.
Okay. And then I guess, could you just draw another line from B to C? Okay. And so you had testified that with both of these, it was a right to left downward.
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that that indicates that when he was shot, he was not shot from the front?
It all depends on the positioning of the firearm and positioning of the body.
Okay. Would you agree the position of the firearm would not have been pointed at him in the front?
I would agree with that.
Okay. And it wasn't pointed at him in the back?
Would this be consistent with a chaotic event like a fight over the rifle?
I would agree with that.
Would you agree that the firearm must have been pointing somewhat in this approximate
Yes.
manner?
Oh, they just showed one of the our feet. Yeah, it just showed one of the photos I saw on a more advanced feed on another monitor I have here.
Oh no!
When they
see.
switch over
Hang on just a
to
minute.
when they switch over to redirect, man, they just long cuck. You're really not hiring the best camera people.
Yeah, they suck.
And so
We want to see
the
it.
gunshot wound to the right temple, you said that was like a intermediate range?
Yes.
So anywhere from 2 inches to about 2 feet?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. Kind of a wide range there.
Yes.
And then for the distant one, that was the one that went through from here to here. Distant, that's anywhere approximately 2 feet and further?
Yes.
Okay, but the best way to determine that, you said, was through firearms testing?
Yes, there could be testing of the clothing for nitrite or lead.
Okay. And then also testing that firearm with the same ammunition?
Yes,
And that's not something your office does, though?
that's correct.
All right, thank you so much, Doctor.
All right, now if you look at the by the lectern, they have a monitor there as the next defense counsel walks up. This woman, she'll walk up and then she'll turn and look back, and you'll see on the monitor on her table here, they'll show the autopsy photo.
Dr. Gerald, let's start with kind of the
Right there.
Okay, here we go.
that you were asked
I mean, come on, folks.
Oh, come on, lawn cock.
how the weapon may or may not have been positioned. The trajectory that you have testified about, could that also have been caused if the shooter was standing above a person that was either kneeling or on his hands and knees?
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
And when Ms. Moss showed you this report in a document, and you read that one of the effects of cocaine is risk-taking, did you know that before, or did you just read the report?
This was not something I recollected from before.
And does this report also say that part of the effects could be euphoria?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. But you didn't write this report, right?
Wow.
That's correct.
And the person who wrote it, let's see, what was her name again? Ms. Beerley, I think. Jolene Beerley, who actually did the testing and the result. Did you ever talk to her about her report?
No.
Or how she conducted her tests?
No.
So you don't know anything about the way it was tested or the results?
The state is now impeaching their own medical examination report.
Results, correct? I mean, about the way that she obtained the results.
I am familiar with the method of testing, but
Wow.
it's not something that I could perform myself.
And you don't know what kind of quality control was used or if there was quality control other than by hearsay?
Isn't it true this whole medical examination report could suck? It's possible. I don't know.
No, I only know that they're a board certified laboratory. Excuse me.
Have you ever heard the term functioning alcoholic or functioning addict?
Sure.
Oh,
What does that mean to
God.
you?
That's really where
it
we're
would
going.
mean that there is a person who might.
We went pretty quickly from we don't want to mention that he was an alcoholic to, hey, being an alcoholic's a good thing. He was functional.
Oh my
appear to
goodness.
have normal behavior, but have systems in their, or have substances in their system.
Okay, so I guess, so the question, the follow-up question to that would be, you don't know what effect, if any, the amount of substances that this report indicates was in Mr. Arriola. You can't testify to what, if any, effect it had on his behavior on the night of February 29th, 2020, correct?
That would be correct.
And were any of the results of the toxicology report, did any of those results factor into your determination of cause or manner of death?
No.
Did the device,
Well, of course, the cause and manner of death are not legal conclusions. So what?
say it right, the fatty liver, was it fatty liver disease?
Fatty liver changes.
Oh, you know what it is.
Did that contribute to his death that night?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further. I think she can be excused.
Yeah, nothing further, Doctor. Maybe watch your step on the way.
Wow. Okay.
Let's take a 10 or 15-minute break at this time.
All right.
All right, so I am going to prep this for after the break, then I'll pause it. We'll see if anything's come in on the chat that needs to be addressed. Let's see, next witness. There's the judge. There's the next witness. And this looks like it'll be the final witness of the day, probably. At this point, we're 6.25 hours into a 7-hour stream. And I think at that point, folks, when we wrap this witness up, and I'm going to go fast through this one, I think I'm going to call it a day, and I'll cover today's proceedings and a live stream tomorrow. I started some 7 hours ago today. So, but what would be great, Christina, if I could ask you to do me a favor, I'd like to hit the restroom. Could you talk about what you do on your channel, your all that kind of stuff for just a couple minutes?
And
I'll
sure can.
All right.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. You all can check out my channel. It is Radix Verum. I do all kinds of stuff on my channel. I cover all kinds of different topics. Sometimes I live stream trials. I did that during the Darrell Brooks trial, not every single day, because I was covering 2 different trials at the same time. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Michigan, how do I word this? The Michigan Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot case. So that case was tried federally, and then there was a retrial, and then there have been several state cases that have spun off of that. So at the same time the Brooks trial was going on, that one was going on too, and I was trying to go back and forth between the two. So I didn't follow one the entire time, but that's the kind of thing I like to do. I like to make my commentary on stuff like that. The Michigan case in particular, if that's something that you guys are interested in, while it doesn't involve use of force, it involves civil liberties and innocent people being framed for something that they didn't do, which I think is really important, guys. The argument that the defense made in that case was that their clients were entrapped by the FBI, and the evidence that came out showed that there was a lot of government misconduct. You know, the FBI used like 12 informants, 2 undercover FBI agents, and they tried to basically get these guys to make a plan to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer. The things that came out at that trial were egregious with FBI misconduct. The 3 lead agents in that case did not testify because of that. So that was something that I have been covering and that I'm working on a documentary on. So hopefully the documentary will be out in maybe a year or so. I'm working with one of the guys who was acquitted after he spent 18 months in prison. So that's the kind of stuff I do.
All right. No, I don't think she takes money for feet pics, guys. But I don't know,
No,
Christina.
feet. Stop
Okay.
asking for feet.
All right. Well,
You
thank you
guys
very
are
much for that.
crazy.
That was a big help. Unlike Nick, I don't just keep like a big 5-gallon jug under the desk, folks. Some of us have to actually go use a restroom.
We don't want to know about that. I have to head out myself. I've got to go get dinner started. But thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. I think it's fun watching this stuff because I think people need to realize that there's this perception that people have from like popular culture about these court cases, right? They believe CSI and Law and Order, and they think that like the government is or the state is always right in the way that they do things, and no one ever gets anything wrong, and that forensics are perfect and a perfect science, and that's not true at all. The innocent people go to prison a lot more than you would like to believe, than I think we would all like to believe. And I want people to understand that like everybody is just a regular person, just like you or me. And sometimes they make mistakes. It isn't perfect. It's not a TV show like you think it is. And I think your audience knows that, though. I think they're aware
It's
of
a
that.
very imperfect machine for sure, because it involves
Yeah.
human beings, and human beings are imperfect. There's no way to get around it.
That's right.
Well, Christina, thanks a ton for joining us. I really appreciated you having you here. What time zone are you in? But you're in the U.S.?
Yes, I'm in Northern Virginia, so I'm in Eastern time zone.
North Virginia?
Yeah, Northern Virginia. So I'm right outside DC in the Beltway area.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it is dinner time for you for sure. So enjoy yourself. Thanks for coming on. You'll be welcome anytime. You'll get more invitations from me. You're just part of the group now. I send invitations too. So if you can ever make it, you're welcome. If you can't make it, no offense will be taken. It's whenever your schedule and interest aligns. We'd love to have you on anytime.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye, guys.
Okay. Bye-bye. And then there was one. Back to just me. All right, folks, let me pull this up. We'll wrap up yesterday's testimony, and I think I'll just do a live stream tomorrow, schedule permitting. I have to talk to my wife and see what she might have planned for Saturday. But if Saturday's open, that's what I will plan to do. And then we'll all be all caught up for actually following live starting on Monday. We'll see. Be interesting when the state rests. What happens there? Whether there'll be a judgment of acquittal, which I'm sure, absolutely certain, the defense will go for, but which is almost never granted by the trial judge. But we'll see. This might be one of those unicorn cases where things end as soon as the state rests, and the defense doesn't even have to present a case.
I do.
Go ahead and take a seat.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Sure. My name is Jennifer Otto, O-T-T-O.
And where do you work, Miss Otto?
I am employed at the New Mexico Department of Public Safety Forensic Laboratory in Santa Fe.
And what do you do for the New Mexico Department of Public Safety Forensic Laboratory?
So my current position is as the biology and DNA unit supervisor. So that involves a few key roles, not only supervising the other DNA analyst employees, doing performance evaluations, ordering, grant management, that sort of thing on the administrative side. I am also, and have been for the last 10 plus years, the DNA technical leader, which is a position that is required by the FBI quality assurance standards for DNA testing laboratories, where I oversee all of our protocols, validations of new techniques, training of new employees, our proficiency testing program, and overall our general quality assurance program within the DNA unit specifically. In addition to those, I also am a caseworking analyst, which means I process and test and analyze evidence that is submitted to the laboratory for forensic DNA testing.
Thank you, ma'am. And how long have you worked there at we'll just call it NMDPS?
I have been employed there for 15 years, actually, as of today.
Happy anniversary or
Thanks.
not. What are you told us a little bit about your caseload. Are those your typical duties, or do you have any additional?
Yes, between those three roles as the supervisor, the DNA technical leader, and a caseworking scientist, that encompasses all of my roles and responsibilities within our laboratory.
Okay. In your role as a caseworking analyst, how many samples do you test a month?
Oh gosh, in a month, that's kind of hard to say because it does ebb and flow with my other responsibilities, but I would say at least within a year span, probably several thousand.
How many do you think you've tested in your entire career?
In my entire career, I'm easily in the tens of thousands of samples.
Okay. So let's start talking about your education. What degrees do you hold, ma'am?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from Texas Lutheran University and a Master's of Science degree in forensic genetics from the University of North Texas Health Science Center.
And what education specifically is required to do DNA analysis?
So to be a qualified forensic DNA analyst, there are a couple of things that are required per those FBI quality assurance standards. One is that you do have to have a bachelor's degree in a science-related field such as biology, chemistry, or forensic science. And you have to have certain coursework within your undergraduate and or graduate programs to meet the requirements. And that is coursework in genetics, biochemistry, molecular biology, and statistics or population genetics.
Is there also an on-the-job training portion?
Yes, any new employees that have not previously been a qualified forensic DNA analyst are required to go through at least 6 months of training as per the FBI quality assurance standards before they can do independent casework.
Okay, ma'am. And can you tell the jury about the lab where you work? Is it an accredited lab?
Yes, the New Mexico DPS Forensic Lab is an accredited laboratory. We are accredited by an agency called A2LA, which stands for the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation. And what this means is that this external third-party organization comes to our laboratory and inspects all aspects of how we perform our work, from how we hire individuals, their training and qualifications, our procedures, how we document things, everything that is involved in the administration of a forensic laboratory, to make sure we're meeting not only the FBI quality assurance standards for specifically the biology and DNA lab, but there are international standards that we have to follow throughout all of the sections of the laboratory to be an accredited laboratory.
And how often do these reviews take place?
These external assessments happen every 2 years.
Are there also internal audits within your lab?
Yes, when we are not having an external audit, such as we are about to have in about 5 or 6 weeks from this A2LA agency, the off years, we are required to do an internal audit of ourselves.
Now, this A2LA agency you said that does the audits, is that who ensures that you're also following FBI quality assurance standards?
Yes, that is a secondary inspection of just the DNA unit. But during that assessment, we will not only be assessed to those international standards that the entire laboratory has to follow, but our unit will be assessed to also the FBI quality assurance standards.
Thank you, Ms. Otto. And now let's talk about the training you received specifically relating to your work there at the New Mexico DPS lab. How long did you have to train before you were proficient to perform your own DNA testing?
So because I came to New Mexico DPS as a qualified DNA analyst from my previous employment, my training was only a few months long to familiarize myself with this laboratory's procedures and how we report things. So mine was an abbreviated training because I came to this laboratory as an already qualified DNA analyst.
Where did you work previously, Ms. Otto?
For the 4 years prior to my employment here and after graduate school, I was employed by an independent laboratory called Identigene in Houston, Texas.
And do you have to take proficiency exams?
Yes, every qualified DNA analyst is required to take 2 proficiency tests every year.
And have you passed all of your proficiency exams?
Yes, I have.
As part of your training, what training did you receive on maintaining the integrity of DNA samples?
Sure, so that's kind of the foundation of all the training that I provide to new employees and how I was also trained originally, where we have only one item one item for examination open at a time to avoid cross-contamination of samples. I wear things like protective equipment, such as gloves and a face mask and a lab coat, so that I do not contaminate the samples and the samples do not contaminate myself. I use things like bleach and disposable papers to change in between examinations to, again, avoid cross-contamination and maintain that whatever is on the sample that I have received, that is the only DNA that I'm testing. There are also different controls used throughout the entire testing process to help monitor for things like contamination and the integrity of the samples that I'm testing.
And do other DNA analysts peer review your work?
Yes, every report issued not only through our DNA section, but through all the sections of the forensic laboratory has to go through 2 different peer reviews. The first is a technical peer review, where the other person is also qualified in that specific discipline, so should know all the procedures and controls that must be followed for that testing, and is looking for things like, making sure that the conclusions in the report are supported by all of the data in our notes and that kind of thing. The second review is an administrative review, where typically it is another peer in that same unit of the laboratory, but they're looking at things more like grammatical and typographical errors, name spellings, and checking the chain of custody before the report is even released to the law enforcement agency.
Okay. What continuing education requirements do you participate in?
So all DNA scientists are required to have at least 8 hours of continuing education every year. This is usually fulfilled by attending nationwide conferences, but can be fulfilled through things like webinars and virtual training as well.
And is that how you keep current on new developments or methods?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you up to date on all of your continuing education requirements?
Yes, I am.
And are you currently a member of any professional organizations with forensic science?
Yes, I am a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
Do you ever collaborate with your peers or with other analysts to discuss your findings and casework?
Yes, absolutely. Especially in my role as a DNA technical leader, that is my responsibility to assist my analysts with any questions or concerns that they may have with the results. Consultation between myself and my analyst or between the other analysts happens on a daily basis. And it's just sometimes the results can be confusing or complex, and you want a second person's opinion to see if you're on the right track or maybe you should rethink something.
Okay. And Ms. Otto, outside of performing casework and the duties that you mentioned as the technical leader, do you have any Other duties? Well, I guess we already talked about that. Let's move on. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in court before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
I think it's over 100 times now.
And were you qualified? What were you qualified as an expert in?
Usually it's in forensic serology and DNA analysis.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to qualify Ms. Otto as an expert in DNA analysis and serology.
No objection.
Nobody should qualified.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Otto. Let's start with the basics for the jury. What is serology?
Sure. So serology is basically the identification of body fluids. So typically we're looking for things like blood, semen, or saliva.
Is there also touch DNA as well?
Yes, touch DNA is basically where a person or an object comes into contact with another person or an object, and their DNA is left behind through the means of touching. So for example, if I were to touch my hand on this countertop, my DNA may have been transferred onto there by me touching that area. And so somebody could come behind me and swab that area where I may have touched to collect potentially my DNA off of that counter. So that's not necessarily part of serology testing because there is no test that we can use to identify just.
So I predict that this testimony is going to be that she didn't find DNA here, did not find DNA there, did not find DNA in some other place, particularly on the rifle, did not find the victim's DNA in the rifle. But again, this is very weak because absence of DNA does not mean there was no contact. Presence of DNA strongly indicates there was contact, but the reverse is not true. So again, this is more the state raising possibilities as opposed to certainties or proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Touch DNA, but that's an aspect of our DNA testing that we encounter frequently.
So tell us what's DNA. Tell the jury what DNA is.
So DNA is basically a blueprint for life. Each person inherits half of their DNA from their mother and half from their father. And it's this combination and differences that I'm looking for in my testing. No person is going to have the same DNA as another, except for identical twins.
Okay. And now let's talk about how you work a case. How is evidence brought in and stored?
So evidence can be brought to the laboratory in two ways, either mailed to us through some kind of tracking service, such as UPS or FedEx or some kind of registered mail with the Postal Service, or law enforcement agencies can bring it to us in person, either in Santa Fe is where our DNA laboratory is, but we do have laboratories for chemistry testing in Hobbs and Las Cruces. So they can either bring the evidence in person or mail it to us.
And in this case, how was the evidence brought to your lab?
The evidence in this particular case was brought to us in person.
Now, how are you assigned a case? How does it work at the lab?
So in our unit, I generally don't assign cases to people. It's whatever cases are next up in the queue. Whenever an analyst is ready to pick up another batch of cases, they will go to the binders where we keep our cases that are still pending testing, and they will pick up another set of however many they are capable of working, and they basically will assign it to themselves. There are exceptions to that, but generally within my section, I don't assign cases to people.
And in this case, who was the analysis initially assigned to?
So for this particular case, it was assigned to a different analyst before I took over. Her name was Rosalind Archuleta, and based on a medical emergency, she had to be out of the office for an extended time that we didn't know how long she would be out of the office for. And so I took over the case at the very end of the testing.
And the portion that Ms. Archuleta had done, that would have been peer reviewed anyway, is that correct?
Correct. All of our cases go through those two peer reviews. So even if Ms. Archuleta had been the analyst that actually signed the report, it still would have gone through two other reviews.
And did you review Ms. Archuleta's work?
Yes, I did an initial review of everything that she had done up to the point where she had to leave the office, and then made my own conclusions as to what needed to be done after that point.
And in this particular case, you said it was brought to your lab in person. So what happens with the evidence once it was brought to your lab for this case?
Sure. For any case that's brought to our laboratory, it is first received by our evidence unit. They are the people that intake the case, create a laboratory case number for the evidence that is being brought to us, and then we'll put the evidence into some kind of long-term storage vault that they have access to until such time as a DNA analyst or any other analyst is ready to actually work that evidence. At that point, any one of the analysts will make a request from that evidence unit to have that evidence retrieved from the long-term storage and then transferred into that person's custody.
And does the person who checks out the evidence the one who swabs it?
Generally, yes. If it's not an actual swab that is submitted to us, which is basically just a one-sided Q-tip, so say it's a physical item like a drinking container or soda can, most of the time, if the physical item is submitted to us for testing, it will be the analyst that is processing that case's responsibility to actually take a swabbing from that item to then get it into a format that we can use for the rest of the testing process.
And can you explain to the jury, what are the steps used to process DNA?
Sure. So there's basically 4 to 5 steps involved in our DNA testing process. The first is called DNA extraction, where if we have to swab an item or receive a swab, we will take a cutting from that material, treat it with some chemicals, and run it through an instrument that helps us isolate the DNA from all of the other things that might be present on that item, and puts it into a liquid format that we can then use for the rest of the process.
How about if I just start that again? So what's happening here is the state would not be going through all this detail about the swab, the process. If the victim's DNA was found on the rifle, if it was found on the rifle, frankly, they'd leave it to the defense to make a big deal out of that, because that would support the defense theory. They're going through all this detail because the DNA was not found on the rifle, and they want you to know, well, we swab this, we technician that, we do this process here and that process there, and despite all this effort, we were unable to find DNA. That's the only reason. They could just say there was no DNA in the rifle, but this is the theater they go through to add weight to that conclusion, which again doesn't mean the guy didn't touch the rifle.
The next is called DNA quantification, where I need to find out how much DNA I have present in the sample. If I don't have enough DNA present, then I can't move forward with any further DNA testing. So that DNA quantification step is really important because it gives me an idea of how much DNA I have for the further steps. And it also can tell me how or what kind of quality of DNA it is. Sometimes DNA can be degraded, such as if it's been outside in the summertime for months, the DNA can start breaking down. So that DNA quantification step can give an indication if I'm going to see something like that in my results, and I can adjust for that. The third step is the amplification, where I'm making millions of copies of the DNA of interest that we use in forensic DNA testing. We don't test everything, or else that would take way too much time. So there are very specific locations that we look for in forensic DNA testing that we're going to make those millions of copies at in the amplification step. Then the last step is kind of a combined step where I take that amplified product and separate it all out based on its size through an instrument, and then use software or computer software to help analyze all of those results so that I can then make those interpretations and comparisons about the evidence samples that I have received and compare those results to any known DNA samples from known persons that I may have also received in a case.
And are you able to make a comparison in every case?
No, many cases I can't make any comparisons. Typically when I receive DNA mixture, so meaning DNA or a sample that contains DNA from more than one person, sometimes there's just such a low amount of DNA present that we just can't do anything with it. And sometimes there's just so much DNA from so many contributors that it's just too complex, and we also can't interpret that. So there are many times where even though I may attempt DNA testing on a sample, I may not be able to do anything with those DNA results in the end.
So if there's too little DNA, like a low amount, what would your analysis say? What would the results say?
Typically, if there's not enough DNA to make any kind of interpretation, it would say something to the effect of, maybe a partial DNA mixture was obtained, but no interpretations or comparisons can be made due to an insufficient quantity of DNA.
And if there's too many contributors to this DNA sample, what would your results say?
Something very similar. Basically, no interpretation or comparisons could be made due to the complexity of the DNA mixture.
And what happens if during your analysis, one of the steps fails?
If one of the steps fails, there would first be an investigation by the analyst. It may not be something that needs to be brought to my attention as a DNA technical leader. It just kind of depends on what exactly happens in that particular scenario. But sometimes it can be easily remedied by going back and just repeating that step before moving on to the next step. Sometimes, though, there may be instances where it is something of a more serious nature that can't be repeated, or, for instance, shows signs of contamination in something. That does need to be brought to my attention as a technical leader. And then in that instance, testing would pause. We would look into it. And then at some point down the line, once we've thoroughly documented what may have happened in that instance, then the testing may be repeated.
So what if you go through the extraction phase, the quantification phase, but you can't make a comparison? Do you just stop at the amplification phase, at the third phase?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean, but there are many instances where we go through the extraction step and the quantification step. And if there's just not enough DNA present, testing does stop. There is a limit to what our testing is capable of doing. And so if we detect DNA, but it's just too low to move forward with based on our protocols and validation, then testing does stop at that point in time.
And in this particular case, Ms. Otto, what evidence did you receive to test?
So our laboratory received several items in this case for testing. I can certainly list them for you here. What our item 2 was a rifle. Item 6 was a can of mace. Item 12 contained actually 7 sub-items. All of these were samples from Dean Cummings. They were various hands and face swabbings from Mr. Cummings, as well as a DNA standard from him for comparison. Item 13 was a hat. Item 14 was a t-shirt. Item 15 contained 2 jackets. Item 32 were fingernail clippings, both from the left and the right hand, from Guillermo Arriola. And item 33 was a DNA standard from Guillermo Arriola.
Okay, so Ms. Otto, can you tell us about the serology testing you did on these items?
Well, again, I just want to make very clear, I did not personally do that serology testing. That was Ms. Archuleta. I'm the one that did the final analysis and reporting of all of these tests. So for the swabs, the various swabs from the hands and face of Dean Cummings, these were items 12.1 through 12.6. There was no blood detected on any of those swabs. Then for the hat, the t-shirt, and the 2 jackets, there was also no blood detected on any of these items.
And
So,
did,
go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
And I was just going to say for the hat, the t-shirt, and the 2 jackets, testing stopped at that point and no further testing past serology was performed.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Did you review the serology testing done by Ms. Archuleta?
Yes, I did.
And did you have, after reviewing it, did you have the same conclusions?
Yes, I have no concerns that the tests were performed incorrectly or not the correct results.
So let's talk about the DNA testing that was done on these items as well. Can you tell us what information were you able to obtain from the rifle?
Sure. So for the rifle, a swabbing was taken from various areas of the rifle and gone through the entire DNA testing process. And the results are that a DNA mixture of at least 3 individuals was obtained from the rifle. Dean Cummings cannot be eliminated as a possible contributor to that DNA mixture, and Guillermo Arriola is eliminated as a contributor to the DNA mixture on the rifle.
What does it mean that Dean Cummings cannot be eliminated as a contributor?
What that means is that because I saw, or there was at least 3 contributors of DNA to the results from the rifle, there was DNA consistent with being from Dean Cummings observed in that DNA mixture. But because it seemed to be a mixture, a fairly equal mixture of at least 3 people, it's not a sample where a clear major donor or somebody contributed the most amount of DNA is. And on those cases, we can at least potentially match that one contributor that contributed more or most of the DNA to one person. I cannot make that conclusion in this instance because all of the DNA is kind of mixed and jumbled together in fairly equal amounts. So all I can say is that he cannot be eliminated from that mixture.
And Ms. Otto, can you tell us, were you able to obtain any information from the item number 6 labeled mace or can of mace?
Yes, on the can of mace, there was also a DNA mixture of at least 2 individuals present. In this instance, there was a major DNA donor or somebody that contributed most of the DNA detected in the sample, and that matched the DNA profile from Guillermo Arriola. And the probability of selecting some other random unrelated person that could have that same major DNA profile on the can of mace is approximately 1 in 280 octillion individuals. Dean Cummings is eliminated as a source of that major DNA profile. However, I cannot make any interpretations or comparisons about the minor or that second contributor to the sample because the amount of DNA is insufficient.
So is it possible that Dean Cummings could be present in the minor component of that, but there was just not enough information?
I really can't say either way. It may be possible, but because I can't interpret the sample, no comparisons are done, and so I don't know.
Okay, what was the next item that was submitted for DNA analysis?
So the next are the 6 various swabs of the hands and face from Dean Cummings. For one of these samples, which was 12.1, which was swabs from the right hand, there was a partial DNA mixture detected, but again, it falls into that I can't interpret or do any comparisons because the amount of DNA was insufficient. It was just too low to do any comparisons.
What about the other items, the other swabs from the face and left hand of Mr. Cummings?
Yes, so let me do one item, 12.6, which was swabs from the left hand. First, there was no DNA foreign to Dean Cummings on that sample. So meaning I only detected Dean Cummings' DNA on his own hand swabs. So there's no other DNA present on that sample. For the other 4 samples, 12.2 left side of face, 12.3 left hand, different left hand swabs, 12.4 right hand swabs, and 12.5 left face swabs, they all have the same results. There were DNA mixtures present on all 4 of those samples. Most or the majority of the DNA detected on those samples are consistent with being from Dean Cummings, because again, these are all samples taken from his person. So I would not be surprised at that result because these are swabs taken from him. Guillermo Arriola is eliminated as a source of the major profile obtained from those swabs, but I cannot make any interpretation or comparisons about that minor second contributor, again, because there's just insufficient amount of DNA to do those comparisons.
And Ms. Otto, it looks like you analyzed 12.1, which was swabs from the right hand, but then there was also another swab from Mr. Cummings' right hand as well. Is that correct? Looks like there's 2 swabs for the right hand and 2 swabs for the left hand.
Yes, there were 2 sets of each included in the swabbing that were submitted to us.
And you had different analysis for either swab, right? So there's one analysis for the left hand and then another separate analysis for the left hand part 2, but you had 2 different results. Is that correct?
Yes, they are technically different, but of a similar nature. It's just one of those sets of swabs didn't have as much information as the other set of swabs.
What else was submitted to your lab for testing?
So then after those items, the only other items that were submitted for testing were the left and right hand fingernail clippings from Guillermo Arriola. And on those samples, there was no foreign DNA detected, meaning I only detected DNA from Mr. Arriola on his own fingernail clippings, which again, not surprising because they were taken from his person.
Can I have a moment, Judge?
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Otto. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I'm wearing my coat because I'm cold. I just have a few follow-up questions for you. Let me grab my computer so I've got your report in front of me.
Thank you.
Do you know who it was that dropped the evidence off at the lab? Who from law enforcement? I assume it was law enforcement.
Yes, according to the records, it looks like the signature is from a Gabriela Chacon, I believe.
Okay.
Is the signature?
Thank you. And in terms of the testing that you did on the rifle, what I thought I heard you say is that you take swabs from certain parts of the rifle. Is that right? How do you test the rifle? Are you able to test every single part of the rifle?
Generally, no. It would be very difficult to make sure we get every single square centimeter of a particular object. Generally, what we try to do is go for at least areas that we think are common sense areas that people would typically handle if a firearm in general, not just a rifle, but a firearm in general, is being used. So things like the trigger area, grips, hand areas, things that would be touched by a person usually.
So in this case, and we have the rifle here, if you wanted to look at it, will you be able to tell us what portions of the rifle were tested for DNA?
I can refer to the notes, but again, as I stated, I did not personally examine the items in this case. This was Ms. Archuleta that did that. So I have her notes to go off of to say what areas that she swabbed of the gun, but I do not personally know if that is a true and accurate statement.
Let's go ahead and do that.
Okay, may I refer to the notes for a moment?
Sure, absolutely. Refresh your memory.
So according to her notes, the grip, trigger guard, forearm.
Hang on just a second.
Okay.
Grip, trigger guard,
forearm, levers, and butt were swabbed.
So if I hold up this firearm, can you point to the places that were tested?
Most of them, most likely.
Let's give it a shot. Okay.
Okay, but again, I did not personally examine this item.
I heard you.
Okay.
You're testifying on behalf of more than one person in your lab. And we're doing that, I think, for efficiency's sake, so we don't have to bring in 3 people from the lab. So when you say trigger,
May I?
Yeah.
I would assume triggers pretty easy. Little trigger guard, probably at least underneath. I don't know how this is a very large one, so I don't know how far forward it would have gone. Grip, obviously, probably right here.
We all know what those parts are, right? Those of you in the chat. I mean, it was kind of the prosecution tried to do a similar thing in the Rittenhouse case, right? I believe there was there was no DNA found in the barrel of the rifle or something along those lines, but we can see that first victim, the guy who just been released from the hospital. We can see in the video him reaching for the gun. So it's this little prosecutor tricks. And here, of course, most of these things they were testing are the controls for firing the weapon, the trigger, the buttstock where you'd place your face, the levers. I presume they're referring to things like the safety, for example, things that one would not expect to be obviously touched in a struggle for the weapon.
Levers. I'm going to guess maybe this for the slide.
Oh, for God's sakes. You could just hold it muzzle up.
Forearm, I think it was wrong. Probably where I'm actually holding it right now.
and so as you're holding
Rosenbaum was the guy in Rittenhouse, right? Who first tried to fight Rittenhouse with his gun.
at the lab, generally speaking, are you testing this entire forearm, or you're just testing a couple of different areas? That's a pretty big space.
It is a big space. I would assume probably most of this. Probably at least there are quite a lot of ridges on the sides and underneath. So I would assume at least maybe the ridge area on the sides and underneath.
But she doesn't know.
I'm not sure about the top very top, but that's smooth.
Okay. Based on the notes, this area here was not
barrel, I think she's pointing at.
Not this entire area was tested. It's possible, that's right. Okay. And it looks like no parts of the scope were tested.
Nothing about the scope was mentioned.
Sure. As far as the documentation that you have no reason to believe that the scope was tested.
I do not.
Okay, understood. And I understand there's limitations to all of this. And in terms of the blood, if you know, are we talking about the entire thing or just this rubber part up here?
I'm not entirely sure if it would be either be not only the back portion, but the two larger sides.
All right, Rosenbaum, we could see him reaching for the gun, plus he got shot in the hand.
Okay.
In a manner consistent with having his hand on the barrel, on the muzzle, when it discharged.
Part here, the butt of the gun, she's not going to test everything.
Likely not. What we end up doing is taking wetting a swab.
Just point the muzzle up. You can do all this with the muzzle pointed straight up.
Like I said, it's almost impossible to cover the entire square centimeter coverage area with the swab. So I'm trying to get as much as.
All right, I appreciate you. Thank you. And just for the record, the laboratory has its own case number, right?
Yes, we do.
What's that case number?
That case number is 20 for the year 2020 -1280 DPS.
Thank you. So the swabs of Mr. Cummings' face and hands, you were only able to test you tested the swabs for DNA, right?
Correct.
And you found, not surprisingly, Mr. Cummings' own DNA on the swabs of Mr. Cummings' face and hands.
That's correct.
And some of those swabs also yielded a mixture of DNA, but there wasn't enough for you to tell whether that whether a minor contributor, being someone who was contributing to that mixture, would have been Mr. Arriola.
That's correct. I cannot say that.
Can't exclude it.
And that's the same thing for the mace can. So the mace can was the major contributor was Mr. Arriola himself, correct?
That's correct.
And there was a mixture, but you can't tell whether Mr. Cummings or anyone else was a contributor of the mixture because there's not enough.
That is correct, yes.
And you also tested the swabs of the face and the hands for blood, correct?
Yes, that was conducted.
And your lab, just so we're clear, is not capable of testing the swabs of the face and the hands for other chemicals. And here's what I mean. Specifically, you can't take the swabs of Mr. Cummings' face and hands and test them for mace.
Correct. That is not at least part of the DNA unit's responsibilities. We're looking specifically for DNA. There may be other laboratories that aren't a forensic laboratory that have that capability, but within our laboratory, that is not something we can do.
In the case of the mace canister, would the entire can, especially given that it wasn't very big, would the entire can have been tested?
Yes.
Okay. Give me just one moment. Now, in terms of the items that went for testing, was one of the items that went for testing a cap to that gun scope?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Understood. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Walker.
I don't have any redirect.
Okay, you may be excused. Be careful on your step down. Counsel, approach the bench.
Okay, folks, that's the end of yesterday. End of yesterday. I'm not going to go into today at this late portion of my day. Been going for 6.5 hours at this point. But I will plan on doing, let me take a quick look at my calendar, see if there's anything obvious I need to worry about tomorrow. Let's see. No, tomorrow looks pretty open for me, unless my wife has a surprise. So I'm going to plan on live streaming today's proceedings tomorrow. I'll send out an email if you're on the Law Self-Defense email list. And it'll be put up on YouTube probably in the morning. I'll probably try to do about the same hours as today. I'll invite some guests. We'll see what happens. And after tomorrow, we'll be all caught up with the trial to cover it live. Probably 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. That would be 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning Mountain Time. So 10:30 to 11 Eastern Time. But it could vary. Keep your eyes open on YouTube. It may just, if I happen to wake up early, I may start early. It's an all-day stream, folks. So most of you are not here for the entire 6.5 hours like me. I would expect people to be hopping in and out. I do want to read. I had a couple more super chats before everybody goes. I don't want to forget those. Where are they? Okay, let's see. Free Flyer, $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Hawaii courts still require masks. It's ridiculous. Another very liberal state, of course. Robio, 1963, $5 super chat. I'm glad Radix, Christina, brought up scrapping the 19th Amendment. While we're at it, let's scrap the 17th also. Yes, the 17th is a serious threat to our republic. It gives the states no effective representation in the federal government. IFID, $5. I remember when Branco was just a silent spectator on the Rittenhouse trial and when Radix was just one of Legal Mindset's friends. Glad to see you all grow. Thank you very much. You guys make it all possible. Shut Up, I Can Cook, $3 says, thanks, Branco. We love trials of insane people. John Stevens, $5. Do cops ever appear as defense witnesses or are they always filthy agents of the state? I mean, if they're involved in the investigation, they're going to be called by the state. But sometimes they're called by the defense. I see it happen. Let's see what we have for the Law Self-Defense members chat. Let's see. A lot more chat than, let's see. Let's see. I'm trying to remember where I left off. Well, you guys put a lot of chats in the Law Self-Defense member group. Okay, let's see. Northman Firearms Training and Services, I believe former LEO says scene dependent. This is how the evidence is collected. That's what a protocol is. You do the same thing every time, not scene dependent then. We collected it. I don't know what he's talking about there. Let's see. I guess when that police officer witness was counting the rounds in the magazine, David writes, I'm an officer. I don't do math. Let's see. Yes, the taxpayer, the prosecutor bears no cost for bringing these cases. They're just on the payroll anyway. Of course, the taxpayer pays for it, and the defendant pays his costs. Joe, officer, do you need someone to suture that new asshole the defense attorney just tore you? Joe, good job, guys. You've clearly shown that there was no fight in a room where nobody said there was a fight, right? That's when they were going around showing all the photos from all the rooms that were not disheveled. Jim, the Valkyrie defense lawyer, just performed an anal episiotomy to allow Uper Trooper to remove his head. Roberts asks, will we ever see any evidence to rebut any of the 5 elements of self-defense? We haven't yet, and now we're 3 days in. Joe, like Monk when he took all the pins on a map that show crime locations on a map and rearranged them in neat rows. Charlie, the mussed-up hair for women is something somewhat current fashion for some folks. All right, if you say so. I guess those women are invisible to me. Chuck Jr. writes, I like the mess-up hair look for sex. Yes, it's for the end of the date. The hair should look like that, not in court. Let's see. David Payton, that is not gun cleaner residue on the rifle. Piper, or she's trying to the state's trying to rehabilitate the witness by showing he knows something. That could be. Jim says, Andrew, please add a firearms for law professionals to your academy. Maybe you could get Brandon Herrera as an instructor. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, our law of self-defense law courses are really intended for non-lawyers. They're not intended for lawyers. Lawyers took all these courses in law school. So it wouldn't really be a good fit with our curriculum, I don't think. And I expect Brandon Herrera would be too costly for me to hire for that kind of course. Charlie says, it doesn't look like the state has done any homework. They're closing their eyes, reaching into a closed box and wondering what the hell they're going to pull out. Yeah, I get that feeling too in a lot of their questions. When David Payton, this guy, presumably that officer, is so glad to be off the stand. Piper, what evidence does the defense have that will benefit from that answer about gun cleaner? I don't know. There's something about, the defense asked if most gun cleaners were oil-based. They may have some testimony from their own expert that would address that point, that would bring that full circle. I presume, given the quality of this defense, that they did not ask it for no reason. Donnie O writes, Jim, that's the way mine works. I have to close the window and reopen it to continue. Oh, this must be something to do with how the member chat functions. Sorry about that, guys. We work with the technology we have. Everest writes, I got caught up on the rest of the trial last night. All I can say is the state doesn't get better. The medical examiner didn't want to be there. Yep. Everest trial start today at 1 p.m. Oh, so it's the late start today, the actual day, Friday, November 4th. So tomorrow will be a short day when we catch up on that. That'll be nice. Joe, I turn 64 next month. I've been an IT pro for 40 odd years. I don't boomer anything. Okay, fair enough. Everest writes, state calls the victim toxicology report hearsay. Doesn't want it entered because the doctor didn't read it. Well, more accurately, the doctor didn't write it. David Payton, why did they bring this case? Good questions. Masks are crap, especially right now. Of course, they were always crap. Donnie, the money New Mexico is wasting on this case should have been spent prosecuting Alec Baldwin. 100%. Charlie Watt, an expert in traumatic brain injury. I can get rid of that. There we go. That's better. Charlie Watt, an expert in traumatic brain injury. She's about to experience TBI firsthand when she's cross-examined. Robble, I live in Lea County, New Mexico. Our self-defense laws are non-existent, and the further north you go, the more anti-Second Amendment it gets. It could be. It's a pretty liberal state. Piper, when I had long hair, I always had it tied back in the courtroom. But good grief, how do you not take an extra 3 seconds to smooth it out first? That's ridiculous. Yes, I mean, you want, I would think, I've never been a woman in a courtroom, but I would think you would want to present in the courtroom as, put together. Piper, but some photos are far worse than average. Gory photos. I did airplane crash cases, and one photo in particular still stands out as particularly gory. Yeah, so I've never worked an airplane crash, but I used to work on an ambulance crew back in the day when I was a young man, did a lot of my share of car accidents, and, people come apart if enough force is applied to them. Piper, so a jury who doesn't see things like this can be shocked. Right. Robble, Andrew got your on Monday, finished it Wednesday about read it again slower. I can dive deeper into the case law. I don't. Do you mean the book? If you got the book on Monday and finished it Wednesday, that would be yeah. You forgot to type book. Yes. Most people find they can read our book, Law of Self-Defense. Of course, you all know it. Law of Self-Defense Principles. Get it for free at lawofselfdefense.com/free book. Most people tell me they can read it in an afternoon if they have a solid afternoon to dedicate. It's not a hard read. Let's see. Yeah, just a half day of trial proceedings today, so we'll go through that pretty quick tomorrow. Donnie, women make good trial lawyers because they never forget a damn thing anyone says. Men don't listen and don't remember either. James, do we know what type of round used, FMJ or HP? Thinking of extent of internal damage. They said green tip, so normally that's an FMJ round. Everett, he's in custody, jail roster for Sandoval, Colorado, Sandoval County, New Mexico, and he's got a URL here for those members in the chat. You can click it. I guess it's, as he says, the jail roster. So yeah, he's been in jail for 2 years since this happened. 2.5 years, right? Yep. Everest, yeah, prior witness said ammo was green tip. Well, it's not armor piercing. It's just green tip. It's a NATO round. We have a tornado warning now, Chuck says. Wendy says 5'9", 199. That's stocky. Let's see what else we have. Charles says the prosecution train is crashing just like Casey Jones did. Yes. Oh, great guest, Andrew. That's talking about Christina, presumably. Let's see. Andrew, can we call her Mommy M.E., medical examiner? You can call her anything you like. I'm not calling anybody Mommy. Let's see. Charles, is the DNA analysis supposed to justify the tampering charge? He already admitted he killed the guy. I don't know what the tampering charge is supposed to be. It's ridiculous. Joe M. Andrew, do you want the witness to speak to the jury, or should this be a conversation between the two? I don't like it when the witnesses rotate their head 90 degrees like that to stare at the jury when they answer. I think it's very unnatural. I would, if it was my witness and I were preparing them for trial, I would tell them, just speak to me. We're having a conversation for the benefit of the jury, but the conversation is between us. Charles, based on their examination of the ME, does the fact that this person didn't do the testing personally, she shouldn't be able to make any statements about the results? You know, it's a team effort. It's an office, and they have procedures for how to do things. So 95% of it should be per procedure. It's presumed it was done that way. They should know the procedure. You know, if there are specific details that could vary from case to case, then you definitely want the person who actually did it. They should have had the person who actually swabbed the rifle, for example. So they know, did you just swab a spot on the forend where you thought the guy's hand would go, the shooter's hand would go? Or did you also swab the top of the forend where someone fighting for the control of the weapon might put their hand? You know, maybe that's not a protocol specific issue unless someone had told the lab there was a fight for the gun, so swab more generally, which doesn't seem to have happened. But no, you don't generally just get to exclude information in a lab report because the particular person on the witness stand who works in that office didn't look at the raw data. That's just silly. They're allowed to rely on the reasonable conclusions of their peers. Lots of I don't know answers from the prosecution. Yep, no swab on the barrel. Nope, no scope swab either. All places, obvious places that someone would grab if they were fighting for the rifle. Charles writes, this court needs to bring in Alec Baldwin to teach everyone about proper firearm handling. That was awful. I mean, I know you heard me say it, but when they're showing the rifle to the jury, you can just point the muzzle up. Just point the muzzle up at the ceiling and point at whatever parts of the barrel you have, and don't muzzle everyone in the damn room. And I didn't notice. Did they even check to see if the chamber was clear? Obviously, folks, every time you pick up or are handed a firearm, you personally check to make sure there's not a round in the gun. That's what Alec Baldwin should have done. And that's why, in my opinion, professional opinion, he's guilty of involuntary manslaughter in the death of Helena Hutchins. All right, folks, I think that is all of it. I think that's all of it. All right, folks, I will schedule tomorrow's stream either this evening or early in the morning. So by certainly, I would expect to start no later than 9 a.m. my time, 11 a.m. Eastern time, perhaps earlier if I get up earlier. But it should be scheduled by like no later than 7 a.m. I mean, a notification put out either that it's scheduled on YouTube to start a bit later, or an email will go out probably about 6 or 7 a.m. with a specific time that the stream will start. If you're not already on the Law of Self-Defense email list, a great way to get on it is to get our Law of Self-Defense 5 Elements of Self-Defense Law cheat sheet. It's free. We do ask for your email, so you get added to our email list, which you can always unsubscribe from if you want. But then you'll get our notifications like for tomorrow's stream. You can get this at lawofselfdefense.com/elements. All right, folks. That's all I have for all of you today, except, of course, to remind all of you that if you carry a gun so that you're hard to kill, that's why I carry a gun, so I'm hard to kill, so my family is hard to kill, then you also owe it to yourself and your family to know the law so you're hard to convict. Until next time, I remain Attorney Andrew Branca for Law of Self-Defense. Stay safe.